The House will come back to order. Representative Basenecker.
Madam Speaker, I move for a call of the House.
A call of the House has been requested. 1, 2. A show of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The motion is properly sustained. Will the sergeants please close and lock the doors? Mr. Schiebel, turn on the chimes. Members, push your buttons to indicate your presence. Mr. Schiebel will call out the names of those who are absent, and then we will request for our sergeants to find those who are missing. Thank you.
Representative Bacon. Rep. Bradfield. Representative Catlin. Rep. Evans. Representative Frizzell. Hartsook. Herod. Luck. Representative Lukens. Minority Leader Lynch. Rep. Marshall. Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi. Representative Ricks. Rep. Soper. Taggart. Valdez. Weinberg. Rep. Winter. Representative Bacon. Bradfield. Catlin. Evans. Frizzell. Hartsook. Herod. Luck. Lukens. Ricks. Soper. Taggart. Valdez. Weinberg. And Rep. Winter. I got him. Representative Bacon. Rep. Bradfield. Evans. Representative Frizzell. Rep. Luck. Hartsook. Representative Herod. Ricks. Soper. Taggart. Valdez. And Rep. Weinberg.
think we can go ahead and get started if you're ready. Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the call be raised.
It has been moved that the call be raised. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The call is raised. Members, I have some business. Reports of committees of reference. Mr. Schiebel.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following House Bills 1184, 1227 as amended, 1234 as amended, and Senate Bills 874, 154, and 189 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following House Bill 1264 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Education, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1235 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and House Bill 1241 be amended as followed and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Energy and Environment, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1080 be postponed indefinitely, House Bill 1216 as amended and 1233 as amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1247 as amended and 1252 as amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1243 be amended as followed and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bills 18 and 155 as amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Transportation, Housing, and Local Government, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1194 as amended and Senate Bill 35 as amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
Printing report.
The Chief Clerk
The
reports the
printing
following.
report will be printed in the journal. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over Senate Bill 93 and House Bill 1026 until Monday, April 3rd.
Seeing no objection, Senate Bill 93 and House Bill 1026 will be laid over until Monday, April 3rd. Madam Majority Leader.
I move that Senate Bill 190 be made special orders at 11:15 a.m.
Senate Bill 190 will be made special orders at 11:15 a.m. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 14, I move that the time for debate on Senate Bill 190 be limited to 8 hours during special orders on March 30th.
Members, the motion before us is pursuant to House Rule 14, debate on Senate Bill 190 be limited to 8 hours during special orders on March 30th. This is a non-debatable motion pursuant to House Rule 15E and requires a majority vote. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Doherty votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Bradfield is excused. Please close the machine. With 38 aye, 20 no, and 7 excused, the motion is adopted. Members, as we begin second reading on our legislation today, I want to call our attention to decorum. I want to uplift the respect we show one another on the floor and emphasize our shared responsibility to protect House rules, decorum, and integrity of the House. We will likely hear and share deeply personal beliefs and experiences, And please know that everyone's lived experience is valuable and respected here. Our goal is to engage in respectful, civil, and meaningful conversation on this heavy and at times challenging issue. Discussing or characterizing policies or actions is well within bounds, but I hope that we can refrain from name-calling or disrespectful descriptions of personalities, people, or motives. Thank you for your attention, for your service to the people of the state, the people that you represent. And with that, Representative Amabile. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders. Representative Amabile will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the... with your unanimous consent. Oh, sorry, I jumped the gun. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon the motion of the majority leader. The coat rule is definitely relaxed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 190.
Senate Bill 190 by Senators Winter F. and Marchman, also Representatives McCormick and Epps, concerning policies to make punishable deceptive actions regarding pregnancy-related services.
The debate will be starting today at 11:20. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 23-190.
That's
no
a proper
committee
motion to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So today we are hearing Senate Bill 23-190, as we all know, and its short title is Deceptive Trade Practice Pregnancy-Related Service. And I want to just outline what this bill does and does not do. We all know that since protections for access to safe abortion care have been stripped from many, many states around the country after the Supreme Court decision last June, we have seen a significant rise in crisis pregnancy centers that are using advertisements that give consumer the impression that they do offer full reproductive care. In this manner, they are luring folks in with deceptive ads. They are not offering all options for reproductive care, and they are targeting certain members of our communities that already face multiple barriers to reproductive care and healthcare in general, honestly. And there are many, many thousands, honestly, thousands of people that are coming to our state from other states that don't have the ability to freely access these reproductive healthcare issues, and they are mistakenly finding themselves at these centers. And I definitely do see this as a problem of bait and switch. It is harmful and it is wrong. Comprehensive reproductive care includes the following: access to contraception, emergency contraception, which is sometimes known as the morning after pill, testing and treatment for sexually transmitted infections, pregnancy testing, ultrasound, prenatal advice, abortion or referral for abortion, and a complete range of sound, science-based medical advice by licensed medical professionals. When a person seeks a full range of services in this space and they are fooled or deceived or honestly outright lied to by what is stated in an advertisement, that is not a form of free speech protected by the First Amendment. Instead, it does qualify as deceptive trade practice. Restricting this form of speech is regulated by consumer protection law. Senate Bill 190 does two things. It states that if one of these centers advertises that they offer or implies that they offer abortion care or emergency contraception, and they know that they do not offer these services, then they have engaged in deceptive trade practice, and the Attorney General can step in to stop this form of false advertising. The second part of the bill addresses what is being called abortion pill reversal. This so-called treatment has absolutely no basis in science, has not gone through safety studies, and in fact has been called out by the American Medical Association and the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists as unethical, unproven, and false. In other words, abortion pill reversal is not an actual thing in medicine. To be clear, it is known that when the second drug of this two-drug protocol for a medical abortion is not taken, it is possible that upwards of 50% of those patients may remain pregnant just by not taking the second pill, second drug. It is the second drug of the protocol that increases the success rate and the safety, honestly, of a medical abortion up to 98%. That means if you do not take the second drug, there is a higher chance that you will remain pregnant, regardless of whether you're given a high dose of progesterone or a placebo. Giving someone a high dose of injectable progesterone, which is what is happening, after only taking the first drug of the protocol does not, by any stretch of the imagination, prove that progesterone worked as an abortion pill reversal. The claim that a high dose of progesterone reverses an abortion after taking the first drug of the protocol is completely false information. Giving pregnant people false information poses a potential danger. When this is done, it means that those folks are not receiving the legitimate information that they absolutely need after making the personal choice to not take the second drug in the protocol. And they have that choice. No one will make them take the second drug in the protocol if they do not want to. But people deserve honest, complete, standard of care medical information when they are making decisions about their own personal health care, including reproductive health care decisions, full stop. Science must prove cause and effect. This does not exist for this so-called abortion pill reversal. Science-based medical studies are critical to patient safety, and they are relied upon by ethical providers. Saying the bill takes away a person's choice makes no sense. We should not allow these unproven therapies to trick people into believing they are getting something that they are absolutely not getting. This is being dishonest to people, and it must be viewed as unprofessional conduct. The bill is calling out this activity in law so that the medical board can do its job and can specifically address when this happens. That is what the bill does in Section 3. Here's what the bill does not do. The bill does not shut down these pregnancy centers. Faith-based counseling is absolutely wonderful for people who are seeking faith-based counseling. Encouraging folks to continue their pregnancy without coercion is also completely fine. All we're asking is that they be transparent about the activity that they provide, the services they provide, and equally transparent about what they do not provide. The bill will help assure the public that these centers must say what they mean and mean what they say. Don't trick people, be transparent, be honest, send people on their way if they end up in a crisis pregnancy center by mistake and are really searching for a full-service comprehensive reproductive care medical clinic. And to all the medical licensees, stop participating in promoting a falsehood. Stop withholding critical standards of care information and putting people in potentially harmful situations. We all deserve the truth. I encourage a yes vote on Senate Bill 190 today.
Rep. Epps.
It really does feel too low for me.
Here, we can fix that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, good morning. I would imagine there are, well, maybe there are a couple, but there are not many issues or many legislative topics that we're going to have the opportunity to deliberate and decide upon that are likely to inspire the level of passion that some of the things touched by 190 does. And in opening remarks made by others today, as well as in House Judiciary Committee thinking about 190, I recognize and appreciate the caution that some of us may have and the reminders about decorum. These are really important. I think I might be in the position of being even more optimistic, or one of the more optimistic folks, in terms of trusting how well this process can go. And what leads me to think that is not when I'm thinking about 190 that I'm particularly optimistic in general. It's that I'm lucky enough, and you're lucky enough, to be in Colorado. And Colorado is a place that, on many fronts, has been a leader and a protector of civil liberties, of our rights, of our freedoms, of bodily autonomy. And so a state that can do that is a state whose legislature can deliberate and can even the most contentious issues with care. Our colleagues shared with us just what Y90 does. I want to drill down on it just a bit. When the Dobbs decision came, when Roe fell, many of us understand that a possibility came to fruition. It became the case that Colorado was overnight a last line of defense for protecting access to protected care. And the second use of protected really matters here because, as part of, we're here to consider one bill, but we know that we're working on other things related to reproductive health care. And an operative word is already protected health care. So our laws and our statutes already protect access to certain freedoms and care. And what 190 advances is making sure that we're being incredibly intentional with just how we're protecting those protections. I mentioned Dobbs and Roe because when we think about the focus of 190 on what happens at, some folks call them crisis pregnancy centers, some folks call them anti-abortion clinics because that's what many of them are. Y'all, folks are not, let me frame this in the affirmatively. Folks are coming to Colorado, folks who aren't as lucky as we are to be residents quite yet, coming here to access health care that has quickly become illegal in neighboring and nearby states. They're coming here for care, for counseling, for support with medical decisions and with medical procedures. When you consider what we hear this afternoon, let's just frame and be really intentional about understanding that folks are not coming here in droves to just receive counseling. Folks are not road tripping to Colorado to clinics that advertise and discuss abortion care on their websites because they just want options other than abortion. They are coming because they need that care. And it has to be as proud as we are of Colorado and where we are in so many fronts, it should be disturbing that we should have to legislate reminding our care providers that they have to tell the truth. They have to tell the truth. They have to tell the truth when asked. They have to tell the truth about questions a patient may not anticipate. And they have to tell the truth in every moment. When that doesn't happen, outcomes are dangerous at best. I'm incredibly proud to be here. Like a lot of us say, I wasn't born here, but I got here just as soon as I could. And I'm going to share, as I prepare to turn the space over to our colleagues to share their own perspectives, I want to share, I feel like an anecdote is dumbing it down, but I want to share part of my own story that some of you already know. I came to Colorado for a job. I came to Denver specifically, moved here for my dream job. I do not dream of labor, but in this case, it was absolutely my dream job. Came straight from law school. I didn't even attend my own graduation. I skipped that, packed up a very big U-Haul, my child, our dog, and a car that wasn't running and towed it. And we drove 24 hours, 1,600 miles. Landed in Denver, started working in Jefferson County, protecting the rights that I'm still here to protect now, and that 190 helps advance. I'd never been to Colorado before flying out to interview for this job. Maybe I'd had a layover at DIA, I'm not even sure about that, but I certainly had never been here before. But life had set me up in a way to have almost come here before. And as I shared on Tuesday at our committee hearing about 190, many of you are not old enough to remember, but plane tickets used to not be on your phone. They used to be a printed physical thing, and they had carbon copies, which is kind of like ink that it's under the paper, and then there's another copy, and you had this 3-part thing, so you got a copy, look it up. But this is what plane tickets were like, and the first time that I needed access to abortion care, I was a teenager. And I had been a student at Charlotte Christian School because, just to be clear, young women at Charlotte Christian School and at other Christian schools need reproductive health care too. Deacons' daughters and pastors' daughters and wives need reproductive health care too. And in Charlotte, North Carolina, went to school off Billy Graham Boulevard, and it was known. I don't know how we knew 27 years ago, but we all knew. We all knew if you needed an abortion, you could go to Colorado. And the cost you had to worry about was the plane ticket. And you could come here, and there were folks who would take care of you, who would house you, who would get you the care you needed. And so I mentioned the plane ticket being in triplicate because to this day I still have in my scrapbook the plane ticket. I didn't use the plane ticket. My family bought it. And I didn't use it. It didn't come, and I have a 26-year-old. Within a year, I needed access to abortion care again, and I made a different decision, and both were just right. Both were just right. Like most people who have an abortion, I was already a parent, and in both times, I needed and sought counseling at something very similar to what we would call often a crisis pregnancy center. I actually don't think I would have understood at 16. I was pretty precocious, but I don't think I would have understood what a big deal it was that they told me the truth. What a huge deal it was that I understood my options, processes. I was safe. We have heard and probably will hear again testimony that abortion is traumatic for everyone. No, it's not, y'all. No, it's not. Not having access to one is consistently traumatic. I was safe, I was loved, I was healthy, it was affordable, and I was okay. And I couldn't have appreciated how important it was that the care I got was honest and that someone told me the truth and equipped me well to make the best decisions for my body. I mentioned Charlotte Christian School because I want to just posit that I started by saying that I don't think there are many legislative policies or issues that are likely to inspire as much passion as this. I don't think I disagree with that. I think it's that important. But I also think political posturing and positioning excludes room for conversation about nuance that many of us hold. Many of us understand in a more intense way that it's not as black as white as there's a lot of nuance around our bodies, how we identify, who we understand can be pregnant. But there are some areas, and I think you would probably agree, there are some areas where there's not room for nuance. There's not room for nuance when you are seeking medical care and there is an objective answer about, for example, can I get an abortion here? That is binary. Many things aren't. That is binary, yes or no, right? Can you refer me to get an abortion? Yes or no? How far along does the ultrasound say I am? Is this treatment proven, safe, effective? How does it work? Those are things that have answers. And so when we sit with what's possible discomfort around nuance and tensions around the things that are unknown, 190 invites us to focus on that which is known. And that's that whether you're a teenager in Charlotte, North Carolina, where the options that were available 26 years ago are not available in Charlotte, North Carolina anymore. A lot of us have a lot of guilt, not about an abortion, but about leaving behind the people in places in this country that are still fighting to do this work. And so we who are blessed to be here in Colorado, y'all, my invitation to you about this bill is, of course, that I ask that you vote yes, but it's also an invitation to consider that we can't rest on proverbial laurels. I am not wrong often, but when I've been wrong, it's been a doozy, and I was one of the people who was wrong because I thought Roe wouldn't fall. I mean, I realized the past couple years, but certainly 20 years ago, I didn't think that was possible. And I offer that because it's a reminder that in Colorado, we can't say, well, we've protected the right. What we have to do, and what 90 and companion legislation allow us to do, are further protect the right, but protect the access. Protect the sanctity of the provider relationship and the truth that needs to be told in clinics and elsewhere. Thank you for being in this space and sharing it with us.
Yes, Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, we heard a lot about choice, and I appreciate the perspectives that are brought here. I want to share a story about one of my family members who was also in a horrible situation. She wanted for a very long time to have a child. She continuously had miscarriages and was unable to have a child. And then when she finally did get pregnant, she was so excited. She had so much love in her heart for this baby. And they found out that there were some serious defects with the baby. And I counseled this family member for a long time. There was a lot of choices and a lot of decisions that needed to be made. And one of the options I gave her was to have the baby and I would raise it. I know it's going to be difficult for all of us, but I would do that for her. And she went back and forth for a long time as to what that decision was going to be. But she had the choice. She was the one who was able to make that choice. And what I fear in this bill, when I read it, was we're talking about choice, but then we're taking choice away. The freedom to choose life is also a choice that we should make sure, more than anything, a mother has. And so I fear for the doctor and the patient not having that ability to have these conversations. I fear and worry about that mother that has to make that choice, not having all of the options at her disposal to make that choice. We should give these women as many choices and options as possible and let them be the driver to decide what they want to do. And regardless of where I stand on this issue, taking away the freedom to choose life, to me, is just not good legislation. It's not good policy. We should not be taking away these choices. And so with that, I have an amendment, Madam Chair, and ask that it be
Would you like to move your
displayed.
amendment?
Yes. I move L036 to Senate Bill 190 and ask that it be displayed.
That's a proper motion, and your amendment is displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So colleagues, if you will look at the re-engrossed bill, page 2, line 14, we would strike anti-choice movement and substitute movement for choice to give these mothers the option to choose whatever option is appropriate for them. Again, there are a lot of perspectives on this issue, but taking away the freedom to choose life should not be an option. And so with that, I would ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there rep-ups?
I know that what I'm supposed to do is pop up here and say we ask for a no vote and we will, but just once, for the start of this afternoon, I want to offer two things. Words matter. Words matter a lot, and I am as sensitive to how we name things as anyone here. This is an example where the words that are in the bill are appropriate, and that's why we're asking for a no vote. I also want you to just know as we head in, I just want you to know, our colleagues in the Senate are very thoughtful and care very much about words too. And I've appreciated the deliberation that has happened up until now. So please understand that as a background principle when we do as we are supposed to do and pop up here and say we ask for a no vote, understand we're saying that because we've considered it. Words matter, and this is an appropriate one to not accept as an amendment. We ask for a no vote.
Representative Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Epps, for your perspective. I agree with you 100%. We're both lawyers. Words do matter. Anti-choice movement means something. I think movement for choice is more appropriate to give all of the options to a mother as she's considering decisions that affect her life. Thank you.
Rep. Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make a comment and then ask the bill sponsor who just spoke a question. The comment has to do with movement for choice. My understanding, having worked with pregnancy care centers, is that they do outline all of the choices. They are not in any way limited in their conversation. They very clearly say, here's what your options are. They just get to one particular option and say, if that's the one you choose, we can't help you here. And so I don't understand why saying movement for choice is the problem, which leads to my question of the bill sponsor. Since this has been so thoroughly vetted and considered, if we could just understand the rationale for why anti-choice movement was preferred or chosen as opposed to some other language, and why that is preferable to this language, that would be very beneficial for this conversation. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L036? Rep. Epps.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want my colleague from Penrose to know that I heard the beginning of their question, but with apologies, I didn't hear what the closing ask was to me. Is it proper for me to invite them to repeat that?
Yes, Rep. Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. I'm happy to repeat. So basically, what I'm wondering, because my experience with pregnancy care centers has been that they outline all aspects of what a woman could do in the event that she is pregnant, including abortion. It's just that when they talk about those things and they lay out all of those options, they very clearly say, if you choose abortion, we can't help with that particular choice. And so if you and others have vetted this language, as was mentioned so thoroughly, I'd just like to understand the rationale for why it's considered anti-choice movement, why not other language, and why is this language so problematic in light of the reality of what goes on in those clinics.
Rep. Epps.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, colleague. I'm going to answer, and the part of me that cares about detail wants to make sure that I'm very intentional with my own words. When I say vetted and discussed, I absolutely mean this concept in this language, but not this amendment specifically. So it's not that I've considered that and shot it down. Our colleague from Penrose started the framing by saying that it was their understanding that at the clinics, centers, that I feel so weird to say you, they, but that you're familiar with, that all of the options were on the menu. This does my old heart good to know that that has been your experience. That is not universal. It's not the standard at all. I wish it were. I've chosen to tell a specific portion of my personal history, and as we should understand, those of us who share certain personal things, it's often intentionally limited. We're sharing parts of it and not others. But I know from both my own personal and professional experience, from both my dear first home of North Carolina to the Commonwealth of Virginia to Colorado, that that is not universal at all. I can only speak for what I would do. I would not be a part of legislation that was looking to clarify that you can't do something that I didn't know was happening. It is happening. I mentioned a 26-year-old. His middle name is John. My first name is Elizabeth with an S. There are only 2 people in this chamber who ever pronounce that correctly. It's Elizabeth, not Elizabeth. And the one who is one of the 2 is not looking at me. But I mention this intentionally in answering isn't it the case that centers are giving all the choices? And no, they're not. In the New Testament, the book of Luke, Elizabeth's son is John. And when she's pregnant with John, he leaps in her womb. This Elizabeth and John mattered. I was 16, and in the story, this is really attached to the amendment. If you hang with me 10 seconds, you'll see how. Elizabeth was older. The pregnancy was not planned, but he was wanted and welcome and a surprise. And to be 16 and be able to talk to a care worker who understood my values and understood that I was choosing to give this boy who was not planned, I hope he's not watching, he's grown and gone, not planned, but very welcome, a name that indicated, right, that Elizabeth's son would be John. And when I needed, far too soon, to make a very different choice, those folks talked me through that too. I don't think they were pleased with the decision I made, but they gave me the information. I want that for other pregnant folks, and unfortunately, that is not uniform in Colorado right now. It's not. So when we think about anti-choice, it's not just about listing the choices, it's giving active misinformation that limits one's choices. If you tell a person they are more or less weeks pregnant than your medical training would suggest they are, that's anti-choice. So it's not just about the nomenclature, it's about understanding that in the way that words matter, from both my personal and professional experience, we wish dearly that we were the case, that folks were both being given all the information, but being loved when they make a choice that isn't necessarily preferenced. And that's just not what's happening, and that's why we ask for a no. That's why I ask for a no.
Rep. Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsor for engaging in this conversation with me around this. So when I read this language, what I'm reading is us actually defining an entire movement. Sorry, I'm just going to wait until the bill sponsor is able to continue the dialogue. So again, what we're looking at is a statement that says anti-abortion centers are the ground level presence of a well-coordinated anti-choice movement, which means that this particular line is not just referencing a bad actor here or there. We're defining the entirety of this movement of pregnancy care centers as anti-choice, as falling within the bucket of people who would in some way deceive. And I do find that objectionable. I find that very objectionable, especially since in committee we asked for a list of these clinics that are engaging in this behavior, and we heard stories from 30 years ago. A lot happens in 30 years, frankly, and we're holding an entire movement to this description. I have learned in this body that folks are very hesitant to impugn motives, to cast people in a bad light. In fact, I find that people go above and beyond often to try in their legislation to cast people in the best possible light. And so it concerns me that in this legislative declaration, we are characterizing an entire group of people as liars, as ones who would deceive, as anti-choice. When in fact, my experience with this particular movement is that while they do prefer individuals to make a particular choice, that's not hidden, that they still give all of the information, that they still give all of the options clearly laid out, the consequences as well as the benefits. And so by shifting these few words, I think it says to our communities that we understand and value the contributions that they make to this space, that we don't see them all as bad actors. Because frankly, the vast majority of them are not bad actors.
Rep. McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do want to point out that this piece of legislation is really to curb and stop the activity that is harmful, that is deceptive, that is causing delay to care or obstruction to care. There absolutely are places, pregnancy centers, that are models in the community for exactly what we're trying to get to. And they should be held up in those communities as examples to offering the compassionate care, the choices that are out there, knowing that they may not offer all those choices, but they can discuss that in a safe space with these folks, and then be able to, again, kindly send them on their way and get them to the help that they need. That still gives them the choices and outlines all the options that they have. And those centers that are models in community for the type of counseling, whether it be faith-based or otherwise, that they're offering, the wonderful prenatal services, the supplies that are being offered, all that support for that person that they need right there, they also should be part of this conversation to say, yes, we're doing it in a way that the consumers that come to us want, and we're not being deceptive, and they should help us call out those that are. They should be part of this conversation because, as I said, this piece of legislation is not to shut down clinics for doing the things that they purport to do. It's to stop the activity that is deceiving people, that is preempting them on their way to what they actually want, and delaying the care that they're looking for. So, again, I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Rep. Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to address just this amendment right now, but I'll be backing up some of this stuff over the next, all through the evening. Some of the information, some of the data. So some of you may know, may not know, but I actually ran a bill, this same concept. In fact, the title was very similar earlier in the session, and my bill was the opposite. My bill said that it should be mandatory for places to acknowledge the fact that there is legitimacy to the concept of an abortion pill reversal. And I will be addressing some of the scientific side of this and some other sides of this later. But one of the main things that came up in committee with this, for people coming and talking to me about this, was why are they taking our choice away? And I told them simply, because this is against choice. We believe in women's choice under certain circumstances, but not all circumstances. And this is one of the not all circumstances. And 20, 30 people came up, and I'm talking to them. And I finally told them, I said, you know, there is another, and I didn't know exactly what this was, but I know how this house works. I knew there was going to be this bill coming. And I told them, don't worry, there is going to be the opposite of this, and it should be called the no choice bill. We're taking your choice away. And the way we do that is we don't just say to you, you no longer have choice, women, because you're not allowed to say that in society today. We believe in choice for women, right? But what we do is we say, instead of saying you don't have any choice, we say, well, this is not scientifically proven, which is completely false. And this is unhealthy to the mother and the baby, which is completely false, and I will be dealing with that throughout the evening. And that, in fact, in the committee, I was told that all the examples I gave and all the science I gave, and actually real kids sitting in the room that are alive because their mothers changed their mind and because they had access to that information, about 20 kids sitting in the room, and we will address that. There is actually I said at the time about 700 kids that are alive because of this. The statistics are way higher now, and I'll be naming names for you later of children that are alive today because they had access to choice. The mothers had access to choice. So really, this amendment is so important because this bill is actually an anti-women's choice bill. You have choice, but not in something we disagree with. And so we're going to say it's not true, it's scientifically not true, it's unhealthy, it's all these things, and none of those things are true. It's proven over and over and over, and I will be proving that unequivocally throughout the evening, that this is not true. When I said that in committee, I was told that I was lying and I was gaslighting, with 25 kids sitting in the room, that I guess all those kids aren't real, because I was gaslighting, I was making it all up. This amendment is so necessary because this is the anti-choice bill, and so we need to make sure that groups that believe in actual choice, like the pregnancy centers. See, I was not allowed to make Planned Parenthood speak truth and tell you the reality of the scientific evidence of this. That was already shut down. So now we're saying not only is that not allowed to make sure that they do speak truth, but we're going to make it now illegal to speak truth. That's what's happening right here. So for this to be the anti-choice bill, we need this amendment to make sure that these people that are really given choice are not labeled, because this is a labeling bill and a destructive bill that causes people to have to speak lies. That goes directly against the First Amendment. And so this amendment is extremely necessary to take a horribly incorrect lying bill and take just a little bit of it back into truth. So I strongly urge you, I vote on this amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Words mean things. If you can control the language, you basically control how people think. So words mean things. This labeling somebody, a group, anti-choice, might be a feeling, but it also assigns motive. It assigns negative motive. It has negative connotation. And so I definitely agree with the bill sponsor that this language was intentional. It was intentionally set to be negative. It was intentionally set to label the motives of people as anti-choice. So some stuff that came up in testimony, just going to read this. During the committee hearings, there were multiple testimonies that accused pregnancy resource centers of being deceitful in what services they offer. When clarifying what was unintentional, deceitful advertising from pregnancy centers, the bill sponsors clarified that even a billboard that stated unplanned pregnancy, need help, call number would be considered deceitful. So that in relation to a pregnancy, that the word help would be considered deceitful. So then we're talking about not only just having this bill, and again, the bills that we pass here are ultimately enforced by the barrel of a gun. So that's important because these go.
Rep. DeGraff,
Yes, Madam Chair.
I think that's maybe going a little bit too far. Could you just, no one's suggesting anything happened at the barrel of a gun.
No, Madam Chair, but it is relevant because that's what CRS does.
Rep. DeGraff, I just want to rule that I don't want you to repeat that. Thank you.
Well, in my 7 minutes and 38 seconds, what has happened here is, in addition to this intentionally negative characterization, is around the entire wording of reproductive health care or comprehensive reproductive health care. Now, I've been looking, I haven't found it in the CRS yet, but making the definition so incredibly broad that nobody can fall within that. This is literally a war of words. So as far as choice goes, Myra, who worked for Planned Parenthood, and this is relevant because it goes to choice. Sarah explains they avoided ultrasounds, but if they did and the fetus was too far past their 14-week limit, they didn't tell them they did the abortion anyway. That's relevant because those agencies are saying we provide full reproductive health care. Now, with the fetal harvesting bill, 14 weeks, 21 weeks, 39 weeks, 42 weeks, none of that matters. Alicia did ultrasounds and is supposed to have a 21-week limit, and she would see patients further along, and the provider would say, I want to do the ultrasound again. Then they would do the ultrasound again and say that they could do the abortion. Some would say, can I leave? And of course you can leave, but then I was told I'd have to stay. Sarah talks about our young rape victim who didn't want her abortion. Provider told Sarah to hold the patient down, and Sarah said that was too far. Myra talks about an 11-year-old rape victim, youngest patient they had who didn't want an abortion, didn't speak English, but she was a ward of the state. So if you're going to talk about deceptive practices, I'm for limiting on deceptive practices, but deceptive practices goes both ways. Not only in the safety of the feticide itself, but in terms of the marketing of this. So this is necessary because this will go into statute, and statute does have an enforcement mechanism that nobody likes to mention or recall, but it will go into statute. And that is very important. The wording is very important. We're playing word games here to silence and squelch people's First Amendment rights. This has broader implications than just this. So I get it. This is an ideological battle, but this is also a battle of words, and it has a battle of there are serious First Amendment consequences with the intentional inflammatory wording that the sponsors have used. I recommend an aye vote on this.
Is there further discussion of L036? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L0. Okay. A division has been called. Ready? The question before us is the adoption of L036. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of L036, please stand or raise your hand and remain standing and keep your hand up until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep your hand raised until the count is taken. Amendment L036 is lost. To the bill, Rep. Oh, my God. Can I? Rep. Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like to move Amendment L038 to Senate Bill 190 and ask that it be displayed.
That's a proper motion. The amendment is displayed. Rep. Bradfield, would you like to tell us about your amendment?
Thank you. Well, and you know what? I think better use of our amendment time here. Let us all pick up a pencil, and I can tell you together we will go through this amendment line by line so that you can see for yourself very clearly that this amendment is really valid. So the first thing is we will turn to page 3, line 12, and we will use our pencil or a pen. It doesn't make any difference, or a magic marker if that's more convenient. Page 3, line 12, and we will strike these words, the following issues. Once that is done, we will go to number 2. Number 2 says we will strike line 13 and substitute, it is a matter of statewide concern to stop. Well, let's take that all the way back to line 9 and see what this all says.
So this separates them into the two things that they should be separated so we can deal with, because now they're very conflated. But the words do exactly what they are intended to do. So, and these words, they mean things. So, and they mean important things. And again, when we're talking about this with one of the things about this here is that this bill refers to pregnancy-related services, and crisis pregnancy centers are being silenced. Their First Amendment rights are threatened with being shut down intentionally by not providing everything. Now, if we look at the definition, it includes, but is not limited to, family planning, contraceptive care, abortion care, prenatal, postnatal, and abortion, of course, is a euphemism, postnatal, delivery care, fertility care, sterilization services, treatments for sexually transmitted. Yet this bill does exactly what it's accusing in deceptive trade practices, in that it's saying pregnancy-related services without covering all of the pregnancy-related services that are listed in the definition. So it's a bit of hypocrisy to restrict somebody's First Amendment rights because they don't adhere to the entirety of the definition, and then the bill itself does not. So separating this into different criteria, different categories, is absolutely the right thing to do. And we do understand that this was carefully crafted, and we do understand that the wording, just for clarification, will go into the CRS, and the CRS that is statute, and that will be enforced by law. And you can either voluntarily follow that, or somebody will come to your door and make you follow that. So the words matter. We understand they're intentional. We understand they're intentionally inflammatory, but it's absolutely the right thing to do to separate these bills into something else, or just continue to violate the First Amendment. That's it.
The question before us is the adoption of L038. Is there further discussion of L038? Seeing none, all those in favor of L038, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed to L038, say no. No. The noes have it. L038 is lost. Rep. Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that's all the way up. You know, now that we're back to the bill, I wanted to sort of go back to some first principles and talk about how this bill, although it seems to be doing something new, is actually really situated in over 100 years of relevant law about what I think is a public interest in honest communication. We've all talked about that a little bit this morning already. I want to start, with the moral principle, which is that I am a supporter of abortion rights, period, full stop. I don't believe that women in our society can be fully equal participants in anything if there is not autonomy over one's body, if there is not sovereignty over one's body, and if our laws do not treat women as moral equals. And I believe that restrictions on abortion rights fail to treat women as moral equals. So I'm a supporter of laws that protect abortion rights. This particular bill, out of the different bills that we'll be discussing over the next several days, is interesting to me for the additional reason that it intersects with an area of law that I also spend, for very other reasons, but that I also spend a lot of time thinking about, which is consumer protection law. That is a kind of law that has also very extensive roots in our country. I had a bill on that subject before this House many weeks ago now. I don't intend to get into that here because it's not the question, but nonetheless, it's interesting the intersection of these two things that I care very deeply about. We've heard about the policy of the bill and the why, and we're going to continue to hear and discuss more about that in substance, where part of the bill goes is it sets forth new provisions in our Colorado Consumer Protection Act. So I thought it would be relevant to explain a little bit more about where that law comes from and why. The idea that there is a public interest, a federal government interest, a state government public interest in having protections for the public against, say, inaccurate communications. I'll just use the terms of the law. Unfair or deceptive acts or practices in or affecting commerce are hereby declared unlawful. That's federal law. 15 U.S.C. 45 is where it's set forth now. That principle, without substantial change, dates back to 1914, to the Federal Trade Commission Act. You find the language in or affecting commerce there because, as we know, federal government lawmaking ability is limited to where certain things are present. One of those is the Commerce Clause. We, as a state, are a policymaking body of a general power. We are not limited by the scope of the Commerce Clause, so we don't need to have that language in our legislation. But the key point is that is a very simple, very concise statement going back over 100 years from 2023 of a public interest in preventing unfair or deceptive acts or practices. Anywhere between the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, depending on where you date the history, states began to step into this space and set forth their own legal frameworks to provide for action against unfair and deceptive acts or practices. The federal government can and does enforce here, but notwithstanding, they're the big actor in the space. The reality is, at any level of public policy, resources are limited. And I think the policy judgment of the states, including our state, was that there ought to be an ability to enforce within the boundaries of that state as well. And we shouldn't, for things that we care about, I deeply believe this in this realm and other realms too, we shouldn't have to sit around and wait for the federal government to do something. We should have laws that set forth our values. So starting in the 1960s is when we first codified what is now known as the Colorado Consumer Protection Act. Again, that is the part of our law into which part of this bill legislates. Now, certainly society evolves, technologies evolve, entirely new goods are developed and sold into the market, new services come to be developed and offered and sold. So over time, it has been necessary to make amendments to the consumer protection laws because we have provisions in here, I'll get to this in a minute, we have provisions about email. Well, there was barely email, in the 1960s. Some people might have been using a very, very, very early version of it. But as we know, there weren't faxes, there weren't emails, so those provisions weren't in the law. More specifically, we are amending into Part 7, Article 1, Title 6 of our Consumer Protection Law. And you'll see if you've looked at the line by line, the number is 733. That means I would say that there are 32. There's actually more than 32 because some of them are numbered by a half. There are almost 36 other instances where, over our history, going back years, possibly decades, this legislature has seen to respond to specific, potentially deceptive, potentially injurious practices by setting forth a framework so that certain conduct that could be harmful, and that I think is very harmful in this case, may be acted against under the Consumer Protection Law. And I'm not going to read all of these in detail, but just to give some examples that are very much smaller than what we're talking about today. They may not be inconsequential, but I believe compared to women's rights, compared to women's bodily, human, moral autonomy in our society, I believe everything I'm about to give by way of example is less important. But these are sections in our Consumer Protection Law where, in prior years, legislatures and legislators have seen fit to set forth specific protections. It's also interesting to note, if we look at the other bills that are introduced this session, there are actually a number of them. I got a list from downstairs. I think there's at least half a dozen bills that try to have, among other remedies for whatever is set forth, whatever we want to disincentivize, a Consumer Protection Act remedy. And I've seen names of both parties on these bills, some of them at least. So there is a bipartisan history behind the idea that there should be Consumer Protection Act remedies. Just a couple examples, if we look at the section headings. Dispensing hearing aids, unsolicited facsimiles, commercial electronic mail messages. They chose to use that cumbersome phrase for email. Timeshares, health clubs, dance studios, buyers clubs, use of a professional title or degree, motor vehicle sales and leases, sale of manufactured homes, trafficking of a false airbag, believe it or not, restrictions on credit cards, discount health plans, disposal of personally identifying information, unfair drug pricing, social security number confidentiality, inducing real estate appraisal, deceptive practices, ticket sales, truth in music advertising, online ticket sales, like-kind exchanges, gift certificates, caffeinone bath salts, unlicensed alternative healthcare practitioners, synthetic cannabinoids, sale of public services, immigration-related services provided by non-attorneys, solution of fees for deeds of trust, assisted living, residence referrals, contracts for dating services, automatic renewal contracts. Those are examples, again, far less consequentially than what we're talking about here today, which is a woman's ability to exercise her fundamental right to have an abortion or not at her choice without deliberately misleading information being introduced into that very important consideration. Those are some other lesser examples. My point being here, if we have seen fit to provide protections against deceptive communications for those things, we should certainly see fit to set those forth here. Now, I want to be clear. I do not believe that every pregnancy center, we've used different terms for these entities here today and in committee. I don't believe that every one of these entities, in fact, does communicate in a misleading way. I hope that they don't. I truly hope that they don't. There is, if any of these centers chooses to not offer abortion services, that's their right. If any of these centers communicates accurately about what they do and don't offer, then they have nothing to fear. There is evidence, however, that there is inaccurate communication, that there is even potentially misleading communication. This was shared with us, it's deeply unfortunate, in committee the other night. The best client you ever get is one that thinks they're walking into an abortion clinic. Direct quote taken from training materials. That is the kind of deliberately misleading thing that, again, that our laws have had protections against for more than 100 years in this country and for more than 50 years in our state. So that is the domain that we're in today, to make clear that our law will prohibit deceptive communications in this realm, and that there will be remedies if somebody or an organization in this realm is not communicating honestly about this topic of vital importance. And if there is honest communication, there will be no consequences. And I hope that there is honest communication. But I don't want members of this House to take my word for it. One of the things that I believe that I feel a responsibility to do as a member of a committee where a bill has come from the committee that I serve on, or in this case, chair, to the full House, we're lucky, we're privileged, we get to stand here and shape this debate a little bit by sharing our thoughts. Members of the public, although, they can come to committee, obviously, and do, and more than 100 did the other night on this bill, they don't get to be here. So I think sometimes it's helpful to share a little bit of what is shared with us in committee here. This is a version of some comments that a witness shared with us the other night. Thank you, sponsors, for bringing the bill forward, and thank you, committee, for hearing our stories. I represent myself and a friend and all the many people who've been harmed by crisis pregnancy centers. While working our way through college waiting tables, my girlfriend informed me that she was pregnant. Her decision was to get an abortion. So I offered my full support, however she needed. She just asked for my emotional and financial help. She said that she would make the arrangements. In the legislative declaration for this bill, Senate Bill 190, which I strongly support, said the witness the other night, subsection B states, pregnant individuals need timely and accurate information from qualified medical professionals to make informed decisions about their health and well-being. I agree with that statement. The crisis pregnancy center that she reached out to gave her inaccurate information when she could get any information at all. They delayed, lied to, and misled her at every step of the way. Again, strong words, I acknowledge that. This is what the witness told us. What should have been a quick, inexpensive, and safe procedure turned into a several months-long journey requiring much more risk on her part and several more financial challenges for both of us. The witness goes on. We were young, scared, and susceptible to people masquerading as friends. Let me be very clear. The decision to have a safe and legal abortion never changed or wavered. The only thing that the center succeeded in doing was putting my girlfriend's health at risk by spreading misinformation. Some people today have talked about regrets. The only regret that either of us have is that this was the particular place that she reached out to and the terrible way they treated her. The witness concludes, please vote yes on Senate Bill 190 to make sure that our kids and their kids will never be subject to these again. So this was an actual witness who, with his girlfriend, this was a long time ago, had this very true and very, I think, terrible experience. This witness was talking about his and his partner's particular experience. I want to be careful here to try to not paint with too broadly a brush. Where there are facilities operating from a philosophy that is not my philosophy and setting themselves forth in a world or into the world to offer certain services and not offer abortion services, that is their right to do that as long as they communicate honestly about what they are doing and honestly about what they are not doing, all the way honestly. We know that there are some instances where that doesn't happen, and I do believe because I am somebody who supports abortion rights, because I believe that women must have full legal, moral autonomy and sovereignty in our society. I believe that where there is inaccurate, even deceptive communication, it's appropriate that we have remedies about that. And to me, that is how this bill, Senate Bill 190, pulls together something that I very deeply believe in and support, which is abortion rights for women for the purpose of full autonomy and equality in our society, and a very long history in our consumer protection laws, which again have operated to prevent there being deceptive information in a variety of consequences in our society that are far less consequential than this one. We can and have set forth remedies against those sorts of things. We can and should set forth remedies against deceptive practices when it comes to circulating information about abortion rights as well. Those are some of the reasons that I urge a yes vote on Senate Bill 190. Thank you.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I also heard this bill through committee, and as I was reading through this, listening to, I think it was 188 different witnesses that ended up testifying on this and a previous bill. There were a couple of issues that I also wanted to highlight, and there are a couple of points that I'll end up making that I think might stand as an alternative to the points that the good representative from Arapahoe County just made. And so with that in mind, wanted to open up this bill here, and the first piece that I'll talk to is page 3, top of the page, where it talks about the American Medical Association states, physicians do not and cannot, without misleading them, tell their patients that it may be possible to reverse a medication abortion. And so as I read the bill, I saw that. That seemed like that was a pretty black and white statement here, statement from the medical community. However, in committee, I heard a wide variety of testimony from current practicing medical professionals that would seem to stand in contravention to that statement there. And I'll get to some of those here in a moment. But that kind of set up one of the two questions that I'll focus on in my comments here, which is that as I went through committee and as I listened to numerous witnesses from both sides testify, it seems that this is an issue that is not a matter of broad agreement even in the medical community, and that there are numerous medical doctors, medical professionals out there that hold a differing view. Now, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a medical professional, so when I have to examine, assess, and ultimately cast a vote on issues like this, I have to rely on some decision-making that I learned during my time in the military, in fact, when it comes to how do I make a decision about a bill like the one that I have in front of me? How do I assess and analyze the policies set forth in Senate Bill 190, given that it's not a subject matter area of expertise for me? And so, and I promise this relates to the bill, a couple of years ago, I had to be the task force commander for all military aviation assets that were assigned to fighting a wildfire in southern Colorado. And in that capacity, one of the functional areas that I oversaw was the paramedics, the flight medics that were assigned to assisting with that fire. Now, we had two types of paramedics. We had the civilian paramedics that were operating under the authority that they have through the civilian structure, but I also had my military paramedics, my military flight medics, who also operated under medical authority, but it was a different medical authority than the civilian channels. And as task force commander, I had to make decisions about what are we or what are we not going to do, which meant that I had to rely very heavily on the input of my subject matter experts in that area to guide the policies and the procedures that I would be putting into place. And so when I look at this bill here, that's one of the things that I rely on, given that medicine is not my area of expertise. I have to rely on the subject matter experts. And so in committee regarding this bill, we heard a lot of very divided testimony. We heard a lot of doctors come in and talk about how they agreed word for word with everything written in this bill. But we also heard numerous doctors with hundreds of years of combined medical experience who also came in and also talked about the fact that they did not agree with a lot of the medical precepts put forth in this bill. And so as I read through this bill, I'm on page 5 now, line 15, so that was subparagraph 2, or paragraph 2 here, where it talks about a licensee, registrant, or certificant engages in unprofessional conduct or is subject to discipline pursuant to Title 12 if they prescribe, administer, or attempts medication, abortion reversal in this state, unless the Colorado Medical Board, and then it goes through some medical board stuff. And so to me, that raised a couple of questions, which is, all medical providers in this state currently have a governing medical board that assesses their policies, procedures, and practices and determines whether or not they are practicing medicine in accordance with the best modern standards as determined by these different medical boards. And I've also had a professional license that governed the same way, again, not medical background, but I've also had a professional license that dictated the best policies, procedures, and practices for my particular industry. And so the question came up as I listened to all of these doctors talk in committee is, if there is currently a governing medical board or boards that oversee how doctors prescribe and treat their patients, and if those medical boards have not taken action against those doctors, is this in fact, as page 3 at the top of the page would lead one to believe, is this in fact a settled medical question? Or is there still a lot of disagreement about this in the medical community? And I asked actually a couple of these folks the question, has there ever been any discipline that you are aware of as a medical professional for any medical professionals who engage in these practices? And having asked that question to witnesses a couple of times, the answer that I kept getting was no. As far as we know, there have been no medical professionals that have been subject to discipline for engaging in the behavior and the practices described on the bottom half of page 5 here. And so with that in mind, the question that I have to ask myself is, if this is in fact not a settled question in the medical community, is legislation like this allowing doctors to practice medicine, to have professional, confidential, and trusting relationships with their patients? Or is this doing that thing that we so often hear about, which is inserting the government between a doctor and that doctor's patient? And so I wanted to point out a particular piece of testimony that was given in committee. The testimony was given by Dr. Peril, who is actually the president of an organization called Democrats for Life, Colorado. And so what Dr. Peril pointed out, a couple of things here, he gave us a big long fact sheet. I just wanted to highlight a few pieces of testimony that he gave in committee, which is that often women immediately regret their abortion decision after taking the morning after pill, but before taking the second drug. And they change their mind and they want to continue their pregnancy. And so another thing that the good doctor pointed out in committee is that when the intervention is low risk, like natural progesterone, and the potential benefit is large, like a life saved, then the strength of the recommendation, so the strength of the doctor being allowed to perform this practice, increases. And as the good doctor said, any evidence-based clinician would choose to recommend practices like these, and it would be a medical travesty to prohibit this use. And so I bring that up to point out that, again, I'm not a medical professional, but when I have folks like this, a medical doctor, president of Democrats for Life Colorado, who points out that this is not settled science, even in the medical community, and that there is a broad range of opinions on this, It makes me think that by subjecting the practice of medicine to the constraints that are outlined here on page 5, I have to ask myself, is this actually a good medical policy, or is this inserting the government between a doctor and their patient? I went home after that committee hearing and just mentioned briefly to my wife what we had talked about. And my wife made a comment that reminded me of something that I had heard in, I think it was like 14 or 15 hours of committee testimony. So I have 2 boys, but something that I haven't mentioned before is that my wife and I have also had 8 miscarriages. And those miscarriages are obviously very stressful, very traumatic, very emotionally, physically, and mentally draining on both, especially my wife. And so when I came home and I mentioned this bill to my wife, she made a comment to me which highlighted something that I heard in committee. And it says that here in the bill, as we talked about, that a licensee, registrant, or certificant, so somebody, a medical professional, is subject to discipline if they prescribe, administer, or attempt to administer an abortion reversal in this state. Well, during one of my wife's miscarriages, she also went to the doctor and received large doses of progesterone in an effort to save the pregnancy. It was unsuccessful, unfortunately, but the comment that my wife made to me is, and that was also reflected by several doctors in committee, was if a doctor is treating a patient who is concerned for their pregnancy, is this going to have a chilling effect on a doctor's ability to prescribe progesterone, as they did for my wife in an effort unsuccessfully to save that pregnancy? Is this going to create a chilling effect on women who are naturally miscarrying and who are seeking this progesterone treatment because a doctor is concerned that they are not sure if the patient that they are treating is in fact suffering a natural miscarriage or a chemically induced abortion? And my wife's comment to me was, wow, I'm sure glad that I had the opportunity to get that treatment before this bill was being proposed, because I don't know if I would have been able to get that treatment should this bill become law. And so when I hear comments like that from my wife, who has struggled so much with pregnancies, I want to make sure that this law is in fact not going to limit a doctor's ability to treat their patient, and that all viable treatments are on the table. And so when I hear the testimony of doctors, like the one that I just read to you, it makes me wonder, is this bill in fact prescribing a level playing field? Or, given that we all know this is an intensely debated topic and an incredibly emotionally and ideologically charged topic, is this setting up a situation in which an unequal playing field is being created? And doctors who support treatments, one of the particular doctors in committee mentioned that there is a national organization, a national network of 10,000 OBGYNs who do not have a problem. They think it's completely acceptable in their professional medical opinion to engage in some of the practices described in this bill. So if on the one hand I have groups like the American Medical Association here at the top of page 3 that are opposed to this practice, but then I also have testimony that there are 10,000 OBGYNs across the country who are in support of this practice, I have to ask myself, is this bill creating a level playing field, or is this bill taking an ideological approach to hotly debated topics in the medical community and prescribing legislation on the basis of ideology and not necessarily a level playing field? And, you know, I think to a certain extent that question might have already been answered. The good representative from Arapahoe County who spoke just before me mentioned that a part of the justification for this law is that we need, quote, laws that set forth our values. And so I want to make sure that those values are, in fact, the values of a level playing field in the medical community, and not values that are emotionally or ideologically driven. So that, I think, outlines my first concern with this bill, which is that it does not have that level playing field. I'm concerned that a lot of the testimony that I heard was that this is still open for debate in the medical community. One other point that I forgot to make. We heard some students in medical research institutes come in and talk about lines 23 and 24 here on page 5, which talks about that these practices have to be generally accepted standards of practice. And so what these research students pointed out was, well, the only way something gets to become a generally accepted standard of practice is if it's first researched and subject to some research studies. Well, obviously the reason that it's being researched is because it is potentially not a generally accepted standard of practice. So as written, these medical research students' question was, does this create a situation in which an entire area of medicine is being closed to research because it's not a generally accepted standard of practice, and typically things don't become generally accepted standards of practice absent some research and some case studies. So that's my first concern, is that it is legislating medicine that is in fact not a settled question in the medical community. The second question that I had, and I was glad for some of the background and context provided by the representative from Arapahoe County, was in the area of the deceptive trade practices. Because I do know that we have current deceptive trade practices here in the state of Colorado that cover a wide variety of things. And so it was again very enlightening to hear the list read of some of these specific areas in which legislation has been passed concerning deceptive trade practices. The good representative talked about hearing aids and timeshares, health clubs, social security number confidentiality, ticket sales, dating services. And after hearing that list read, the comment was made that these are items that are far less consequential than this. And I think that kind of feeds into my second concern with this, which is that, again, choice requires a level playing field. It requires industries or products to have that level playing field to honestly offer whatever services that they're offering. And so I don't think there's anyone in this chamber who would disagree with the concept that we must have honest advertising. I stand here and I tell you today, I agree with honest advertising. And I think that having deceptive trade practices, having those laws and legislation in place is critically important to protecting consumers. Honesty in advertising is very important. But that list of currently regulated, specifically regulated practices, as was mentioned, are far less consequential than this. This is an incredibly ideologically and emotionally debated issue. And in testimony in committee, we heard numerous witnesses discuss that it seemed that this bill, particularly page 4, the bottom of it, so subparagraph 2, it seemed as if the language of this bill specifically did not establish a level playing field insofar as it only regulated half of the two, if you will assume that the two broad camps of individuals offering services. And we heard numerous amounts of testimony, which I'm sure will be explored at length today, from individuals who felt that abortion clinics also at times falsely advertised. And so the question in regards to page 4, line 21, paragraph 2 here was, why does the bill only target crisis pregnancy centers and not abortion clinics also, when there were numerous anecdotes and numerous witnesses in committee who talked about how they felt that at times both sides engaged in deceptive trade practices? Why is only one being targeted by this legislation and the other side is not? And so that goes back to my second concern, which is that as legislators, we're supposed to create a level playing field, and government is not supposed to be in the habit of picking winners and losers. And so as I read this bill, I read some of the statements that have already been discussed in the previous amendments about some of the very emotionally charged language used in this bill. I ask myself, is this discussion about deceptive trade practices creating a level playing field, or is it placing a large burden on one industry without a corresponding similar burden being placed on a directly competing industry? And so those really wrap up the two concerns that I have, which is the level playing field for the deceptive trade practices, and the concern that medicine is not being left to the professionals who are, it sounds like, in a lot of disagreement themselves as they discuss these issues. It's not leaving medicine to the medical professionals. It's inserting government and legislation into something that is hotly debated within the medical community. So those sum up the two concerns that I have with this bill, and for those reasons, I would ask for your no vote. Thank you.
Representative Brown. I know you just put a cookie in your mouth. I saw that, but sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to save my cookie for later. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you all today. I want to focus on a particular section of the bill that says that medical professionals will be considered to have engaged in unprofessional conduct and would be subject to discipline pursuant to Title 12 if the licensee, registrant, or certificant provides, prescribes, administers, or attempts medication, abortion, reversal in our state. And I want to ask the question, which is, why should prescribing abortion medication reversal be considered unprofessional conduct and therefore subject to disciplinary action by a board? And the answer is because there's no legitimate scientific evidence that medication abortion reversal works at all. And if you're listening at home, you might say to yourself, but Kyle, I did my own research and I found studies saying that it works. Well, not all studies are created equal. Some studies rely on anecdote and don't appropriately control for things like the placebo effect. Many of you know that I'm a scientist. My background is in science, and as a matter of fact, I come from a long line of scientists. My mother was a biochemist and microbiologist. My father was an evolutionary ecologist. My grandfather was a pastor and took one class in science, but he got a D, so clearly it started later. But my background is in science, and I have published papers in peer-reviewed journals based on sound scientific methods. And when scientists do research, they work to control for variables and then test for the effects between different groups. One group in your experiment is typically a test group where you apply some treatment. Maybe it's a drug, something else. And the other is the control group where you keep things more or less the same. In some disciplines like microbiology, or genetics, you attempt to eliminate all the differences between the two groups before you run your study, and then apply on one group the test. In other disciplines like ecology or even in medicine, you try to make sure that there are sufficient numbers of individuals in each group and the variance between them is more or less equal, so that when you assign a treatment to one of the groups, that any differences you see is because of that particular variable. The gold standard in medical studies is what's called a double-blind randomized control trial. So what's that? Well, a randomized controlled trial is a form of scientific experiment that's used to control factors not under the direct experimental control. So again, examples are clinical trials that compare the effects of drugs, surgical techniques, medical devices, diagnostic procedures, and other medical treatments like we're talking about with abortion pill reversal. Participants who enroll in randomized control trial differ from one another in known and unknown ways that can influence study outcomes and yet cannot be directly controlled. So if you randomly allocate the participants among the compared treatments, a randomized controlled trial enables statistical control over these influences. Again, this has not been done in any meaningful way for abortion pill reversal. If you design your randomized controls trial well and conduct it properly, and you enroll enough participants, you can achieve sufficient control over the different confounding factors to deliver a useful comparison of the treatment study. So let's put a little finer point on that. A randomized control trial, which is also called an RCT, in clinical research typically compares a proposed new treatment against an existing standard of care. These are then termed the experimental group and the control treatments, respectively. When no generally accepted treatment is available, a placebo might be used. Sometimes people call it a sugar pill, if you're talking about pills, drugs in particular. The blinding principle is ideal. So in both of these groups, no one knows whether you're getting the real treatment or you're getting the placebo or the normal standard of care. And that's important because it helps you to control for the placebo effect, the idea that just by thinking that you're getting the drug, people tend to get better, or researchers perceive that certain people are getting better because they know that they're getting treatment. So that's why double blind is important, because neither the researchers nor the patients know whether they're getting the treatment or not. The randomness of assigning in the assignment of participants reduces the selection bias as well as the allocation bias, balancing both known and unknown prognostic factors in the assignment of treatments. Blinding reduces other forms of experimenter and subject biases. That's another way of saying that. So if you ask the National Cancer Institute, a double-blind study is a type of clinical trial in which neither the participants nor the researcher knows which treatment or intervention the participants are receiving until the clinical trial is over. This makes the results of the study less likely to be biased. This means that the results are less likely to be affected by factors that are not related to the treatment or intervention being tested. As I've said, a well-blinded, randomized control treatment is considered the gold standard for clinical trials, and they're commonly used to test the effectiveness of medical interventions. But there are no double-blind, randomized control trials that show that abortion pill reversal works or is safe and effective. When you're in a double-blind study, you, as the patient, don't know if you're receiving the experimental treatment. No one tells you that. And as a matter of fact, your doctor doesn't even know. Only those who are directing the study know the treatment that each participant receives. And again, that's to prevent bias. We have a lot of these anecdotal studies that are built on a handful of participants who know that they're getting some sort of different treatment that don't get compared to the results from a control group and aren't double-blinded. And that's what's at issue here, right? Science has a method, and it matters. And just because you heard something from your friend or you have some sort of anecdote or a handful of people that you heard about that something happened to doesn't mean that it's a scientifically peer-reviewed study that utilized a double-blind randomized controlled trial. So, great. Why does all this matter? Because there are no scientific studies that demonstrate abortion pill reversal is safe and effective, these treatments have not been evaluated or approved by the FDA or major scientific or medical organizations. And to allow otherwise would be allow healthcare professionals to essentially experiment on their patients. Science is important here. It protects patients. It provides for standards of care that people can rely upon. This bill will ensure that science-based, evidence-based treatments are used, not anecdote, not ideology. That's what's at stake here, is consumer protection. I ask for an aye vote on this bill.
Further discussion, Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In my opinion, this might be one of the most egregious bills I have yet to hear, and I have a lot to choose from. This bill makes it a deceptive trade practice for a person to make or disseminate to the public any advertisement that indicates directly or indirectly that the person provides abortions, emergency contraceptives, or referrals for abortions or emergency contraceptives when the person knows or reasonably should have known that the person does not provide those specific services. But we already have consumer protection laws in the state. May 23rd, 2019, Attorney General Phil Weiser today joined Governor Jared Polis for the signing of HB 19-1289, legislation that strengthens the Colorado Consumer Protection Act and gives the Attorney General's office more tools to crack down on scams and unfair business practices. With bipartisan support in the state legislature, the bill's passage marks the first major overhaul of the state's consumer protection laws in decades and brings Colorado more in line with other states when it comes to protecting consumers. According to the National Consumer Law Center, Colorado ranks 48th in the nation for strength of consumer protection laws. Strengthening our consumer protection laws is a huge victory for Colorado consumers. Today, we're sending a message to everyone that here in Colorado, we celebrate businesses that do the right thing, entrepreneurs who solve problems, and companies that play by the rules. I thank Governor Polis, our own state representative Mike Wiseman, and Senator Mike Foote and Julie Gonzalez for making this bill a reality so that we can hold irresponsible businesses accountable and squash fraudulent activity before it's too late, said Weiser. So I ask, why is this legislation necessary? And if the bill sponsors think that it is, why aren't abortion centers listed in this legislation? We heard from over 11 hours of witness testimony about deceptive trade practices in the abortion industry. Those of us on the committee on both sides of the aisle asked for evidence of deceptive trade practices of pregnancy resource centers, and we were given zero evidence that they were doing this. We had a testimony from a county commissioner whose girlfriend had an abortion over 30 years ago and claimed deceptive trade practices from the PRC that she went to. And when I questioned him about the name of the clinic, he had no idea what it was. He also claimed that he had not experienced any false claims in his own county because there's no PRCs in his county, when in fact there is. It's called Hope First Resource Center in Brighton. So the fact that the county commissioner hasn't even heard of the one pregnancy resource center in his own county should say a lot, shouldn't it? Shouldn't we have a lot more lawsuits against pregnancy resource centers that there was proof that this was happening, convincing us that we need another law? And since there was no burden of proof explained in committee, no lawsuits, no websites depicting the deceptive trade practice, why do we need this bill? Under the legislative declaration, the General Assembly finds and declares that in Colorado, I want you guys to listen, a pregnant individual has a fundamental right to continue a pregnancy or to terminate a pregnancy by abortion. Pregnant individuals need timely and accurate information from qualified medical professionals to make informed decisions about their health and well-being. According to the AMA Journal of Ethics, anti-abortion centers, also known as crisis pregnancy centers, aim to prevent abortions by persuading people that adoption or parenting is a better option. No way, how awful to tell someone who believes their only option is to kill their baby is offered a world that allows them answers and support to be a successful mom. We just had a group of teenage women, some as young as 14, from Florence, Critton at the Capitol last week, talking about this amazing organization that allows them the chance of being a mom and getting an education. Is the next bill to target centers like this? This bill also states that anti-abortion centers are the ground level presence of a well-coordinated anti-choice movement. Couldn't we say the same, that abortion clinics are anti-life? Because they are. We heard testimony that there's only 20 abortion clinics in the state of Colorado because of fear. What fear? According to the data, there have been no targets on abortion clinics since 2015 in the state of Colorado, not one. On the contrary, more than 100 crisis pregnancy centers, pro-life organizations, and churches have been attacked. Some more than once since the May 2nd leak of the Supreme Court draft opinion in Dobbs versus Jackson, Women's Health Organization, which overturned Roe versus Wade. Fox News Digital previously reported that while more than a dozen attacks have been claimed by the left pro-wing abortion group Jane's Revenge, not a single member of the underground group has been arrested. According to a list updated this month, a Christian nonprofit, at least 38 churches across the country have been firebombed, smashed, ransacked, or vandalized with pro-abortion graffiti and threatening messages since the May 2nd leak. At least 58 other pro-life clinics and organizations suffered the same fate, according to the same report. An ongoing list by conservative nonprofit lobbying group Catholic Vote, which was updated as recently as Monday, revealed that some organizations have been attacked more than once. The list also includes instances of vandalism against 5 additional crisis pregnancy centers that were not named in the first report, including Expectant Mother Care Frontline in New York, Northfield Women's Clinic in Minnesota, Arches New Hope Pregnancy Center in Utah, Abrea Pregnancy Resources in Minnesota, and Compassion and Hope Pregnancy in Idaho. There were at least 23 other incidents listed by the FRC in which abortion protesters were attacked, or pro-life individuals were physically attacked since the May 2nd leak. Of those instances, resulted in 7 students at New Jersey High School being reportedly suspended after physically assaulting a student holding a pro-life sign at a pro-abortion protest during a school board meeting. On May 3rd, a pro-life college students who supported Arizona Republican gubernatorial candidate Carrie Lake were reportedly spat upon during a pro-life rally, a pro-choice rally at the Arizona Capitol. On May 2nd, the Students for Life chapter of the University of Missouri St. Louis reported that their pro-life memorial was vandalized. In July, Heidi Matzke, the president of Alternatives Pregnancy Center in California, testified to the Senate Judiciary Committee that a man armed with a machete approached her clinic earlier that month, prompting her to hire additional security and fortify the clinic's walls and doors. Not included in either the FRC's or Catholic Votes list is the high-profile arrest of Nicholas John Roski, a California man who was carrying a gun, ammunition, and a knife when he was apprehended by police outside the Maryland home of Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh. Roski, who was charged with attempted murder of a federal judge, told investigators that he was upset about Kavanaugh's positions on Roe versus Wade and that he planned to break into the justice's home, murder him, and then commit suicide. The Federal Bureau of Investigation first told Fox News Digital in June that it has launched an investigation into the targeted attacks against pro-life organizations and churches. When reached by Fox News Digital on Wednesday, the FBI repeated a statement it gave in September, saying it was still investigating the series of attacks and threats targeting pregnancy resource centers, faith-based organizations, and reproductive health clinics across the country, as well to judicial buildings, including the U.S. Supreme Court. The incidents are being investigated as potential acts of domestic violent extremism. FACE, or Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act, violations or violent crime matters depending on the facts of each case, the FBI said. The FBI takes all violence and threats of violence very seriously, and we are working closely with our law enforcement partners at the national, state, and local levels to investigate these incidents. There's a right under our First Amendment to express yourself, and violence and destruction of property is not it. And that's what the rule of law is all about. And we have seen a number of attacks against faith-based organization pregnancy resource centers, FBI Director Christopher Wray told Fox News in July. And why does Planned Parenthood have more of a need for their services in Colorado? Why only 20 versus over 50 pregnancy resource centers in the state of Colorado? It's called supply and demand. And while most of the voters might want abortion in Colorado, it is clear what the actual need is. Planned Parenthood has a revenue of $70 million off of abortion alone. Why isn't there a clinic on every corner with armed guards? Because they are not in demand, and that is the truth. Continuing deceptive trade practices, ultrasounds before abortions are routine in some abortion clinics. In others, they are performed under circumstances. Former Planned Parenthood worker Catherine Anthony Adair said the following in an interview. At the time I worked for Planned Parenthood, ultrasounds were done if the woman was unsure of the dates of her last menstrual period or if the doctor ordered one. Women were not given the option of viewing the ultrasound. In reality, ultrasounds before abortions are good medical practice. Besides verifying the length of the pregnancy, which determines what technique of abortion and what instruments are used, an ultrasound is one way to verify that a woman does not have a tubal or ectopic pregnancy, something with which they could die from. A woman may test positive for pregnancy, but really have a situation where the unborn baby is developing in the fallopian tubes and not in the womb. If this is not discovered, the tube can rupture, which is a major medical complication that can end in death. There has been a number of instances over the past several decades of women who have gone to abortion clinics, left thinking they were no longer pregnant, and then died from a burst ectopic pregnancy. These women all died when abortion providers failed to diagnose their ectopic pregnancies. I would consider that deceptive trade practice. In most cases, when ultrasounds are performed, women are not shown the images unless they specifically ask to see them, and sometimes not even them. So what about our people that go into abortion clinics that English is their second language? Are they being told? Is this a deceptive trade practice? Numerous former abortion providers have attested to this, including Dr. Joseph Randall, who is quoted saying, "They, the women, are never allowed to look at the ultrasound because we knew that if they so much as heard the heartbeat, they wouldn't want to have an abortion." The fact that Planned Parenthood and other pro-choice groups oppose any legislation that would allow a woman the option of seeing the ultrasound screen further attests to this pattern. Even in cases where the law states that the woman does not need to look at the ultrasound, but must merely be given the option, Planned Parenthood has been contentious. One pro-choice author commenting on a proposed law in Louisiana which required a woman to see an ultrasound image of her baby before aborting it called the ultrasound a torture weapon, referring to a bill supported by Rick Perry that would allow women who choose a chance to see an ultrasound of their unborn baby before going through with an abortion. Planned Parenthood President Cecil Richards said the following, "Why is Rick Perry so cruel to women? Rick Perry is running for president. If he wins, you can bet he'll force this dangerous agenda on every woman in every state. If we don't stand up to him now, women may suffer the consequences for years to come." In Planned Parenthood's world, allowing a woman to see an image of her baby on the ultrasound screen is a dangerous agenda. Many women who have abortions do not know the truth about fetal development. To quote Catherine Anthony Adair again, we never discussed, she worked for Planned Parenthood, we never discussed fetal development. The baby was referred to as the contents of the uterus or a clump of cells. On the rare occasion a woman asked about the size of the baby, I would tell her it was about the size of the tip of my pencil, regardless of how many weeks into her pregnancy was. That is deceptive trade practice. Jules Green, another former clinic worker at Planned Parenthood, said, when explaining the abortion, the word baby was never used. Rather, contents of the uterus. The pregnancy or products of conception were the preferred terms to refer to the fetus. Jack Teeter quoted what Planned Parenthood states and read the summary on Planned Parenthood page. They included fetus and uterus and no mention of the word baby. The language of abortion counselors is often crafted carefully to avoid any reference to the baby. Even the term fetus is not always used. A 2012 NPR radio program interviewed abortion workers at a facility in England. In the interviews, the clinic workers never mentioned the word abortion. Rather, abortions were referred to as treatments, the treatment room, treatment counseling. Ultrasounds cut through all this evasive rhetoric. They show the reality of the unborn baby. As for abortion providers, statements that ultrasounds are cruel and torture weapons, anyone who has listened to a woman who regret their abortions has heard over and over again, I wish I had had more information. If I had known what abortion would really do to my baby, I wouldn't have had one. Sometimes a woman who has had a past abortion gets pregnant again and is confronted with a picture of her new baby on the ultrasound screen. The then lies are exposed, and she has to bear the full brunt of the knowledge of what she has consented to. Abortion providers may be able to avoid the truth when counseling women, but they will not be there to shield the woman from the truth for the rest of her life. Eventually, many of the women who are lied to in abortion clinics will learn the facts about fetal development, and the abortion providers will not be there to help them when this happens. Many times, the experience leads to depression and self-loathing. So why do abortion providers avoid showing ultrasound images to women? Perhaps that is because up to 78% of women who see an ultrasound of their babies choose not to have abortions. When abortion-minded women see ultrasounds of their babies at crisis pregnancy centers, amazing things happen, but we want to blame them for holding their patients hostage. Here's a story for one crisis pregnancy center worker in New Jersey. A woman we'll call Gina had been in the waiting room of the crisis pregnancy center while 7 of her friends encouraged her to keep the baby. When she came in for the appointment, however, she said, "No one can change my mind about getting an abortion. Not my friends in the waiting room and not that girl who just came in, and definitely not you." The worker relates, "I let Gina know that was not my intention to force her to abort, but rather to present her with her options so she could make the best, most well-informed decision. Gina and I met for about an hour, and it was such a pleasant time. I got to know her and her family dynamics, life objectives, and relationship with the father of her baby. I reviewed information on abortion with her and invited her to listen as I discussed the options of parenting and adoption so that she could truly make the best decision for herself. She welcomed the opportunity and afterwards thanked me for helping her to think about the pregnancy from other perspectives. But even after our time together, Gina was firm in decision to abort. Then Gina had an ultrasound, and it was life-changing. Immediately after looking at the monitor, Gina looked at our nurse and me and said, "Yo, that's it. That's my baby." This is the first time she identified it as a baby. "I can do this." It was such a turn of events. Gina carried the pregnancy to term and kept her child. The Women's Choice Network is a pro-life organization that helps women who are facing unplanned pregnancies and encourages them to choose life. In 2011, the network assisted more than 1,500 women. Of the 172 who saw their sonogram when considering abortion, 123 continued the pregnancy. So that's over 60 that chose to abort and weren't held hostage by this pregnancy crisis center. The sonogram is just the first step. It's day one of a 2-year journey. Most of the work we will do comes after the sonogram, citing baby supplies, mentoring, assistance finding childcare, and other help. We really leave it up to them, and we do have an occasional woman who doesn't want to look, she said, but almost every woman, most every boyfriend, and almost every weepy grandma in the room looks at that screen. They want to see. And the most common response we hear is, "We had no idea." It should be noted that this pro-life facility, like most pro-life facilities, offers women ongoing help after they decide to continue their pregnancies. This is in contrast to abortion clinics, which take the woman's money, do the abortion, and send her home. In another article, a married woman who became pregnant at age 39 after she already had all the children she wanted, weighed abortion and decided she would probably keep the baby, but unfortunately, she says her maternal instincts did not respond to reason. When a young friend placed her baby in her arms, she found herself looking with distaste into a little scrunched face, inspiring no tenderness, only intense tedium at the thought of tending him. What was I going to do with the baby I couldn't return to his mother? She was not sure, despite her reservations, what it would cost her emotionally to have an abortion if something were wrong. When told she had as much chance of having a miscarriage from the amniocentesis as she did at her age of having a Down syndrome child, she hoped for the miscarriage. That is until, lying on the table where the procedure was to take place, I saw the ultrasound scan on a television monitor above me reveal the perfectly shaped head of the child I carried. I wanted that baby. Pro-life author Randy Alcorn recounts the following story told to him by pregnancy center workers in his book, Pro-Life Answers to Pro-Choice Arguments. Barb came to Cobb Pregnancy Center services Tuesday wanting a verification of pregnancy so she could get an abortion. She was 16 weeks pregnant. Janet, her counselor, put in a video that showed the abortion procedure for a baby of this age. When Janet returned to the room, Barb was looking down and said, "I can't have no baby." Janet shared her regret concerning an abortion she lived with me for more than 25 years. She then got permission to call me to do an ultrasound and show Barb her baby. The little girl was the most cooperative to show even her mom's untrained eye that she was alive, very active, and doing well inside her. She opened and closed her mouth, had hiccups, laid back as if in a beach chair, stretching her little legs. She even held up hands so Barb could count her fingers. Barb was visibly touched. When the scan was over, I asked Barb what her plans were. She replied, "I'm going to have my baby." I asked if the scan had made a difference. She said, "Big time. I just came in here to get a pregnancy verification so I could go have an abortion." A woman who was considering abortion after a pregnancy resulting from rape agreed to a free ultrasound at a pregnancy center. She was blinking, she was just hanging out, looking around, sucking on her thumb. It was so realistic, so lifelike. It looks like you can just reach right in there and pick up the baby. I know they have a heartbeat at 4 to 6 weeks, but it still doesn't feel as real to you until you see a human. It amazed me. She kept her baby. I never thought I could love or bond with a child who was conceived under such horrible circumstances, but that's where we don't give God enough credit, Oliver said. I look at her, I don't even see him. She's beautiful and perfect. Another crisis pregnancy center worker recalls a woman who came running into the pro-life center, sobbing after a Planned Parenthood worker accidentally allowed her to see the ultrasound screen before her abortion. Accidentally allowed her to see the ultrasound screen before her abortion. Immediately upon seeing her baby on the screen, the woman knew she could not go through with the abortion and sought refuge in the pro-life clinic. On November 2nd, 2012, the organization 40 Days for Life, which arranges prayer campaigns and protests outside abortion clinics, told the following story. A woman had made the long drive from another county for an abortion appointment. She was one of the first to arrive that day. As she was leaving, the volunteers noted that she might have been inside long enough for the abortion. They also noted that she was crying. So one of them asked her, "Is there anything I can do to help?" "I couldn't do it," the woman said. "They were doing an ultrasound, so I asked if I could see it. At first they refused, telling me you don't really want to see it. But I insisted, yeah, I do want to see it, because if I can see it, maybe I won't do it." She was right. Once she saw her 9-week baby on the ultrasound screen, she knew that she couldn't go through with the abortion. So let's talk about truth. We've been up here listening that we want to talk about truth, so let's talk about truth. Ultrasounds are a liability to abortion clinics in another way as well. Clinic staff cannot be disturbed by the picture of the baby on the ultrasound screen. By now, many people in the pro-life movement have heard the story of Abby Johnson, the Planned Parenthood director who became pro-life after watching the abortion of a 13-week-old unborn baby on the ultrasound. A lesser-known story is that of Joan Appleton, who had a similar experience. When talking during a conference in Chicago, Illinois, sponsored by the Pro-Life Action League, about the reason she left her abortion clinic, she said, "And I too had seen an ultrasound abortion. We did first trimester. This was late first trimester, probably early second trimester. Really, we could look to 13.7 weeks, give or take. I can't remember offhand what the specific problem was, but we wanted to do the abortion by ultrasound to make sure that we did indeed get all the baby. The terminology was that we wanted to make sure we had the entire pregnancy. I handled the ultrasound while the doctor performed the procedure, and I directed him while I was watching the screen. I saw the baby pull away. I saw the baby open his mouth. I had seen silent scream a number of times, but it didn't affect me. To me, it was just more pro-life propaganda, but I couldn't deny what I saw on the screen. After that procedure, I was shaking, literally, but managed to pull it together and continue on with the day. Unlike Abby Johnson, Appleton did not leave her job immediately, but this incident was pivotal in convincing her that abortion was wrong. Dr. Stuart Campbell performed abortions for years, but the new vivid 3D ultrasound images changed his mind. Even a fetus lying there dead doesn't convey the horror that one experiences seeing a baby moving its arms and legs, opening its mouth, sucking its thumb, and then thinking, gosh, somebody wants to, it looks so vital. It has changed my view. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Dr. Campbell no longer performs abortions. Dr. Randall quoted before testifying to the following: I think the greatest thing that got us to us was the ultrasound. At that time, the ultrasound or sound wave picture, which was moving, called a real-time ultrasound, showed the baby on TV. That baby really came alive on TV and was moving. And that picture of the baby on ultrasound bothered me more than anything else. We lost 2 nurses. They couldn't take looking. He said this at the Meet the Abortion Providers Conference sponsored by the Pro-Life Action League. The phenomenon of abortion clinic workers leaving after seeing ultrasounds has been so prevalent over the past several decades that major medical publications have addressed the problem. According to an article in OBGYN News, staff members of abortion clinics also may be affected by sonographic images and may need opportunities for venting their feelings and reconfirming their priorities. Allison Harwit, NARAL Pro-Choice America's Director of Government Relations, told a reporter the following while discussing a bill that it would allow government grants to crisis pregnancy centers to purchase ultrasound machines. They don't want them to go to Planned Parenthood where they'll get their full range of options. They just want them to go to crisis pregnancy centers where women will be exposed to this weapon at taxpayers' expense. Perhaps inadvertently, Hurwitz has spoken the truth. Ultrasounds are a powerful weapon against the lies and deceit of the abortion industry. Deceptive trade practices. Another deceptive trade practice at abortion centers: there are more than 13,500 low-cost or free clinics that women can choose of instead of Planned Parenthood. These clinics outnumber Planned Parenthood 20-1, and on an average are less than 5 miles from Planned Parenthood locations. These clinics offer more services than Planned Parenthood offers, including material resources, diapers, clothing, counseling. Deception: Planned Parenthood is relentless in providing screenings for breast and cervical cancer. Truth: from 2006 to 2013, Planned Parenthood cut their breast cancer screening in half. During that same period, Planned Parenthood's revenue grew 28% and taxpayer funding increased by 57%. Planned Parenthood does no mammograms. And then I want to talk about something else, because I looked through all of this, what I consider deceptive trade practices. What is Planned Parenthood and other abortion providers telling women about the harms of abortion to women? Are they being told of the dangers? Because I couldn't find a lot. So let's talk about truth. 2011 article published in the British Journal of Psychiatry examined 22 major studies between 1995 and 2009 that examined the psychological effects of abortion on women. The results of this survey were alarming. Compared to women who carried their babies to term, women who obtained abortions were 81% increased risk for mental health problems, 10% of which is directly attributable to the abortion. If we're talking about saving the world from mental health, you have to look at these studies. You can't just ignore these studies. 27% were more likely to use marijuana. 21% were more likely to display suicidal behaviors, and 35% were more likely to commit suicide. Colorado women, I hope you're paying attention to this. Despite the obvious risk and harm of abortion, those who support abortion on demand still claim that abortion is safer than carrying a pregnancy to term. A study released in 2012 was touted as supporting this often repeated statement. However, a closer look at the mythology and information used in the study, and also who is behind the study, reveals it is completely misleading and speculation at best. Deceptive trade practice. The study was conducted by Dr. David Grimes, who is a clinical professor of obstetrics and gynecology at the University of North Carolina School of Medicine. In the study, Dr. Grimes attempts to compare the risk of death associated with full-term pregnancy and delivery to the risk of death associated with an abortion. The first obvious problem is that he is comparing a very accurate number in the reported deaths associated with full-term pregnancy and live births. 95% of live births occur in hospitals, and hospitals are mandated to report all live births as well as all associated deaths, to a very inaccurate number in deaths associated with abortion. Abortions as well as abortion mortality, thank you, definitely need that. Thank you. Are not systematically collected because abortion reporting is so haphazard across the United States as a whole, and because there is no mandatory reporting of abortion deaths or complications, it is impossible to accurately make the comparison that Dr. Grimes attempts to make. Doing so allows for any interpretation to be made according to a particular bias, deceptive trade practice. The second problem with the study is who is behind it. Dr. Grimes is an avid abortion activist and has been affiliated with Planned Parenthood of America. Additionally, much of the information he relied upon in his study was supplied by the Guttmacher Institute, the research arm of Planned Parenthood. Clearly, it is in the interest of Dr. Grimes and Planned Parenthood, America's largest abortion provider, for such a study to claim abortion is safe. Try as they might to prove otherwise, the reality is that abortion harms women and ends the life of a preborn child. Furthermore, there have been comprehensive studies in both Finland and Denmark that show the exact opposite results from Dr. Grimes' research. The conclusion of the study in Denmark states, compared to women who delivered, women who had an early or late abortion had significantly higher mortality rates within 1 through 10 years. When you go to get an abortion, do you think these providers are telling you your risk of death increases? The following is an overview of the physical and psychological issues which plague women who have chosen abortion to solve their problems, frequently without having been warned of the potential consequences. Deceptive trade practice. Psychological effects of abortion. Alcoholism. Abortion doubles the risk of alcoholism in women. Studies have shown an increased risk of alcohol abuse during subsequent pregnancies following an abortion. Child abuse. Abortion is linked to depression, violent behavior, and difficulty in bonding to children born subsequent to an aborted pregnancy. One study indicated that women who had an abortion history reported more frequent slapping, kicking, hitting, biting, beating, and use of physical punishment compared to women without an abortion history. Divorce and relationship problems. Many post-abortive women have trouble forming lasting bonds and report substantial conflict within their relationships. Drug abuse. Abortion is linked to subsequent drug abuse. One study found that the use of illicit drugs among post-abortive women is 6 times higher than for those without a history of abortion. Another study showed that post-abortive women were 4.5 times more likely to abuse drugs during subsequent pregnancies. Post-abortion syndrome. At least 19% of women who had abortions suffer from post-abortion syndrome. About half of women who had abortions suffer from many, but not all, of these symptoms of post-abortion syndrome. The symptoms include anxiety attacks, irritability, outbursts of rage, sleep difficulties, flashbacks of the abortion experience, reactions of intense grief on the date of abortion or the baby's due date, nightmares about the abortion, and drug or alcohol abuse. The best evidence regarding negative effects of abortion indicates that 10 to 30% will experience serious psychological problems. We can't talk that we're worried about the mental health of women and not give them truth. We cannot do that under this dome. Psychological impairment. Women with a history of abortion are 81% more likely to encounter psychological health problems. This includes a 34% greater risk of anxiety issues and a 37% higher rate of depression. Repeat abortions. Studies indicate that nearly half of all abortions are repeat abortions that carry risks such as substance abuse and premature birth and subsequent pregnancies. Women who have undergone repeat abortions are also 80% more likely to experience vaginal bleeding in subsequent pregnancies, greatly increasing the risk of perinatal mortality. Death. Sleep disorders. Women who underwent abortions were twice as likely to seek treatment for sleep disorders in the first 6 months after pregnancy than women who had given birth. The higher risk for sleep disorders persisted for 4 years following an abortion, although not as high a level. Suicide. One study of post-abortive women in California found that those elected to have an abortion were 2.6 times more likely to die of suicide compared to those that carried their babies to term. Thoughts of suicide. A study published in 2009 indicated that post-abortive women are 60% more likely to experience thoughts of suicide following the procedure. So I ask you, if abortion clinics aren't giving these to women, that is a deceptive trade practice. Death. Officially, legal abortion is the 5th leading cause of maternal death in the United States of America. Infection, hemorrhage, pulmonary embolism, and anesthetic complications are the most frequent causes of death following an abortion. Are women told that? Are women told that they have a 20% chance of dying? An older comprehensive study of pregnancy-associated deaths in Finland that compared women who aborted to those who gave birth showed a pattern of self-destructive and risk-taking behavior among post-abortive women, which substantially increased risk of death beyond the immediate physical risks of the abortion itself. Immediate complications. 20% of women suffer complications after abortion. 1 in 5. Complications include infection, excessive bleeding, embolism, uterine perforation, cervical injury, and shock. Minor complications include nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, and bleeding. The risks of toxic shock, hemorrhaging, and death exist regardless of whether the abortion is surgical or by pill, and evidence suggests these risks are actually higher for medication than surgical abortion. It should also be noted that 20% of patients with medical abortions needed a post-abortion surgical procedure to complete the abortion process, according to one study. So you're talking 1 in 20 that took the chemical pill also had to have surgery, and I couldn't find anything on those websites saying that either. Deceptive trade practice. Breast cancer. 2009 study released by the American Association for Cancer Research revealed that women who have had abortions face a 40% greater risk for contracting breast cancer. The same study showed that the use of oral contraceptives by minors were linked to a 270% increased risk for triple-negative breast cancer, an extremely aggressive form of cancer associated with high mortality rates. Ectopic pregnancy. Medication abortion increases the risk of future ectopic pregnancies. Ectopic pregnancies can be life-threatening and at a minimum can also cause reduced fertility. Pelvic inflammatory disease and endometriosis. Women seeking abortions who have chlamydia infections are at a particular risk of developing more serious infections like PID and endometritis. Some women without chlamydia infections will also develop both of those after an abortion. Placenta previa. Several studies have discovered a link between abortion and uterine bleeding and subsequent pregnancies later diagnosed as placenta previa. One of these studies indicated that the risk for placenta previa is 70%. This isn't like 1%, 2%, 3%, 70%. Higher for women who underwent an abortion. The risk climbs to 200% for women who have had 3 to 4 induced abortions and 300% for 5 or more. Uterine perforation. 1 or 2 out of every 100 women getting a surgical abortion suffer from a hole in their uterus. This can lead to bowel and bladder injuries and cause you to turn septic. Stillbirth. Teenagers who have previously undergone an abortion are 3.3 times more likely to have a stillborn first child than those women who have never had an abortion. And I will tell you, no one should have to go through a stillbirth. 16 years later, it still has wreaked devastating consequences on my life. No teenager should have to go through this. Premature delivery. At least 127 peer-reviewed studies have reported a link between abortion and premature delivery. These studies show that post-abortive women can have twice the risk of premature delivery in subsequent pregnancies, and that the risk increases with more induced abortions. Low birth weight. Women who undergo an abortion are 2.7 times more likely to give birth to a child with very low birth weight. Miscarriage. Abortion increases the risk of subsequent miscarriages by 60%. So I ask you, is it the pregnancy crisis centers offering deceptive trade practices, Or is it the abortion industry? Because I've given you page after page after page of deceptive trade practices from the abortion industry. Pro-lifers stand against abortion because it devastatingly impacts two lives: the terminated life of the preborn child and the women who are physically harmed and emotionally traumatized by the dangerous procedure. And I say dangerous. It is a dangerous procedure. Countless studies have found that women experience a number of physical and psychological effects from having an abortion. There is no such thing as a safe abortion. If there was, it wouldn't be the 5th leading cause of maternal death in this country. The very nature of abortion makes the old adage of the procedure being safe, legal, and rare impossible. Women who get an abortion are likely to experience complications or death every year after an abortion over the following 10-year period. And in conclusion, and this sounds like, I'll let you guys figure it out for yourself, but this sounds like deceptive trade practice. Advocates of legalized abortion downplay or deny the health risks associated with abortion. Moreover, they skew and interpret information as the way to prove abortion is safe. However, as indicated above, a substantial amount of research indicates that abortion isolates women and can often cause both short and long-term physical and psychological harm. Again, I ask you, if we are wanting to protect the mental health of Coloradans, we cannot stand for deceptive trade practices from the abortion industry. Women considering abortion need and deserve to be told the facts about these risks. Women of Colorado, abortion centers are lying to you and being deceptive about their trade practices. Ask your legislators, the people you voted in, if they are listening when it comes time to vote on this bill. And if this bill wasn't bad enough, the worst part of this bill targets healthcare providers that engage in unprofessional conduct or is subject to discipline in the state if the healthcare provider provides, prescribes, administers, or attempts medication abortion reversal in the state. What? The state of pro-choice has now become the state of pro-abortion? Women in Colorado, this bill will now prevent you from changing your mind after you take the first abortion pill. Is that choice to you? I'm asking you guys out there, is that choice? For all the women who said to the government, take your hands off my body, the government will now double down on your ability to choose. I just stated that in Colorado, a pregnant individual has a fundamental right to continue a pregnancy. Not anymore, according to this bill. And I will completely dismantle the argument to this. Because as a healthcare provider, we must stand for truth over lies. The one study that the proponent witnesses used was the Crinan study. A whole 10 women that had to be ended early when 2 patients that took the first abortion pill started hemorrhaging, and the study had to be stopped. They weren't the people in the control group that took progesterone. They were the people that took the abortion pill. And you want to talk about deceptive and unethical, the author of the study was paid to do the study by the maker of the first chemical drug for abortion, mifepristone, which has its own set of risks, including hemorrhage, infection, and potential long-term emotional consequences. In fact, the CDC has reported over 5,000 adverse reactions associated to chemical abortions. And listen, Colorado, zero to progesterone after taken to maintain a pregnancy. Some proponents were in opposition to progesterone for the lack of the randomized control trial, which my colleague from Louisville got up here to talk about. So I'm going to tell you my views of that one. But they were sure okay with the first abortion pill not being studied with a random control trial. So that's right, public. The first abortion pill, not studied under random control trial. But progesterone's been used for 50 years. We're going to go after that one. So I want to tell you why in this world of abortion care we don't do RCTs like he quoted. Because if I am a woman that wants to keep my pregnancy, it is unethical for me to be in a trial that then gives me a chemical abortion pill to get rid of my pregnancy. That is what we call deceptive and unethical. On the adverse, if a woman wants to get rid of her baby and is given progesterone to keep her baby, then that is unethical as well. And that's why we don't do random control trials in this field of study. The majority of what we do in medicine is not based on random control trials. We know that CPR was not first introduced after a random control trial, but we know CPR actually saves lives. So maybe we should get rid of CPR now. As I just said, the research on safety, outcomes, and complications of medication, abortion is not based on RCTs, but we are okay with it being prescribed millions of times a year. Are we telling that to patients? Are we letting them know the consequences of taking the abortion pill could result in death? Because if not, that is deceptive trade practice. No, instead, we are sabotaging providers from prescribing medicine that can save their baby's life with zero harm to them or the baby. According to the National Institute of Health study, evidence-based medicine is about finding evidence and using that evidence to make clinical decisions. Physicians are encouraged to find the highest level of evidence to answer clinical questions, and this supports abortion pill reversal. So let's look at the evidence. Animal research, we've been doing it forever, right? We conclude things off of animal research. Animal research has confirmed that progesterone can block the effects of mifepristone. A large case series of 754 patients showed that high-dose progesterone more than doubled the chance of a continued pregnancy after mifepristone. In 2018, 500 women were given abortion pill reversal, had a successful pregnancy 68% of the time. And I will tell you, we had doctors testify. They're not telling people that this is a full safe method to have a baby. They're saying about 68% of the time, you can successfully keep your pregnancy after taking the first chemical abortion pill, with zero risk to the baby and zero risk to you. Birth defects with progesterone are lower than the national average, and the risk of adverse reaction to progesterone is, ready? 0.005%. Progesterone has been used safely for over 50 years in pregnancy. And before you come up here and talk about it being used as off-label, then don't you dare come talk about it being used off-label as a puberty blocker. Because y'all are okay with it being used as a puberty blocker off-label, but you're not okay with it saving a baby's life. That is hypocrisy. When the intervention is low risk, like natural progesterone, and the potential benefit large, like a life saved, which is what we debate all the time. Isn't that what we said about the gun bills? Let's take away guns to save one life. Let's have drug injection sites so we can save one life. Well, I'm asking to save one life of a baby. Any evidence-based clinician not binded by ideology would choose to recommend APR. And any legislator banning it, in my opinion, is against a woman's right to choose. And the women of Colorado, you deserve to know that. The other argument was that the AMA and ACOG was against the APR. The AMA represents 25% of their doctors. What does that tell you? They don't even represent half the doctors here. ACOG has over 90% of their providers that don't even do abortions, meaning that they only represent 10% of doctors that do. Is that how we argue with stats like that? These two organizations have long been known as abortion rights advocates, but it should be unethical for them to not weigh the outstanding evidence supporting abortion pill reversal. It should also be known that Planned Parenthood receives 37% of funding from the government, with excess of revenue of $70 million, and abortion makes up 90% of their pregnancy resolution centers. Not allowing women to even hear about abortion pill reversal if she changes her mind is an infringement on the ability for providers to give or talk about available treatment. It is the government picking winners and losers with the treatment of patients. Another argument in favor of this bill was that there is no trained medical personnel at pregnancy resource centers. Medical staff, and I'm going to read this to you. Pregnancy centers who offer ultrasounds or sexually transmitted infection testing and treatment have to fall under licensed medical professionals. Generally, the resource centers that are doing this fall under the license of an OBGYN if they're doing ultrasounds, because they then need someone to read those ultrasound images. And then under that license, there's usually some nurses or nurse practitioners who are conducting the testing, and sonographers who are also licensed or doing the pregnancy ultrasound. Thank you. I shocked you. I am. The scans are read by the OBGYN, who either offers his license to the clinic, or another medical director who agrees to read ultrasound is also a licensed medical provider. Pregnancy centers who offer post-abortion healing or other counseling have licensed counselors as well. Our Metro Denver areas in Colorado Springs is the larger ones I know for a fact that have licensed counselors for those services. Life Network centers in Colorado Springs. The Colorado Springs Pregnancy Centers currently have 8 staff registered nurses and 20 credentialed medical professionals and all who serve with them. All of their medical services are overseen by a medical director, an OBGYN who has delivered more than 6,000 babies in the community. They abide by the regulations and guidelines imposed on other medical facilities. Centers strictly adhere to HIPAA guidelines and other medical protocols. Nationally, over 60% of CareNet affiliates offer medical services staffed by licensed medical personnel. Also, you may have seen this, but we put together a fact sheet to refute the 12 most common lies that the pro-abortion groups behind this bill have been saying, and I can give you that information. So to say that these pregnancy resources don't have staffed medical personnel is an outright lie. Women in Colorado, I'm talking to you because I don't know that many in here are listening. This bill is the opposite of choice. This is about government controlling what you choose to do to your body, all the while supporters say, my body, my choice. APR is proven to be safe and effective. End of the sentence. American Association of Pro-Life OBGYNs, over 7,000 medical professionals. American College of Pediatricians, 600 doctors in 47 states. Catholic Medical Association, Christian Medical and Dental Association all support APR as being safe and effective. But really the evidence speaks for itself. Women have died after chemical abortion and surgical abortion, and 0 have died from progesterone. Women of Colorado, legislators will allow progesterone to be used off-label as a puberty blocker, but then say it's safe for you to save your baby without any harm coming to you or your baby. The bill sponsors talk about truth. The truth is that the abortion industry is full of deceptive trade practices, and yet pregnancy resource centers are the target of this bill. No responsibility for the abortion industry to have truth and transparency. The truth is that abortion pill reversal is safe and effective. The truth is that this bill is not about choice at all, and I hope the women in Colorado are listening. I beg you to watch the way your legislators that you voted into office vote on this bill, because a yes vote on this bill is a no for choice. Thank you.
Representative Epps.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a woman born and raised in the American South, I just always appreciate when people say y'all, because it feels like home, y'all. But when I hear y'all are okay with, it's a reminder to me to remind folks, if you haven't talked to folks individually, let's be really purposeful about not attributing what y'all are okay with if we haven't spoken to the y'all in question. There's something I heard shared earlier, which is what prompted me to want to respond. It was the assertion that people who have had abortions, women who have had abortions, I believe was how it was said, feel isolated. That's something that, while not universal, that's something I definitely agree with. And in listening to some of the remarks that were offered for us to consider and to meditate on, I'm just very acutely reminded of being 16 and pregnant and told how I was going to ruin my life, I was going to get cancer, I was going to die, maybe not in that order, but all these terrible results that can make a person feel isolated in their moment of need. What 190 directs centers to do is to tell the truth about what they offer, and to do so in a way that isn't just meeting the letter of the law, but is really meeting the spirit of that principle of do no harm. So, you know, we come from different places, we come to this work, we come to consider this bill. I know that many of my colleagues, it's very important to them that people listen when they speak. I am the opposite. I would love to imagine that no one is listening, no one is hearing me, because I'm terrified of speaking in public. And if you are all in your own little world and no one is on the Colorado channel, that's just fine with me. What prompts me to be willing to override that default is a conversation not just with my colleagues about this bill, but it's a conversation to pregnant folks or folks who have been pregnant who I would love to hear me say, you are okay. You are enough. You are not a mistake. Your decisions haven't been mistakes. Choosing to have an abortion does not make you worthy of all these terrible fates, does not make you unworthy of love, does not make you anything other than a person who accessed a healthcare procedure. And it was a wildly freeing moment for me, and I want other folks to have it much sooner, to realize I'd been fed a whole lot of lies. I'd been told all of these things about these terrible outcomes when it comes to be the case that historically, the idea of how we treated pregnancy, how we thought about a baby before quickening was something that was turned upside down when people, particularly men, intervened in Western medicine and started commercializing things that women had been able to take care of at home and in communities and with midwives for generations that hadn't been laden with feelings of guilt. You're welcome to reject that narrative. There are people who are listening to me who badly want to become parents, who want to be biological mothers, and who are telling themselves that because they made a choice years ago to have an abortion, that a God is punishing them now. Reject that. You are worthy of becoming a mother and a parent if that is what you desire. You are not being punished because you made a choice in college. That's nonsense. And it's a sort of thing it came up in House Judiciary Committee during testimony. It was 7 or 8 hours of a hearing. And I was listening to a witness who was very kind. We come out on the different side of this issue, but she was very, very kind and thoughtful and was reflecting on her desires for pregnant women when she participates in, when she protests, I can't think of a word I want there, when she is praying at clinics. And similar to, I mentioned agreeing with our colleague about the word isolation and how isolating it can feel. It's already scary. It can be. Let me make sure to speak from my experience and not other people's. It's very easy to lapse into that, y'all. But I'm here to promise you, abortion is not traumatic for everybody. You are not a parent yet because you had that abortion. Receive that. This person who shared with us was talking about their own experiences and used the word traumatic, that abortion is traumatic for women. And I felt transported back to being a teenager where I believed that. It turns out it's not. It certainly can be, and it certainly can be a very terrible time. It can be associated with a terrible time or a tough situation, but it's often not and hasn't historically been. The ability to push past that narrative and consider actual science and actual medical research is part of what this legislation helps us do, but it's also just what we as grown folks who understand that life is nuanced and complicated and that we are the sum of our experiences. We are not a decision that for whatever reason some folks may regret. And when I hear repetitions of these things about you will get cancer, you will have this result, that's not science talking, that's not love talking, that's not a God talking, that's other things coming together. And it doesn't matter how bombastic the speaker is. It doesn't matter. We're not going to have space for this here, but we can go to toe-to-toe on Ephesians, y'all. I went to Charlotte Christian School and Mary Atkins Christian School and can recite those things. Those are, invitations to help us live our best lives, but they're not medical dictates. There's a few things that are worth putting on the record, and I've appreciated not just in this debate as well, but other times in this body where I've wondered why did a speaker bother to reply to something that to me seemed I wondered why did a speaker bother to reply. And some of the answers that I've gotten have been like, there's a record created. It's important to not leave certain things unchecked if you don't have to. And one of these comments, which is, it's just so heavy and it's just so threatening and it's so good to be grown and to not be stuck in the mind of a 16 or 17-year-old who believed those things that were told to me. This idea about abortion being fatal, dangerous, you are going to die. Yo. A few distinctions that are worth making when we consider that, because there's some truth to an element of it, but not when you're talking about the United States and not when you're talking about legally sanctioned abortion. Legally sanctioned abortion in the United States is incredibly physically safe. That is separate from conversations and decisions that people may want to have and should have with their partners and their lovers and their families and their doctors and their churches. That is a separate assessment from the data for the United States for legally sanctioned abortion, where what we call the pill, setting aside a reversal, the actual abortion pill or combination of pills, is in every way here, when legal and sanctioned, and here, safer than Tylenol and Viagra. Safer is not a judgment call. Safer is not my feeling about it. Safer is how many people have complications, how many complications are serious. So when you hear that, when you hear someone say how fatal it is, press them on where are they talking about, which data sets. Another distinction that as a black woman is hard to say out loud because it's just astounding that in the year of our Lord 2023 it's still the case, but those numbers don't take into account recent statistics showing that black maternal health rates, breaking, things are still tougher for us than for everyone. We can acknowledge, my first remarks about this bill, multiple times I use the word nuance. We can acknowledge not just the places where we agree, but the places where objective facts exist, y'all. The mortality risk for abortion globally is higher, but in the US, it's approximately 0% for legally sanctioned abortions. As I acknowledge, this is to me different, and I know that everyone who identifies as pro-choice or pro-abortion or who will align with me politically, I am often the outlier in how we think about issues of life and creation. We don't have to agree on all of those things to agree that abortion is safe, because it's not a thing we get to have an opinion about. We are all absolutely entitled to our own opinions, but we are not entitled to our own facts. I'm looking through studies and looking at rates of complications in the United States. Even when we say complications, y'all, what few complications happen are minor. These scare tactics, I'm, Mr. Chair, going to work I'm going to look at the representative from far northeast Denver, who regularly reminds us when she speaks, not by admonition, but by her word choice, how important it is to be careful. When you hear folks talk about death rates and give scare tactics and tell you the terrible things that will happen to you, not just the terrible things that will happen to you, pregnant person, but they're telegraphing that if 15 years later, when you are ready to be a mother, you're still going to be dwelling in the guilt that was given to you earlier, thinking that a God that loves you is punishing you now. But the delicate way to say this is you have to reject those things, and you have to recognize that misinformation is what is happening at the problematic clinics. That is what is happening. That is not giving folks the information they need to make choices. When you give someone information about death rates that isn't for Colorado, and isn't for the United States, and isn't for folks who were seeing a doctor, and isn't for folks who were having a legally sanctioned abortion, that's at best, actually best and worst. Either way, it's a deceptive practice. And when you advertise about it, is the connection I'm making. We can't stand for that here. We can absolutely not just stand for, but invite and welcome the full range. And it's very heavy on my heart remembering when I was freed from the guilt that was given to me, and recognizing how many people are in that and don't realize that's not universal. Abortion is not traumatic for everybody. It's not. It is our work. We come to this work from different places and with different goals, but we all care about our communities and our constituents and our neighbors. We should give them the best options. Choices where choices make sense, and nuance wherever nuance is relevant. But there isn't any nuance. There isn't any nuance in having a website that says, before your abortion, at our clinic, come get an ultrasound. That suggests you can get an ultrasound, and the ultrasound will precede the abortion that can happen at the clinic. Maybe it's still honest if it's a referral to a clinic nearby or something. That has to be a closed set of options. And look, since I could talk, I've been penalized for telling too much truth. We are supposed to over-communicate truth. It would be amazing in this debate, because I know people who will say this, not necessarily who will say this in this chamber. People who will say, we think the moral calculus of lying to pregnant people is worth saving what we see as a life. That's honest. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it at all as a moral position. But they're not lying about what happens at the clinics. You have a website for your clinic in Colorado, the place we are elected to serve. If your website says, we do not support abortion, you will not get information about an abortion here, and then, in fact, you don't get information about an abortion here, so be it. If your website advertises that you give information about prenatal care and you support, that phrase was tough to hear, I'm not going to repeat it, but you support new mothers and you support adoption choices, and those are the things you offer, wonderful. But as has been mentioned before, no one is road tripping here. Colorado is an amazing place, and there are many reasons to come and visit. I think it defies credulity to think that people are driving from, our lovely neighboring states, packing up children and families over a weekend on a one-way trip to get counseling about adoption where the website says they can get an abortion. We have to be honest about what is happening. We shouldn't need, in a theoretical sense, one would hope one wouldn't need to facilitate the Attorney General of a great state needing to be able to intervene, but that's where we are. And as focused as this bill and we are on Colorado, we have to recognize the landscape that we're living in. In a world in which misinformation is not a partisan issue, no one political party is any more responsible for it, and no set of voters are any more susceptible to it. Misinformation is just as bipartisan as anything. But medical information has to be accurate. When you talk about death rates for abortion, and I'm just going to repeat this because it's like a subsequent point that has been made, is that you have to recognize that it can be a separate analysis from whether or not an abortion is the right choice for you and your family. That is a separate analysis from whether or not you're going to die. And you are not going to die from a legally sanctioned abortion in Colorado, particularly early. And when we look at the very few, even when I say very few complications, we care about those complications. Of course we do. And of course we care about folks who don't have good outcomes, who are beyond American borders. But that's not giving accurate information to folks. And we should really, really consider what reason is there to conflate those statistics, if not to complicate someone else's decision-making. Because many of us can read the accurate, complete data and studies and reviews of actual outcomes and can still choose to continue a pregnancy or to terminate one. It really reflects thinking very, very little of women and of pregnant people to think that we have to hide facts from them. I started this set of remarks thinking about the word isolated because I'd heard it used, that women who have abortions are traumatized and isolated. I'm grown enough to know to speak only for myself. Things that happened associated with an abortion have been traumatic. Thank God I don't look like what I've been through, but I'm in my 40s, and my friends who are wanting to have children, friends and people I just know, there's a lot of folks, and you all know them, who are struggling either to have a first child or a second child. Married folks who had a child together, had an abortion, and are now struggling with the challenges of conceiving again, and they are telling themselves that they are being punished because either together or before they knew each other, one of them, either one paid for an abortion or one had an abortion, and they are living in a guilt and a weight that's not God-given. That's not what, if you believe in the God, that's not what is your fate. And it's not medically sound. I speak from a place of deep privilege to have this baby that I have. Because he's not listening, I can tell you, I should be a grandmother by now. What is he doing? Like, I had a 9-year-old by the time I was his age. But that's not my set of choices to make. It's his and whoever he loves, who he's in relationship with. But what decisions they make, they need to make with accurate information. It is not asking too much to require that our clinics and pregnancy centers tell the truth, all of the truth. We're not talking about you having the word abortion in your search terms. It is relevant. It is a relevant term. We're talking about your website saying and suggesting that it is a procedure you can either get or that you can get a referral for. I need even the folks who won't agree with me on the ultimate issue to understand. You can just nod in your heart if you can't, physically because are we politicians? Oh. You need to know that folks are not coming to Colorado to crisis pregnancy centers from states where abortion has been either outlawed and made illegal, or where they're hostile to abortion care, or where the right to abortion access is not protected. They are not coming because the website that said the clinic provides abortions or refers abortions, what the person really wants is anything other than that. There has to be a shared level of common sense isn't common, as they say, but that's just an objective fact. Where there is room for nuance, I acknowledged that amongst the folks who will agree with me on this bill and agree with me on policy, we are not homogenous. We are not monolithic. We do not all have the same sense of when life begins, and for that matter, that's not a static decision. Me at 40-something certainly understands things better than I did at 30-something, 20-something, and teen-something, and I hope I live long enough to understand it better in the decades to come. But that room for thought about what is pregnancy, what is the morality attached to it, those are things that pregnant people can consider when given accurate information. This is what this bill requires. Our colleagues, we're talking about a bill as, re-engrossed but amended in the Senate. It directs our state boards of medicine, nursing, pharma to consider. I'm now talking about the second, because we all know by now there's two things this bill does. We're moving into talking about the second. When I hesitate, it's because I'm thinking real carefully about how to be really gentle with my words, but abortion pill reversal. I have lost track of who it was, and I apologize to that colleague, but someone mentioned there being children at our hearing a couple of nights ago. There were several children, and they were delightful children. There were also children on the screen. Anyone who has a child and is happy to be a parent, I'm happy for. But this is another opportunity to use our critical thinking and recognizing that in a two-pill combination, what is the active thing that is allowing a child who was wanted, a pregnancy was wanted, to be continued and the child to be born? What you're not hearing when you're hearing those anecdotes is how far along in pregnancy was the pregnant person. You're not hearing a discussion about what the second pill does. I don't know anyone who would suggest, they may exist, but I don't know them, who would suggest that a person who has begun a medication, abortion, has to complete it, has to do some other step. That is not a thing. If science evolves to a point, if our boards recognize that there's data to support this idea that such a thing is real when it's not, then we come back and we're assessing a different situation, but that's not where we are. We're called to legislate about policies and to enact laws where needed, but recognizing that there has to be a basis and a shared set of facts. It does not discourage me to think that there may be a day when there is some other sort of procedure, who knows, but this abortion pill reversal, this ain't it. We've been asked to dismiss groups like AMA and ACOG. You're of course welcome to consider any groups on their merits, right? As a Black woman, it is in my DNA to recognize the nasty, brutal, dark, and violent history of the evolution of Western medicine and on whose bodies things were tested. The billions in profit, we've talking about profit centers made off of Henrietta Lex's cells, right, from a Baltimore family who still isn't being paid. So this is not, you don't have to ever tell me to be skeptical of anybody's establishment. But we balance competing tensions when we make decisions, at least we should. We balance information and we weigh how much import to give them. Has everything any medical society ever been, said the DSM, the reason, what number are we on now, 5, 6? It changes because we learn new things. We advance. But to outright dismiss these professional organizations and medical societies without recognizing that in a world in which, I started to say none of us are doctors, but I'm not actually sure in this moment. None of us are doctors? Oh my goodness. Few of us are doctors. Some of us are healthcare professionals. We have to lean upon the best evidence we have. And one of the best sources of information are the people who are trained to do this work. And that is why our colleagues welcomed an amendment to direct those boards to do further work on this. I very much want to hear what my colleagues have to say. And I want to just impart one more time that offering. I mean, I'm spoiled because I have the best kid in the world. Yours may be all right, but mine is the best. And as mentioned before, I was precocious. I had a conspiracy theorist streak. I liked reading wild ideas and thinking them through as a young person. But I didn't even have a driver's license. By the way, y'all, there's an image, maybe not you all, because you're better people, but for some of us, we hear the phrase teen mom and certain stereotypes come to mind. I was a teen mom who, I was Rwanda, and my child's father was Iraq, and we met at a Model United Nations conference, okay? This is the level of dorkiness that is happening in this teen parent family. So I knew a lot about Rwanda and Iraq and a good bit about geopolitics, but I didn't even have a driver's license, and they handed me this baby, this long-legged baby, and let me go home with him. It's wild when I think back on it. Could not drive myself home, but was handed this human and allowed to just give it a shot. I made the best decisions I could. And within a year or so, when I was faced with considering, am I ready to parent another human? And is this little amazing human gonna be a sibling? I needed honest information. If someone had told me the statistics about fatalities attached to abortion and had not clarified that those statistics were not likely to be applicable to me because I had a doctor and because I was in America, that wouldn't have been fair. It wouldn't have been honest. It wouldn't have helped me make the best set of choices. This is a very, as important as 190 is, at the heart of it, what we're demanding is very basic. I think it was our colleague from Longmont earlier who spoke about clinics who are doing the right thing. But folks who are doing the right thing should be up in arms with us, should be calling in or calling out, whichever the preferred vernacular is for you, folks who aren't doing it. Be honest. Say what you offer, what you don't, and don't. There isn't room for that here. There's room for so much nuance, for so many personal stories, for so many anecdotes, for so many positions and conclusions, but there's not room for allowing folks to get what amounts to being on the receiving end of deceptive trade practices. There's, by now, right, there's some things we all know about each other because we share them repeatedly, and you now know I'm from the American South. We were raised, particularly in the Southern Baptist Church, there's no such thing as one close, there's like 3 closes. You say you're gonna close, and then takes like 3 more times before there's a real benediction. So I think this might be my real close, Mr. Chair. And I'm thinking about something my colleague, the El Paso delegation is deep, but one of my colleagues from El Paso County shared, which I can't quite share because the comment about just how forceful is the enforcement of this set of rules. Was that delicate? Okay, I get a nod from the right, the literal and figurative right. I just want to offer that I'm an abolitionist. It's the lens through which I work. It means that I believe that all of us deserve to be healthy, safe, and free. That's a value judgment. That's a set of, it's philosophical. It's not a policy. There's no abolition bill. There's no, well, I don't know. I haven't seen an abolition bill. But seeing the world with a commitment to every one of us being able to be healthy, safe, and free, how it attaches to our work, to our legislation, and to a comment that our colleague from El Paso shared earlier is, I see my work as enacting policies that help folks have whatever they need, what they need to be healthy, safe, and free. So abolition isn't just about tearing down, it's about building up. Right? Ruthie Wilson Gilmore teaches that abolition is presence. It's creation. It's not just the absence. It's not the destruction. And so for me, as important, and reproductive justice, which we haven't talked about today, and I won't in this moment, but a commitment to that, a commitment to justice around reproductive health care that lets folks who need care be healthy, safe, and free is one that doesn't double down on the things that have failed in society. So in a very literal way, even a passing comment about policing in relation to this work, we should be really aware that those of us, it's me, those of us is me, who are considering working on something like this, the distinction between creating a criminal penalty, which is a route that someone could go in a bill like this, versus outlining, in parts of our civil code, guidelines for professional and unprofessional conduct and deceptive trade practices. That is an intentional choice to not enact a penalty where what we can do is set a guideline and set a standard and invite folks to comply. It's important as an abolitionist, but it's important as someone who recognizes it's heavy on my heart when I hear folks say things like, y'all think this and y'all are okay with. As a public defender, and there'd be times where I'd sit in a cage across from someone and the person would say, you don't know this and you don't know that, and I'd think, you don't know what I know. You haven't asked me. We haven't even talked about it. But what I do know, and that is a shared experience, is that while pregnancy is very different from person to person, people who have carried multiple pregnancies, the experience of pregnancy wasn't different for the people involved in it in the same moment. No more than we who have siblings. We are raised by the same parents in the same household, and our experience of being those people's child in the same moment is not the same. But while pregnancies are different, they are all a moment of vulnerability. And speakers have spoken about the danger to pregnant folks at the time of abortion. And there's a part of me that's just astounded that we could say that and not recognize just how vulnerable and dangerous pregnancy is for folks who are forced or deceived or coerced, or their abortion appointment date changed enough times that they're forced to continue a pregnancy that is dangerous for them, either physically or because surely you all know this, but the most dangerous times, I'm not sure if I'll speak for women in this moment, but for the women who are in or ending, trying to get out of violent relationships, intimate partner violence, there are two times that are the most dangerous for them, for their life: when they are pregnant and when they try to leave. Those are the most dangerous periods. And if both conditions are true, you are pregnant and trying to leave, and you are trying to get away before someone can see that you are pregnant, and before there are other markers visible, either presence of certain things in your body or the absence of certain things in your body. Every day matters. And so when you come up from a state that we love and respect and honor the work of folks who are fighting there, but when you come up from one of those states to Colorado, to this state, to get an abortion on a Monday in one of the counties that we represent, and you are given misinformation, just as you had misinformation on the website that led you to make the appointment here in the first place, and then the appointment is continued to a Wednesday and then the next Wednesday. That is dangerous. That is dangerous. It is a beautiful thing to live in a state where we can use our collective power to codify things that protect the most vulnerable and to codify and protect that access. Whenever it's time to do so, I'm going to ask you again and again and again to vote yes on 190.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my colleague from Denver, who I have robust and good conversations with on numerous occasions, has just brought great confusion into my mind as to the scope of this bill. When we look at the deceptive trade practice section, which is really at the bottom of page 4 and top of page 5, it's one paragraph apart from definitional language. It says a person engages in a deceptive trade practice when the person makes or disseminates to the public or causes to be made or disseminated to the public, and here's what that is. 1, any advertisement that indicates that the person provides, that indicates that the person provides 1, abortions or emergency contraceptives, or 2, referrals for abortions or emergency contraceptives. When the person knows or reasonably should have known at the time of publication or dissemination to the public of the advertisement that the person does not provide those specific services. It's been my understanding that we're talking largely about pamphlets and websites that talk about pregnancy services and don't have clear statements of does not refer for abortion, do not provide abortions. I understand that. There were some questions in committee about search engine optimization and whether that applies. But if I'm hearing my colleague from Denver accurately, we're now expanding into what is said in the room. We're now expanding into the data that is shared in the room, which to me goes well beyond the scope listed here. Are we saying that clinics can't share information about what they know to be true related to abortions and its consequences? Are we expanding to that point? Is that considered a deceptive trade practice? And I'm genuinely asking the question because that then expands this conversation to a much broader degree. I mean, if we're saying that we are going to dictate to these groups the type of studies that they can use to substantiate their claims, we have opened up a whole new realm of conversation. And when we're talking about nonprofit entities, do we really want to go there? Are we really going to set the standard in this room that the government gets to determine what a nonprofit entity not engaging in traditional trade, money for service, says, and the veracity of those statements? Because I'm pretty sure there are groups on all parts of the political spectrum who could be subject to that kind of a standard, suits under that kind of a standard. I understand that there are those who disagree with the abortion breast cancer link. I get that. I get that there are those who say, you know what, Guttmacher, the research arm of Planned Parenthood, has unequivocally said there is no such link. But I also know that there are those groups that have been studying this in India and China and other foreign nations where abortion is not politicized to the degree it is here. It's standard practice without real cultural dissent. And those studies, time over time, do make a linkage. And so are we suggesting that we are going to be expanding the scope to what is shared in the room as opposed to just simply having out in the public realm materials that somehow lead people to believe you offer a service that you don't actually offer? And so that is my question in light of the bill sponsor's recent comments, and I would really love to know what that scope is. Thank you.
All right, Rep. Luck, I think I see the sponsor intending to reply, and then we'll get to Rep. Frizzell.
I did want to reply. It never feels, our colleague from Douglas County is the best orator at and so I know it's possible, but then I can't do it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. To our colleague from Fremont County, many counties, but from Penrose, Thank you for the opportunity to clarify the rest of my thought. When I'm talking about what is happening at the clinics where there's a relevant problem, the connection is not expanding the deceptive trade practice to the connection isn't what is happening in that private conversation. The connection is that I'm by nature, and I'm someone who gives the benefit of the doubt. That is my disposition. When we're reading statutes, we're guided to be much more literal, right? To take things in conventions of statutory construction. But when we're looking at where the deceptive trade practice is happening in the marketing and in the advertising, if we have a situation where there's a problematic website, but in reality, when the pregnant person gets to the clinic, they are given a referral for an abortion or given information about how to get one, as the website offered, there's no space between what seemed problematic and what we're determining to be problematic and what actually happened. It's a suggestion that, actually it's stronger than a suggestion. Folks are telling us that our experiences aren't real, of seeing a website say, we'll help you with all the choices, and a person understands that to mean a choice of accessing an abortion and then they can't. We're being told that that's not a thing that's happening, and it is. We're being told that that experience is invalid or imagined, and it's not. And so reflections about what Coloradans and our guests and visitors are telling us is happening in cases where there's a witness who testified about what happened to her a couple of years ago in Boulder, and it happened to her mother 30 years before. The connection is that we lose the ability to give the benefit of the doubt when the manifestation of the deceptive trade practice is itself. It is res ipsa loquitur. The thing speaks for itself. But our ability to know that what we didn't imagine it is fortified by what happens next. And it's separate from invading that space. I have to reiterate, I want folks, we should all, but I want folks to be able to get that counseling about the full range. Because when you are, particularly if you are in any demographic, whether marital status or otherwise, where parts of society are not celebrating your pregnancy, and you want to continue it, part of the information you may need is someone telling you God loves you even if you have this baby. So it's not that there's only one problematic conversation that could happen, it's that the conversation fortifies our understanding that the information on the websites and in the marketing and in the billboards and other advertising on college campuses is manifesting a deceptive trade practice. That's where that connection is in the association, rather. It's about what we learn from that. And knowing that the process of litigating it is not separate from, but is informed by the active work to make sure Coloradans and our guests are getting accurate information. It's binary. If you're getting accurate and complete information and aren't being deceived, that's distinct from being on the receiving end of deceptive trade practice. The representative from Penrose most definitely had a second question that I do not recall.
All right, we'll go first to Rep. Brazell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor also to serve with you. Please go ahead. We're to the bill.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment to this bill. I would like to move L035 and ask that it be displayed properly.
35 is on the screen and in focus. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. So we talk a lot about equity and fairness here in the chamber. We talk about consumer protection, and definitely we're talking about consumer protection around this bill. And I'm a big advocate for consumer protection. This particular amendment, I would like to pose, aligns far better with the bill title than current wording. So to reiterate, the bill title is concerning policies to make punishable deceptive actions regarding pregnancy-related services. So this current language refers only to abortions or emergency contraceptives. And this particular amendment changes this section of the bill to read, a person engages in a deceptive trade practice when the person makes or disseminates to the public or causes to be made or disseminated to the public any advertisement that indicates that the person provides services for reproductive health care as defined in sections 25-6-402 when the person knows or reasonably should have known at the time of publication or dissemination to the public of the advertisement that the person does not provide those specific services. And I would like to hark to the statute 25-6-402 which defines reproductive health care. Reproductive health care means health care and other medical services related to the reproductive processes, functions, and systems at all stages of life. It includes, but is not limited to, family planning and contraceptive care, abortion care, prenatal, postnatal, and delivery care, fertility care, sterilization services, and treatments for sexually transmitted infections and reproductive cancers. The bill title refers to pregnancy-related services, which I would submit is the vast majority of reproductive health care as defined. And this bill, when speaking to deceptive trade practices, should not be limited to abortions or emergency contraceptives. It should be far more wide-ranging than is currently written. It's important to understand that pregnancy resource centers are not the only folks who are providing counseling, and all of this counseling needs to be on a level playing field. I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
All right, Representative Luck, the question is L35.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I agree. I agree with the line of reasoning that my colleague from Douglas County has laid forth here, meaning that if we're going to ban deceptive trade practices in this space, in the space of pregnant women, we really should ban them across the board for all providers, not just for those of a particular persuasion, not just those operating in a particular range of services. And I think prior representative from Douglas County laid out very clearly as to why substantively that is also necessary. There are a number of instances with those entities that provide abortions who are also engaging in deceptive trade practices. And I'm sure if I asked her to, she'd be happy to recount that evidence for anyone who wasn't in the room during her initial presentation. But for sake of time, I won't go through the litany of instances where those providing abortion services have also engaged in deceptive trade practices towards women seeking assistance, seeking guidance around choices for their pregnancy. I will, however, offer a substitute amendment to L35. And so, Mr. Chair, I move Amendment L045 as a substitute amendment and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, one sec here. All right, L45 is now on the screen and in focus. Go ahead to L45.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this includes the language that was defined in RIA, the language that my colleague just shared with you. But in that definition in RIA, it speaks to the fact that the definition itself is not complete, right? It says it includes but is not limited to this range of things. And so just for clarity's sake, since we know that there are a lot of services that are provided to women in their time of pregnancy, we just want to be clear as to some of those other things it could include. For instance, adoption information referrals, referrals to community services and financial resources for pregnant women, peer or professional counseling for pregnant women, or material or other support services for pregnant women, children, and families. These are all things that really are necessary parts of the healthcare and other medical services related to reproductive processes, functions, and systems as RIA lays out. And so I think it is important that if someone were to go on an entity's website, and that entity's website were to say, we refer for adoptions, and then they get there and in fact learn that that's not actually the case, that they don't actually refer for adoptions, that is an equally deceptive trade practice as if in the event that they came to an entity that spoke of abortion, or maybe they were silent on the question, thinking that they would be able to get an abortion and it wasn't there, that those two things are related and on par, and so therefore they equally should be considered a deceptive trade practice, so that we have equal protection in the law and ensure that all of the actors operating in this way are held equally responsible, that we're not just highlighting the ones that maybe are problematic to our particular persuasion and not the others who are engaging in similar related behavior. Thank you.
All right, members, the question is L45. Is there further discussion? Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're on the substitute amendment, and I do urge a no vote on this. We specifically had a very narrow set of advertising words that we were going after in our bill, and what is being offered in this amendment really is not in that context of we're talking about abortion and we're talking about emergency contraceptive being appeared to be offered and then not being offered. And so I urge our members to vote no on this amendment.
Representative DeGraff, the question is L45, which is the substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a good amendment. It's interesting to me that the phrase that we are after a very narrow set of words. It's kind of a recurring theme here today, that there is a very narrow set of words, that these words were all set out very intentionally, and it is very evident that the very narrow set of words has a very narrow ideology that it's supporting. Now, one of the sponsors just laid out, try to read my writing here, but it discusses around the individuals, what they understood, and lots of organizations, and not knowing what organizations will tell you that God loves you, even if you're pregnant and decide to have that baby. I can tell you that I could pretty rapidly give you a list of 10 that do that. So what this is. This is just trying to take what the sponsors say is not targeting, but by rejecting amendments like this, you're saying yes, we do in fact want to specifically target, because we want to limit If we go to the fetal harvesting bill, it includes but not limited to family planning, contraceptive care, abortion care, prenatal, postnatal, delivery care, fertility care, sterilization services, treatments for sexually transmitted diseases, infections, and reproduction. It doesn't say anything about it's family planning, abortion, prenatal, postnatal, delivery, fertility, sterilization. Interestingly, that doesn't say anything about adoption services as part of reproductive health care, which it obviously would be. And if we go back to the witness testimony, during the committee hearing, there were multiple testimonies that accused pregnancy resources of being deceitful in what services they offer. When clarifying what was unintentional deceitful advertising from pregnancy centers, the bill sponsors clarified that even a billboard that stated unplanned pregnancy, need help, call whatever number, would be considered deceitful. The sponsors clarified that the word help is in itself deceitful. Help is deceitful. Help is deceitful. There's a very narrow set of words that are being considered. Help, I guess that's the most narrow of the words. Right down to the word help is being targeted specifically by lawyers who have considered this carefully and premised on studies that were sponsored by the abortion industry. Yet that's not supposed to be considered an ideology. You have, yes, the American Medical Association. They have been challenged. They represent, as my colleague mentioned, they represent about 25% of the doctors. There's a reason that people are bailing. But we're talking about potentially misleading somebody saying that they intend, that they are there to help. And what are they? And what is the problem here? That they're not offering the full. They're not offering the full stable of medical. Well, it's not really medical, but it's family planning, contraceptive care, abortion care, prenatal, postnatal. So for an organization that says they are there to help with pregnancy, the only things that are considered helping with pregnancy are ending pregnancy. That's an interesting place to be as a society when the only way that you can help a pregnancy is to end a pregnancy. Now, my colleague said she's a little bit more, benefit of the doubt. And she is correct that once this goes into law, it is very black and white. It is very statute, and it will be very enforced. The wording that is in here, again, they use the word anti-choice very specifically. And it is being enforced. This will be very enforced. This bill is designed to be weaponized against those who want to help somebody in a crisis pregnancy without providing an abortion. And it's predicated all on, and what is true in this case, what they understood. Well, my colleague laid it out very carefully. Did they understand? And nobody said in here, what was the accusation? What was the impugnment? That somebody would be unworthy or that they would be punished. My colleague never said anything about somebody being unworthy or being unpunished. The medical complications are not a matter of being unworthy or unpunished, or being a matter of unworthy or being punished. So I find it interesting that level of impugnment was not called out, Mr. Speaker. And it's unfortunate because it degrades the dialogue. Other places that could have been called out was when somebody referred made the equivocation that, that only this view would hold women as moral equals, which I find repugnant, but that also was not called out as impugning. So in this case, we're trying to get away. We're trying to help. The sponsors are saying, no, it's okay for, they can, a crisis pregnancy center can do this, they can do that. But here the sponsors have said they can't even say help. They cannot say help. And if you don't think that's intended to be weaponized, or even if it's not intended to be weaponized, it doesn't matter if it's intended to be weaponized. It will be weaponized. This bill was crafted very carefully by lawyers with the words all painfully chosen, which is why the sponsors are not willing to make any compromises, because they want the word help. So they don't want somebody to help somebody in their crisis. They don't want somebody to help. They want somebody to have a very strict line of options. Why? Because this is sponsored. This is because the fetal harvesting industry is now a growth industry in Colorado, if not the growth industry. And it is big money. The fetal harvesting industry is big money.
So, Representative DeGraff.
Yes, sir.
I didn't call anyone down earlier because I've honestly been giving a fair bit of latitude to both sides. You're up at the line of that latitude, so I would direct you back to the amendment.
That would be in the flying industry, that would be called in shaker, where it's right before the stall, and it's a beautiful place to be. I love it. All right.
Please go ahead to L45.
L45, yes, sir. L45 is trying to make the bill do what the sponsors are saying the bill does, but doesn't. And if we're going to put it in statute that has enforcement mechanisms that people don't like to discuss, if we're going to put it in statute, then you need to make it say what you intend it to say, not what I hope it. There's been several times, I hope that wouldn't be the case. I hope that wouldn't be the case. Now, hope might be the only foreign policy that we have these days, but hope is not a strategy. Hope is not a plan. Hope is not regulatory. This bill will be weaponized. It's intended to be weaponized. If that's not the intent, then this is a very easy amendment to take. It clarifies. It helps level the playing field. I recommend an aye vote on this, unless the intent is just to confirm the weaponization of this bill.
Okay, thank you. So members, the question is L45. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the question is the adoption of L45 to Senate Bill 190. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, say no. All right, the noes have it. The amendment is lost. All right, members, that brings us back to the underlying amendment, which was L35. Rep. Frizzell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. See how great this amendment is? It's so much better than the substitute. No, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Again, all I'm asking for is some balance here. There are many pieces to reproductive health care, many things that fall under that definition, and I think it's important to acknowledge all of those items. Without pulling my statute book back up and thumbing through it to find the right page, this is a really important amendment so that we have a level playing field. It addresses more services than just abortion and emergency contraceptive care, because regular contraceptive care is important. Prenatal care is important. There are many, many other things that are important to this. So I would ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Further discussion on L35, Rep. McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Mr. Chair. I apologize. So I wanted to be clear that what we are saying is that if a center is advertising or seems to be advertising a certain practice or a certain service in the reproductive health care space, and a consumer gets there and indeed it is not being offered, that is the problem that we're trying to address. There are many providers out there in the reproductive health care space that may provide some services and not all services. That's still okay as long as that you're not advertising in a direct or deceptive way that perhaps you offer things that you do not. And so, for instance, there might be providers that offer sexually transmitted infection testing and treatment, but they don't offer genetic testing for pre-implantation embryos before IVF. That's not being deceptive. They haven't advertised that they do that service, and therefore people are very unlikely to end up in their center looking for that service because they don't say anything about it on their website or in their materials. That's not being deceptive if you don't do it and you don't advertise that you do it. That's exactly what we're asking for. It's not the same as if your website or whatever else says that, you know, we will have you come in for your pre-abortion or your pre-abortion ultrasound at XYZ Pregnancy Center and get all the information you need. A person, especially, this is the problem here in our state, is that right now people are being deceived around these two issues, abortion care and emergency contraceptive. That's why we're calling out these two things in this bill, is because this is where the problem is occurring in our state. People are coming here, or they're already here, and these are the two things that they're trying to access. And right now we have an imbalance in not only the number of places where they can receive this care, it's about 51 crisis pregnancy centers to every 20 abortion care service centers that people can access. And so they are ending up at these places by mistake, looking for specifically, often, those two things. And so if you're advertising one of those two things and then not providing it or providing referral for that person to get those two things, that's where the deception lies. And it's not for all the other things that might be in the reproductive health care space that you may or may not have the capacity to provide at your center. Great. If you're not advertising for those things and you can't provide them and don't do it, then this doesn't apply to you. And so again, I would urge a no vote on this amendment.
All right, thank you. L35 is the question. Rep. DeGraff.
L35, again, during the committee hearing, there were multiple testimonies that accused pregnancy resource centers of being deceitful in what they offer. When clarifying what was unintentional, deceitful advertising from pregnancy centers, the bill sponsors clarified that even a billboard that stated unplanned pregnancy, need help, call number would be considered deceitful, and that even the word help in itself could be considered deceitful. So now if you say anything about the pregnancy center, that could be considered to be knowingly or recklessly to make a false representation premised on how somebody understands it. Now, a pre-abortion ultrasound does not promise to provide an abortion. So if they say we're going to provide a pre-abortion ultrasound, and you're required to get an ultrasound, and you want to do that in advance, there you go. It says very specifically what it is, a pre-abortion ultrasound. It doesn't make any, that specific example that was given does not make any promises outside of what it intended to do. It is good to know that there are 50 to 20 crisis pregnancy centers that are funded by donations and people that care, as opposed to coerced by via taxes. That's good information to know. I appreciate that. But we're talking about potentially misleading. Potentially misleading. Anything can be potentially misleading. Anything can be potentially misleading. I agree that there will be no unintended consequences because I believe these consequences are intended. I think it's fairly evident. The words were very carefully chosen by lawyers. The examples given can be considered deceitful because the only thing that this ideology considers for pregnancy is that the only way to help it is to end it. So there's so much. And this is not a matter of whether we respect the personhood of women. This is a matter of, do we respect the personhood of the unborn? And as Ronald Reagan observed, I make note, or something like that, I make note that all the people that are for abortion have already been born. And so if you're going to do your stakeholdering, I'd say that you have missed the millions that were promised a safe abortion, only to find out that the unborn human, the unborn person, was mechanically dismembered inside of them, and that was not safe. There is no promise, there's nothing in here that said, that nobody has said that you're not worthy. Again, that was a mischaracterization. There's no one said that these are being punished. What we're talking about is truth in advertising. And the truth in advertising is that there are serious medical complications with the practice of feticide. There are serious medical complications. And to not warn people about those, how is that not a failure to accurately, how is that not a failure? It's not a matter of that there will be. If it is 1 in 5, it's not 5 in 5. 1 in 5 is not 5 in 5. 1 in 5 is 20%. That means the majority of people will not have a problem. That's accurate. A medical complication is not a curse. It's just a complication. It's just a fact. It is just a fact. And to quote many of my colleagues, if we could just save one life. Well, we also know that 80% of the women that have seen an ultrasound will choose life. That means 80% of the women that have not seen an ultrasound will at some point recognize what was done and then have regret. And that's where you get into the serious depression and the suicide ideation. Those are not advertised. Planned Parenthood does not advertise that. This bill in general is not about truth in advertising. This bill in general is intended to be weaponized against the pro-life community. That's all it's for. The words are carefully chosen. The terms like anti-abortion or anti-choice. I can guarantee you the pro-life movement is not anti-choice. but you also cannot determine the view of choice. As typical to legislation, Legislation 101 is what I would call it. What it says it is, it ain't. This is not about truth in advertising. And that's really kind of the purpose of the amendment, I think, is to highlight the depth of duplicity. So, in the ideology itself. So I recommend a yes vote, an aye vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on Amendment 35? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 35 to Senate Bill 190. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Representative DeGraff. To the bill.
I just wanted to hear you say it. And to make sure I was on the right track. Okay, to the bill. I have a really nice letter from my county. I'm just going to read it. Cami Bremer, Carrie Geithner, Lojinos Gonzalez, Stan Vanderwerth, Holly Williams. I think it's worth reading into the record. Honorable legislators, please accept this letter of opposition on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners to Senate Bill 23-190, Deceptive Trade Practice, Pregnancy-Related Service. It is unfortunate and highly concerning that the proponents of this legislation are seeking to limit the choices of women by promoting and pushing a narrow agenda that stifles the exact thing they are claiming to support so strongly, and I cannot agree more with that. Senate Bill 23-190 is a multi-pronged attack on choice and starts with access. Under this legislation, crisis pregnancy centers will be subject to civil penalties up to $20,000 per violation. Oh, let's see what that violation is for. Let's go to the page. Knowingly or recklessly making a false representation. So even if they are found guilty, all they have to do is be hauled into court. And again, this is what's called lawfare. And what we're being hauled into here for supporting the ideology that the majority of Americans don't support, because over about 80% of the people they support limits on feticide, because the examples of rape and incest, et cetera, are less than 0.5%. So even if not convicted or found guilty, this again is hauling somebody into court, making them deplete their resources. And what are their resources? What are the resources of a nonprofit organization that relies on donations? The resources of a nonprofit organization that exists to help women in crisis is donations. And what we're doing, what the bill sponsors are doing, not unlike the gun bills we had the other night, but what they're doing is they're creating something to be weaponized and suck the resources out of these organizations so they can no longer help women in crisis. Now, is that the intent? I don't know. It's pretty obvious that's going to be the result. In El Paso County, crisis pregnancy centers provide not just reproductive health care, but also support for families through diapers, clothing, and other necessities. And we just said, the sponsors just said, as a lament, that there are 50 crisis pregnant centers to every feticide center out there. 50. Yet we're accused, the pro-life side is accused of not caring, but there are 50. To the 20 that are supported by taxpayer and the selling of parts. The fetal harvesting industry is a billion-dollar business. This bill props up that business. These centers are faithfully staffed by volunteers who give their time to come alongside new parents and provide mentorship and education in parenting and child care, attacking and forcing the potential closure of these organizations. Wow. It looks like it's not just me that saw through this bill to see the true intent. The true intent, attacking and forcing potential closure of these organizations that do what? They provide health care, support, diapers, clothing, and other necessities. Why? Because this bill considers the unborn person to be of no value. Attacking and forcing the potential closure of these organizations could lead to a bigger burden on our county services, as individuals being cared for will instead come to our Department of Human Services for assistance and other referrals. Oh, where would they refer to them? Oh, most likely they will refer them to Planned Parenthood, because the fetal harvesting industry is the growth industry in Colorado. Crisis pregnancy centers act as a vital resource in communities across Colorado and deserve to have equal standing with other healthcare providers. If legislating the closure of crisis pregnancy, that's what this is, legislating the closures of crisis pregnancy centers. So you can't just legislate it. That would be too obvious. So instead of legislating the closure and saying, you may not have crisis pregnancy centers, you create a very artfully that looks like it's about truth in advertising, when it's about being weaponized and shutting these places down. 50 of them per every 20. Because they impinge on the fetal harvesting industry. If legislating the closures of crisis pregnancy Colorado, which is what this is, isn't bad enough, this bill goes one step further by making it unprofessional conduct for a regulated healthcare professionals to provide, prescribe, administer, or attempt medication, abortion reversal. Forcing a pregnant mother to follow through, not even the consideration of what that's going to do to doctors being willing to provide. Because what is abortion? Abortion is a natural process, and it can be forestalled. Elective abortion is the industry. Elective abortion is what they talk about here. Euphemistically, they call it abortion, but it's not. It's elective abortion, but they say abortion, and abortion is a natural process. So somebody in that stage where the blood work would show a low level of progesterone, which would mean that there's a risk of the placenta being detached, might not have the ability. Now that goes to the whole UN agenda. I mean, Jacques Cousteau talked to that. We need 350,000 extra people a day to die. That was in the UNESCO Courier, 1992, November. You can look it up. So this supports a whole different agenda. Unprofessional conduct for a regulated healthcare professional to provide, prescribe, administer, or attempt medication abortion reversal. Just think, medication abortion reversal. I'm going to talk about that in just a second. Forcing a pregnant mother to follow through on a decision that she might have made in a moment of extreme stress and wants to attempt to reverse. It is an egregious case of state overreach and puts the government between medical professionals and patients, allowing them to determine what the outcome should be. This bill was agenda conceived, is agenda driven, and is the wrong solution for Colorado. It is the right, adding on again, I don't want to put words in, this is a well-written letter, and I very much appreciate it. For the reasons listed above, we ask that it be postponed indefinitely. Thank you for your consideration. This is the wrong solution for Colorado. This promotes one thing. So let's talk about that. Medication. It's no surprise that 3/4 of the population support restrictions on feticide. Elective feticide is, well, it's all elective. But elective abortion, if you want to use the euphemism, over 99%, less than 0.5%, are from rape and incest. But what I wanted to talk about briefly was, because we're talking about medically, it's worth noting that what we're doing here with this process, with the chemically induced feticide, is we are going backwards. Because the Hippocratic Oath, if anybody's read it, specifically forbids an abortifacient. So in the light of what we're doing here, and supposedly we want to have this be accurate. And I would like to test the limits of just how carefully crafted this trap for crisis pregnancy centers is, that everybody that are so seemingly that are attacking the Planned Parenthood profit centers. So I would like to move L030 and ask that it be displayed.
That amendment has been properly moved and displayed. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very short amendment. So if we go to line 4, page 4, excuse me, after line 20, it just inserts letter D that states medication, and this is just a definition, you can look it up. Medication means a drug or other substance used to treat a disease or injury. So I'm just trying to introduce some actual definitions as opposed to the ideology-laden words like anti-choice. Medication means a drug or other substance used to treat a disease or injury. It's pretty straightforward. I recommend a yes vote on this amendment so we can actually get some science and some actual definitions in this bill.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will have to urge a no vote on this amendment because in the bill, redefining medication in this context will allow this word to actually be put with where medication also occurs elsewhere in the bill and will not, will interfere with the ability of a medication abortion reversal. Interfere with the definition of medication abortion. And so in that case, we cannot redefine the word medication because it will eliminate that choice for people to have a medication abortion when they choose to do so. So I urge a no vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Wow. So this bill, in addition to being a targeting attempt on all agencies in Colorado that provide crisis pregnancy assistance on a 50 to 20 basis, one, all supported by individuals believing in the cause, and the second, with money that's coerced through the process of taxation. But not only that, it requires the redefinition of words. It requires the redefinition, the redefining of words. And if I flip the page, sure enough, medication, it doesn't really change that because medication abortion means an abortion conducted solely through the use of one or more prescription drugs. Well, the term medication means a drug or other substance, fine, used to treat a disease or injury. Well, this bill clearly treats pregnancy as a disease or injury, so I don't know why this would be in conflict with the bill, because it clearly treats pregnancy as a disease or injury, and it is a drug or other substance. So that's interesting. I don't know what if there's a procedure where I could present another bill and then save this bill. Is that a procedural? Do I have that procedural ability to swap out this amendment just to address the concerns of the sponsor?
Yes, you may offer up a substitute amendment.
Okay. Make sure I find it here. Okay. I want to retain and out for bringing back later L030, but in the meantime, to address the concerns of the sponsor.
So we
who
need you to
has-
withdraw Amendment 30 and substitute, yeah.
I want to substitute.
Or just substitute.
And retain.
Just substitute this amendment.
I move L023, ask that it be displayed. As a substitute amendment, retaining 030. If I had legal training, I'd probably know what I was doing.
That amendment has been properly displayed. Representative DeGraff.
Okay. I spoke of this briefly. Our sponsors have said words mean things, brought to you by your sponsors. Words mean things. These words were carefully chosen, clearly weaponized. Medically, I'm not sure medically, I mean, at some point we might as well insert some medical definitions. Medically, the term abortion is the looking this straight up, is the expulsion of a fetus from the uterus by natural causes before it is able to survive independently. So it's worth noting that the term abortion only refers to the period of non-viability, which is generally considered to be about 23 weeks. So after 23 weeks, and the fetal harvesting bill allows all the way through, 42, 43, 45 weeks, and is a natural process, not a surgical one. What we're discussing is elective abortion, which is more accurately the termination of a fetus or feticide, which is the intentional, which is defined, which has a definition also, as the destruction of an unborn child. So I think it's more accurate. I think it's more accurate to use the more accurate terminology. Abortion is a natural process. It's a natural procedure. It happens. It's certainly not a compassionate thing to lump abortion in with elective abortion. And if we want to be accurate, if we want to be medically accurate, this is the way to do it. Because otherwise the definition should include prior to viability, it would be elective abortion. So just saying abortion in this term is intentionally misleading. And it's also not ending the pregnancy. It is terminating the life of a fetus. So this means, abortion means the expulsion of a fetus from the uterus by natural causes before it is able to survive independently, which is generally considered to be about 23 weeks. So in order to have accurate definitions in this bill, which so far I don't think there are any, because that's certainly not the intent. I think, and then I wanted to get to this also. Western medicine hinges on the Hippocratic Oath. I will give no lethal drug to anyone if I am asked, nor will I advise such a plan, and similarly, I will not give a woman a pessary to cause an abortion. So even Hippocrates, from where we get the Hippocratic Oath, recognize that ending the life of either a preborn or already born person was the same. The Hippocratic Oath forbade both feticide and euthanasia. It's not going to be a surprise when we go down that road in the same sentence, because they are intrinsically linked, because life is intrinsically linked from beginning to end. So in order to have some proper definitions in this, are you going to speak? I request an aye vote on this amendment, so that that maybe the sponsor would be more comfortable with the actual definition of medication, because in this case, the sponsor is correct. The sponsor is correct that it is that it could be problematic for the definition, because in this case, medication abortion, which is usually used to treat a disease or injury, medication in this case is used to terminate a life. So if we want to have any level of accuracy, if we want to, I don't know, maybe revisit something like the Hippocratic Oath, I recommend an aye vote on this for accuracy and some level of scientific continuity.
We are on Amendment 23. Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank my colleague for bringing this conversation back to one of science. And let's talk about the science behind what's written in this amendment, which does not appear to be scientifically valid in any way, shape, or form, including its own use of the word potentially stop, suggesting that the writer also recognizes that this may or may not be a thing at all. So let's see what the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists says about it. Medication abortion reversal is not supported by science. Facts are important, especially when it comes to policies and discussions that impact our patients. Claims regarding abortion reversal treatment are not based on science and do not meet clinical standards. So when we're talking about medication abortion, what are we talking about? It's the use of medications rather than a procedure to end a pregnancy. This safe and effective evidence-based regimen includes a combination of two drugs, mifepristone taken first and misoprostol taken at a later point as advised by the clinician. Mifepristone stops the pregnancy growth by blocking the hormone progesterone, and misoprostol makes the uterus contract to complete the abortion. This procedure is more effective when both drugs are used because mifepristone alone will not always cause abortion. In fact, as many as half of women who take only mifepristone continue their pregnancies. Mifepristone and misoprostol are safe, effective medications that are also used for other treatments. So-called abortion reversal procedures are unproven and unethical. This statistic that you see in front of you, 68%, comes from a 2012 case series reported on 6 women who took mifepristone and were then administered varying progesterone doses. 4 continued their pregnancies. It was rounded up in a weird way. This is not scientific evidence that progesterone resulted in the continuation of those pregnancies. As we know, the use of mifepristone alone generally allows 50% of pregnancies to continue. This study was not supervised by an institutional review board or an ethical review committee, required to protect human research subjects, raising serious questions regarding the ethics and scientific validity of the results. This case used no control groups. Subsequent case series used to support use of medication abortion reversal have had similar limitations. No control group, underreporting of data, and no reported safety outcomes. We should not be in the business of mandating treatments, requiring that physicians tell patients inaccurate information with respect to their medical care. This is interference in the patient-clinical relationship and contradicts one of the fundamental principles of medical ethics. Abortion, as much as many of us do not care for it, is an essential part of comprehensive medical care. And a patient's decision to end a pregnancy following appropriate consultation with their medical professionals should be treated with both privacy and respect. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate my colleague coming and talking about a test that had 9 or 10 people in it. I think that's very important to use the science. Now, when I studied in graduate school qualitative and quantitative analysis, I learned that your study populations need to be as large as possible to get the most accurate outcome. A small sampling usually would not yield an accurate statistical depiction of the true test that you are trying to analyze. So, consequently, Madam Chair, I bring a study that has almost 200 in the population. And I think I should highlight some of the, oh my, it's even larger than that. It's even more people than that, but we'll get to that. But it also analyzes the science and the relationship between mifepristone and progesterone. Now, as some background, my fellow colleagues, I've been around animal science for 45, 50 years. We have been talking about progesterone in agriculture since I was in grade school. We have used it in the livestock industry for reproductive outcomes since I, in the 1970s, helped my dad in very comprehensive artificial insemination research with Colorado State University. My job was a ranch hand. My dad was a herdsman who provided the herds to CSU, hundreds of head of cattle, to do reproductive testing and get outcomes for the university on test herds that were provided by real cattlemen in Colorado. We were one of many test herds in the state. But I digress. I want to go back to the human component and the relationship here. And now, just to give myself a little bit of credibility, I'm going to name the doctors. George Delgado, medical doctor. Stephen J. Condley, PhD. Mary Davenport, medical doctor and medical scientist. Ooh, this one's hard. Thridarat Thinakorsnosufap, PhD. Jonathan Mock, PhD, NPRN. And Veronica Klauv, Bachelor of Science, and Paul S. Zoe. Now, there's an abstract that I want to read. And that just kind of is a background and summarizes what this test was, what the science was for those of us that have talked about science. I'll begin. Some women who take mifepristone, a progesterone receptor antagonist, in order to terminate their pregnancies, change their minds, and desire to stop the medical abortion process. There are several articles in the medical literature documenting the reversal of the effects of mifepristone. The objective of this case study says we present and analyze a series of women who attempted to reverse the effects of mifepristone by taking supplemental progesterone to determine if the reversal of the effects of mifepristone with progesterone is possible and safe. This is the conversation we're having right now. Let's jump into the science so we get it right. I'll continue. Additionally, we compared different progesterone regimens to determine relative efficacies. Now, in this analysis, here we go, pay attention. Not 5, not 10, not 15, not 20. 754 patients were in this study. So, for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, bring me a study that has more than 750, and let's talk about that scientific outcome. Unbiased, I don't care if it's double-blind, but have a good sampling population that's realistic, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this is a retrospective analysis of clinical data of 754 patients who decided to attempt to reverse the medical abortion process after taking mifepristone. Now, for me, colleagues, if you want to take it, fine. If you want to take the morning after pill, fine. That's your choice. But Colorado, if you want to change that trajectory, then you should also have that choice. That's right, Colorado. This is about choices for women to predetermine the outcomes that they want, not that other people want for you. So here we go. In this particular study, but before taking the second drug in the protocol, mifepristone, we followed the patients who were given progesterone in an effort to reverse the effects of mifepristone and conducted statistical analysis to determine the efficacy of different protocols compared to a controlled mifepristone embryo survival rate, which is derived from this literature. Now, hold on a second. There's actually a summary of the results. Does anybody want to hear that before I get to the actual study? Does anybody want to hear the results? I think my colleagues do. And I want to share them with Colorado and my colleagues, and frankly, everybody in this chamber. Intramuscular progesterone and high-dose oral progesterone were the most effective with reversal rates of, anybody want to guess? Greater than 50%? Greater than 60%? No. 64% and 68% respectively, with a probability of error of 0.001. Now, this country boy isn't very smart, but that's a pretty low error rate. So I'm guessing that's about 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3. Who sang that song? That was a Meatloaf song. I'm going back. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I'll get back to, I was thinking about that song. Anyway, getting back to this, there was no apparent increased risk of birth defects. Conclusion, the reversal effects of mifepristone using progesterone is safe and effective. These are not my words, ladies and gentlemen. I'll hold the study up here. The title is A Case Series Detailing the Successful Reversal of the Effects of Mifepristone Using Progesterone. That's a lot of people. In fact, two doctors, 3 PhDs, and 3 other people were involved in this study. Not just one person, not one researcher with a biased outcome paid for by Planned Parenthood or some subsidiary. Now, I'm going to continue because this is important, folks. You want to talk about the science, let's get into the science. Now, please dig for other reports because I want to hear them as we continue this debate. Medical-induced abortion utilizes mifepristone has been available in the United States since around the year 2000. In 2014, 31% of the non-hospital-induced abortions were medical-induced abortions. Some women decided to attempt to reverse the medical abortion process after taking mifepristone. But before taking mifepristone, and inquire about the possibility of reversing the effects of mifepristone. The new FDA protocol approved for medical abortions in 2016 involves the administration of mifepristone 200 milligrams orally as a single dose. Now, I'm trying to copy the machine because I know we have a lot to talk about, and I don't want to be up here very long. But I do want to get this science out because it matters. I might need a glass of water here in a little bit. The new FDA protocols approved for the medical abortion of 2016 involves the administration of mifepristone 200 milligrams orally as a single dose. That's one big pill, which leads to embryonic or fetal demise, followed by 24 or 40 hours later as by mifepristone 800 mcg buccally as a single dose. I think that maybe means you take it by your mouth, I don't know, which simulates myometrial contractions. The protocol is approved up to 70 days after the first day of the last trimestral period. Mifepristone is part of the protocol because mifepristone alone has an incomplete abortion rate of 20 to 40%. Now, we want to talk about full disclosure, yes. That means it's about 60 to 80% effective as a morning after pill. I don't know if there's full disclosure on that. But 20 to 40%, you're going to get a misfire. You're not going to end your pregnancy, as determined by the endpoint of the complete expulsion. that complete expulsion is of the fetus or the fetal material. Pharmacology, mifepristone is a competitive antagonist of progesterone. At the progesterone receptor, it binds the PR twice as avidly as progesterone rather. Okay, well, an
Representative Holtorf.
antagonist, it's opposite of that, right, Madam Chair? It's opposite of that.
yes,
So we're
can
saying
you,
deceptive trade practices and pregnancy-related
Representative
services.
Holtorf?
Yes,
Can
ma'am.
you just have your sip Cs and then place your cup off the... Thank you.
So going back to this particular amendment, why this is so important. Look what it says. Now, I look at the last couple of lines there, between 4, 5, and 6. Okay, it says progesterone, since I can't say that right, is reintroduced to the mother's body to potentially stop the chemically induced feticide by reversing the effects of mifepristone, which process is successful up to 68% of the time. Now, when we get to the results of this study, you're going to understand why this amendment is so important and why that 68% number is so acutely important. Effects of mifepristone. By blocking progesterone receptors, mifepristone leads to the separation of the Desuda bacillus from the trophoblast. This separation diminishes the oxygen and nutrients that can be delivered to the embryo or fetus by the internal circulation and is the primary embryocidal and feticidal effect of mifepristone. Now, what does that mean in scientific or non-scientific terms? Because that's what's in the amendment, Madam Chair. It's saying exactly what this study is saying on over 750 women in this outcome. Not 5, not 10, not 20, not even 100, 750 or more in this case. In addition to this primary effect, mifepristone causes softening and dilation of the cervix. It also leads to myometrial contractions. So if you starve the oxygen and the nutrients from a living organism, it dies. Let that sink in a minute. If you don't think there's life in there, why would we give a chemical product that blocks oxygen and nutrients from something that is living so it cannot live? That's the science, ladies and gentlemen. You want to dig down into the science, let's go. Let me continue. Increasing myometrical sensitivity to the prostaglandins. Now, dilation of the cervix, if the cervix starts to dilate, then that means and I'm not going to get into all that, I'm not a woman, it's not my place. But I will tell you that means things are happening down there that aren't promoting the continuation of life, in this case. The disinhibition of the prostaglandin synthesis by the myometrium, the progesterone has been shown to have an autoregulatory effect on progesterone synthesis by the corpus luteum. Blocking progesterone receptors with mifepristone decreases progesterone secretion by the corpus luteum. Now let's talk about the science, because we do this with cattle. This is something I actually know about. When you give progesterone, okay, that causes the secretion by the corpus luteum, and then eggs are formed. When eggs are formed and they're fertilized, then you have an embryo that's fertile, and that is the beginning of the pregnancy and life. You want me to smile for your picture, ma'am? I'll wait. Let me know when you're done. Do I got a good face on here? Okay. Okay, now that we got that out of the way. Logic of using progesterone to reverse mifepristone effects. Wait a minute, there's logic in this? This is logical? Hold on, let me read the amendment. Chemical. Mother's choice. Progesterone is reintroduced to the mother's body to potentially stop the chemical-induced feticide by reversing the effects of mifepristone, which process 60%. I think this is to the amendment, so I'm going to continue, ma'am. The logic of using progesterone as reversal to reverse mifepristone effects. Mifepristone is a competitive inhibitor of the progesterone receptor. It is well known that receptor agonism and antagonism are parts of a dynamic process that can be influenced by changing concentrations of the agonist or antagonist. Therefore, it makes biological sense that increasing the progesterone levels in a pregnant woman by giving supplemental progesterone would favor the antagonist progesterone effects and blunt the abortifacient, hold on, let me say that real fast, abortifacient effects of mifepristone. Does that mean mifepristone causes abortions? But the antagonist progesterone might stop it? Well, some buck. I think this country boy just figured it out. Holy battle duty. All right, here we go. We're going to continue because now there's a model. A Japanese rat study. Now I'm going to skip that. Early mifepristone studies reporting continuing pregnancies. When mifepristone was first studied as abortifacient, so we know that mifepristone since the 80s has been something that'll stop pregnancy. Okay, and that's, 40 plus years. And just about as long for progesterone, promoting fertility in anything and promoting good biological functions in the womb, in the uterus, supporting healthy corpus luteum development. That's a thing. You can check it out. It's not in the study, though. But getting back to this point right here, during the 1980s, researchers determined that even with mifepristone as effective as an abortifacient, they believed it was necessary to add a prostaglandin analog to achieve a satisfactory complete uterine evacuation rate. But guess what? They found out a different outcome. They found out a different outcome based on the amount of progesterone you gave. As a matter of fact, the research is going to tell you that it actually did the opposite and it reversed the outcome of that big $10 word, abortifacient. It's a big word for me. We must emphasize that the definition of incomplete abortion is an incomplete emptying of the uterus. Embryo or fetus survival is not implied. The earliest studies also revealed that some embryos survived mifepristone. Wait a minute. So some embryos survived. So it wasn't effective. Oh, wait, 20 to 40%. I already said that earlier in this study. That's science. Let me continue. This is for gestation 8 to 10 weeks with comparable rates were 50% for complete abortions in that week period, 35% for incomplete abortions, and 15% for embryo survival. 2015, Grossman, which is the reference et al., published a review of the first case series of progesterone reversal of mifepristone, as well as 13 studies from the 1980s addressing continuing pregnancies after mifepristone. So this has been going on a long time. 1980. What were we doing in 1980? Well, shoot, some of us were in high school. Yep, some of us were doing that too. Not me, though. Anyway, let's continue. The authors conclude that there was an insufficient evidence to show that progesterone therapy improved survival over expected management based on the reporting high ongoing pregnancy rates in some of these older studies. However, closer scrutiny of the studies cited for high ongoing pregnancy rates revealed inadequate criteria for the diagnosis of continued pregnancies. And that's what led to this study. Many early researchers focused on efficacy, endpoint of completion, specifically to uterine evacuation, and did not distinguish missed or complete abortions from continued pregnancies. Now we're going to jump ahead a little bit. We're going to talk about the methods of this study, because we've already determined that they're antagonists. That's science. They have an antagonistic relationship. That's science. So this amendment actually states the truth, and it's scientifically based. methods. This is a retrospective analysis of clinical data of a group of pregnant women who took progesterone in an effort to reverse the effects of mifepristone. Okay, that's what we're saying is false advertising. That's what we're saying is deceptive trade practices. Is this one of our claims? Because if it is, it's wrong. Flat, straight up wrong, and this study confirms it on over 750 women. But if you don't believe me, let me continue to read the study. And this isn't the only one, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't the only study that proves what I am claiming right here before all of my colleagues in this esteemed chamber and in front of all of Colorado. The study was reviewed and approved by an institutional review board. The lead author contributed clinical data from a variety of clinical settings across the United States and several other countries for comparison. Subjects were pregnant women who had taken mifepristone but had not yet taken mifepristone and were interested in reversing its effects. Subject called on informational hotlines linked to an informational website staffed by nurses and a physician's assistant. After receiving information about the reversal process, those who decided to proceed with the reversal, which is the choice that we want in my caucus. This is the choice that we want for all women in Colorado. We want you to have a choice. If you change your mind, have a choice. If you pass this bill, that choice may go away for the women of Colorado. And that's a clear distinction, but let me continue. After receiving information about the reversal process, those who decided to proceed with reversal, which is a choice for women, were referred to a physician and mid-level practitioners in their respective geographical areas for treatment. The women gave written informed consent of the treatment for the respective treating medical professionals that included permission to track their data. The data was collected from the women themselves and from their treating healthcare professionals. Data was collected from different variables, including gestational age at the time of mifepristone ingestion, mode of delivery of progesterone given, amounts of progesterone received, birth defects, and preterm delivery. Progesterone was given to a variety of regimens by the 325 different medical professionals who treated these women. Well, holy buckets, that's a lot of people testing a lot of women all across this country. I don't think I need double-blind studies when I have this much data on this many people with this result that, oh, by the way, supports the amendment statistically. But let me continue. The mode of delivery of progesterone were intramuscular injections of progesterone in oil, oral administration of micronized progesterone, vaginal use of oral micronized progesterone capsules, compounded micronized progesterone, vaginal suppositories, progesterone vaginal gel, and progesterone vaginal suppositories. We selected 25% embryo or fetus survival rate. If mifepristone alone is administered as a control, because it is at the upper range of the mifepristone survival rate and is close to the 23% survival rate of the one early study that used a single 200 milligram dose, the dose currently favored for medical abortions at the time of this study was one 200 milligram pill. That's the morning after pill. And women should have that choice too. If you go out and have a fun night and make a bad decision, you should be able to make sure that that's not a life-changing decision. But also, if you go out and have too much fun one night and make a bad decision, then maybe make another bad decision and decide you want to reverse that decision with progesterone, you should have that right also. This is about choices for women, and this is science. This is science. Let me continue, because I want to get to the effects of the study here. This study is designed to ascertain which progesterone treatment clinicians have offered to women seeking mifepristone reversal that demonstrates efficacy beyond the 25% embryo survival rate and compares the relative efficacies of different treatments protocols to the historical control. Now, this is a 4-year study. There were over 1,500 calls made, And 45% of the participants of almost 1,700 women actually initiated the progesterone therapy and agreed to the study. Subjects were included in the study if they were 72 hours or less post-mifepristone and had not taken mifepristone. Of the women who started progesterone therapy and met inclusion criteria, there was 15% were lost to follow-up at some point. Of those, 15% were lost to follow-up prior to the 20-week gestation. So we had some of the participants that fell off. They just didn't complete the study all the way through gestation. Women remain pregnant. It says here, four of the 752 women remained pregnant with viable fetuses, but were lost to follow-up after 20 weeks gestation and were included in the analysis as reversals. 57 of the women, after starting progesterone therapy, changed their minds again and either took mifepristone to complete the medical abortion or procured surgical-induced abortion. And nobody's saying that that isn't an option. It's certainly an option in the state of Colorado right now. But what we're saying is this amendment tied to this bill gives women choices. Women who delivered babies after progesterone therapy or who were lost to follow-up after the 20-week gestation were considered to have reversed their medical abortions, since any pregnancy loss after 20 weeks would be unlikely to be attributable to the early mifepristone exposure. Data analysis was accomplished using the statistical hypothesis test on a population proportion. So for the PhDs in the room, come up and explain how important that is to verify a true scientific test for those of us that are in the science world. After all the exclusions, there were 547 patients with analyzable outcomes who underwent progesterone therapy. Of those, 257 births, 47%, live births. Another 4 were pregnant with viable fetuses, but lost after the 20-week gestation. The overall reversal rate of mifepristone was at 48%. That's just average. But I'm going to tell you something that's a really startling fact in this. Because, ladies and gentlemen, and for the PhDs in the room, and the doctors and the veterinary medical doctors in the room, the more progesterone you gave, the higher the probability of success. As a matter of fact, for those well-educated medical practitioners, I'm just going to flip to one important data point. Here it is. If you gave, in the sampling, progesterone, 6 to 8 injections, you had a 100% reversal rate. Of the inclusion rate or the therapeutic rate of each injection. Now, I'd have to go into the study and get that the milliliters. 100%. That tells this country boy the more progesterone you would administer, the higher the statistical reversal rate. Up to 100%, kids. My Lord. Now, I'll back up a little bit. For the populations that did 2 to 5 injections, intermuscular, this is very important. It has to be an intermuscular injection, which those of us in animal science know that an IM injection, a deep IM injection, with a 1.5-inch needle, a 2-inch needle, that's a 14-gauge needle in livestock, will get the medicine into the deep muscle tissue, will have greater absorption rate, and will have a greater effect biologically on the animal to increase their fertility rates or their abortion rates, depending on what you do. You see, we do this in cattle all the time, ladies and gentlemen. I've been doing this for 35, 40 years out in the country. If we want to get our cattle have a higher pregnancy rate, we will give them shots of progesterone repeated to start the ovulation. Now, if we want to do an abortion, we'll also give a shot. Yep, it's called Lutalize. 6 milliliters. That's all you need. And that animal will flush. We've been doing this for 40 years out in the country. And there's no deceptive trade practices going on in agriculture. And we sure don't have a bill that says you can't do it, because we do it. So I'm confused, Colorado. Now, I'm not saying cattle and vet medicine should be compared to humans and human medicine. But there is a significant correlation. Let me back up a little bit, and I'm going to finish here because I think I've made my point. If you had one injection, 48% reversal rate, I think we mentioned that earlier, is an aggregate. Now, here's what's interesting. If you went to 9 to 10 injections, the percent reversal rate went to 90%. So you actually could give too much and change the trajectory. There was an optimal point of administering the progesterone to give the maximum outcome. But then if you over-applied the medicine, you would actually reduce the outcome. And that continued. You went down to 89% with 11 more injections. Now, the oral had a significantly less outcome, 54% for all groups. I mean, I won't go into the other stuff. I'm not a woman, and I don't need to talk about some of those female things. It's just not my place, and I refuse to do it. But I'm coming to all of you with this from my perspective in agriculture and in the cattle business. If we've been doing this for 40 years with livestock, and we don't have a law that says this is some kind of deceptive, untrade practice, but this amendment actually reinforces the results of this study right here. And I can leave this on the table if anybody wants it. You can look at it. Then why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we support this amendment and say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am, yes, Madam Chair, this is a good amendment. It follows the science. It's medically accurate. Statistically, plus or minus maybe 3%. In fact, we could probably take the percent out of there. I could run a substitute amendment, Madam Chair, if you'd like to take that specific point out. But the bottom line, this amendment is a good amendment. It's scientifically proven. It's sound. It's solid. It's accurate. It's not deceptive. It tells the truth about outcomes with a standard deviation and possible an error of a few percentage points one way or the other. And there's nothing deceptive about it. So, Madam Chair and colleagues, I'm in support of the truth. I'm in the support of science. And I'm in the support of being honest to Colorado and Colorado women about outcomes and choices. Therefore, Madam Chair, I am in strong support of this amendment, and I think I'll say yes the loudest when you call the vote. Thank you.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And except for the voting yes on the amendment, I agree completely with my colleague's last sentence about being completely in support of truth, completely in support of science, completely in support of real choices. I wanted to go back a little bit on, we're discussing progesterone and legitimate uses of progesterone, and there are absolutely legitimate uses of progesterone, and it has been around for decades and is a very important hormonal treatment that is used both in veterinary medicine and human medicine for a variety of reasons. And I myself, and none of us in this discussion are arguing that point as far as what are the legitimate uses of progesterone. Some of them are, and I'm going to stick with human medicine because that's what we're here to talk about today. Progesterone can be used to prevent abnormal changes in the uterus when people are taking estrogen after they've reached menopause. And in so doing, this helps decrease the risk of uterine cancer. It can be used to regulate the menstrual cycle and treat amenorrhea when menstrual cycles unusually stop when they shouldn't have. It is sometimes used in high-risk pregnancies to help support the natural production of progesterone when needed. And that is, again, in high-risk pregnancies where that extra amount of progesterone might be helpful. It is used in birth control pills to make the body it's a way to kind of trick the body into thinking that it's pregnant so that ovulation doesn't occur. And it's often used in fertility treatments when you're using in vitro fertilization. What we are talking about here, and it doesn't have to do with the deceptive trade practice. I want to bring us back to the part about progesterone that we're talking about is in the part of the bill that talks about unprofessional conduct, not deceptive trade practices. So I want to be clear on that. That's what the bill is saying about the abortion pill reversal process. The use of progesterone after using mifepristone is where there's an issue here. We do know that off-label prescribing in medicine, whether it's human medicine or veterinary medicine, is absolutely necessary. We wouldn't be able to do all the good that we do across this nation and across the world without off-label prescribing. But when that is done, it is based on legitimate, science-based, standard of care practices that have been reviewed generally over years, held up to scrutiny and testing to get to that point where a medical provider can rely on what has come before their ability to say, yes, I have so much proof that this is going to work in this certain situation. I also wanted to go back and reference these studies that were talked about after I lower the mic. There was some reference to a case series, a case study by a doctor named Delgado. I want to go a little deeper into the one physician that did start out with an attempt to do a true controlled study on this issue. And it's a board-certified family planning specialist and professor, an obstetrician gynecologist, board-certified. And he is actually the only investigator in this space who has ever studied mifepristone reversal. There had been 3 studies that had never been published that were related to some of these other things that we're hearing about, these numerous studies and many people in these studies that have no truth to them. 2 of the studies, or what seems to qualify as studies, are simply case reports. Case reports are different than studies. These case reports had less than 10 patients each. There was also a study which was a randomized trial, which had to be stopped.
Rep. McCormick, can I just have you pause for one moment? Members, can we please take our conversations off to the side and simmer down a little bit? Thank you. Back to Rep. McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's better than me trying to talk louder, so I appreciate that. The study that I'm referring to now by this board-certified obstetrician was a randomized trial that he had to stop after enrolling 12 patients, which was not enough to be statistically significant, but he had to stop due to safety concern. That is the only true evidence. The report that was referenced earlier by my colleague from Akron was a report with upwards of 750 people who supposedly received mifepristone and then supposedly received progesterone, but the problem was that doesn't qualify as a study. The basis for all this discussion over mifepristone reversal is tethered on this one report. And to reach an evidence level of study at the very lowest bar, a case study or case series needs to report on the outcomes of all the individuals who were included, not just the individuals that had the desired result by the investigators. And that's what happened in this case. So that's a larger report of 750 people. It's not a study because they only recorded the outcomes for the people that had continuing pregnancies, which was about 50%, and they didn't include the other half because it didn't fit the answer they were looking for. They said nothing about what happened to that other half, and that's really important here when we start to talk about science and numbers and facts. Therefore, that does not qualify as a study. We heard earlier from my colleague from Louisville about how a true study is conducted and the parameters that are needed to have that scientific outcome. So all of this discussion about this treatment, that there are studies that back this up, are just not true. It's very misleading. And this doctor, this board-certified obstetrician that tried to do this study, and I'll go into that a little bit more here in a minute, these are his words, not mine. He's calling this out as medical fraud, and that's all it's about. It's not about when life begins. It's not about abortion. It's about the ability of these centers to move forward with medical fraud. And that is just not right. That's not right for the medical community. It's not right for patients. It's not right for us in this great country of ours.
We do want to remember we're on the amendment, Representative.
We are on the amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's getting off on a roll. So, do we? I certainly can continue with this later because I do have a lot to say on this, but to respect process and protocol, I will just urge a no vote on this amendment, and we can move on to continue to talk about the amendment.
To the amendment, Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the amendment, are we really talking about truth and talking about a study with 4 patients? Is that our truth? Is that what the people of Colorado deserve? A study of 4 people? Gosh, you guys, please. We just talked about a study with 754 patients. It's called evidence-based medicine. We can't do random control trials in this instance. I have talked ad nauseum about this, and it just falls on deaf ears. Like, I don't want to keep circling back. And now we're talking about medical fraud because we're saving a baby? Fraud? Wow. Okay, so I'll pull something else. We've had so many people come up here and talk about ACOG, American College of Obstetrics and Gynecologists. They had a bulletin. Further evidence pointing to the efficacy of APR is found in ACOG, who everyone's quoted, Practice Bulletin 225, published October 2020. The bulletin details ACOG's guidance on the provision of medication abortion. While they do claim in the bulletin there is no evidence treatment with progesterone after taking mifepristone increased the likelihood of the pregnancy continuing. But listen to this. They go on to warn abortion providers to avoid administering depot medroxyprogesterone acetate, progesterone birth control. So if you're in the middle of having a chemical abortion, ACOG is saying, don't you dare give these people progesterone birth control, because you know why? The chances of embryonic and fetal survival by 4 times, even though the woman has taken the second drug. So which one is it, ACOG? Which one is it? Progesterone doesn't work, or it works so well that you should not give a patient birth control after you give them chemical abortion pills. You can't have it both ways. The progesterone provided in DMPA is notably less effective than natural progesterone, but still has a significant impact on fetal survival. I caution you guys to talk about truth under this golden dome. Because when you're talking about 4 patients, 2 of which almost died, compared to 754, since the protocol was first used by physicians George Delgado And Matthew Harrison, statistics now show that more than 2,500 babies have been saved using this protocol. It is safe and it is effective, and you guys quoting studies of 4 people is a disservice to the people of Colorado. And I hope that when we argue these other bills coming up, that you don't argue about puberty blockers and the use of progesterone for those, because it's not FDA approved for that either. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I almost called you Madam Speaker. I don't. So we're having conversation and just wanting to understand, you know, off-label, FDA off-label use. It's an interesting conversation. We've been having it as a culture for a number of years. Just to sort of put us all in the same place, unless this isn't an accurate understanding, in which case I welcome the bill sponsors to help me have an accurate understanding of this. But my understanding is when a company goes to the FDA for approval, they go and it's a very costly process, and they go and they submit an application and they say, we want approval for this product for this purpose. So perhaps they come in and they say, we want you to approve this particular pill for heart attacks, for helping in the event of a heart attack. And the FDA goes through their review process and they check a few boxes. One of those boxes is, does it actually treat for heart attacks? But one of the other boxes that is checked is it generally safe? Is it generally safe? Can we just have it there in the market? And once that approval process goes through, then that pharmaceutical company, the makers of that product, have now the ability to market that product for the particular use that the FDA approved, right? For heart attacks. But that doesn't give them the right to market that product for maybe these 4 other conditions that it helps, because they didn't get FDA approval for those 4 other conditions, even though it helps them. What they have is a product that they can say, this helps for X and is generally safe. And so doctors, through their course of practice, as I understand it, have come to understand it because I've run some bills in this area over the last couple of years. What I've come to understand is that doctors, through their practice, they might prescribe this pill for heart problems, for heart attacks, and discover that their patient who also suffers from arthritis no longer has a problem with arthritis, or that problem has been diminished. And so as they continue to prescribe for heart attacks and they continue to check in with their patients and see how their patient's overall condition is, they start to make reasonable deductions from, hey, I gave this particular pill to these 10 patients, all of which had problems with arthritis as well as heart issues, and 8 of those 10 patients saw not only improvement on their heart condition, but also on their arthritis. And so I think that it's reasonable in the future when patients come in and we're trying to help solve for their arthritis to consider this on the slew of choices for medications. And I am getting back to the...
So you're saying vote yes on the amendment?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. I am saying vote yes on the amendment because, thank you. Are you saying vote yes on the amendment? I'm just saying yes. No, I'm saying... Are you sure? Am I persuading you up there? I will come around. Okay, so we were talking about FDA and whether or not progesterone can be used to potentially stop the chemically induced feticide by reversing this drug. And there was a conversation that was raised around FDA. And so what I'm trying to drive at is actually a question. It's a question to the bill sponsor who got up and said, we can't have this because there hasn't been enough studies. And my question is, often this type of off-label use isn't as relates to studies, it's as relates to practice, evidence-based practice. And so how are we supposed to know here in Colorado if something works if we close the door on doctors from being able to do that? And so I guess I'm just responding to what the bill sponsor's comments were with respect to this amendment. I thank you, Madam Chair, for being gracious to me in the process.
Amendment 23 still? Okie dokie, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right. It's not lost on me the irony of this with the double, all the study requests when we've had, when we are still pending a single safety and efficacy study for the COVID vax. And that in this body has been taken as basically, I don't know, some sort of religious rite. The COVID vax will not have a safety and efficacy study done until maybe, it was supposed to be January, and then they pushed it back all the way until either June or July. And what they did with that one is they eliminated the control group. So the irony of the push for medical science is pretty funny. Also the study that was referenced by one colleague in part was referenced by my other colleague in whole, and they're totally different. So yes, we want to get to truth. The abortion pill consists of two medications, mifepristone and misoprostol. Mifepristone works by blocking progesterone receptors from progesterone needed to supply nutrients to the placenta and continuing the pregnancy. When the progesterone receptors are blocked, the placenta dies, starving and killing the baby. Probably the asphyxiation kicks in first because that's probably a little bit shorter, but the baby will asphyxiate, will starve, will die. And this is an induced miscarriage. Misoprostol is the second step for the medication abortion process, and it works by inducing cramping and contractions. That does not sound natural to now expel the now dead baby. There have been 6 levels of studies showing the effectiveness of using bioidentical progesterone to combat the effects of mifepristone to save the baby. Progesterone has been used in pregnancy centers. Progesterone has been used in both pregnancy and women's health since the 1950s for conditions such as in vitro fertilization, recurrent miscarriage, irregularities, postpartum depression, and more, and then in gender reaffirming care. That is highly off-label. A study of 754 patients demonstrated no increase in birth defects in children born after reversal. I suppose for the children, the progesterone, the unborn persons that are attacked using mifepristone, their options are either death or life. So it's 100% difference for them. Any of the reversal places that provide that or discuss that are very specific that it has to be within. Obviously, you can't reverse the actual event of feticide. But mifepristone works by blocking progesterone receptors from progesterone needed to supply the nutrients to the placenta. So that would be like if you get carbon monoxide poisoning. If you get carbon monoxide poisoning, the carbon monoxide binds at 300 times the affinity to your red blood cells. So then what you have to do is you have to flood, you have to get the person out, and they have to work through that so that is overcome. That's all that is happening with the progesterone, that the amount of progesterone is overcoming the blocking of the receptors. And if that's done within, I think it's 24 to 48 hours, then the damage, before the damage occurs, before the placenta detaches, so before the placenta detaches and the baby asphyxiates or starves, before the baby asphyxiates or starves, then the progesterone takes over, knocks out the mifepristone, and they'll tell you that after the misoprostol, that the progesterone will no longer work. And they will tell you that the effects are, it is successful up to 68% of the time. It's up to 68% of the time if taken within 24 to 48 hours after the first step of the mifepristone, before the misoprostol, before the placenta is actually detached. And then everything continues normally. So the progesterone has been used in women's health since the 1950s. Yet my colleagues said it was tried on, 6 people. That's highly disingenuous. It's been used on thousands. This is commonplace. This is common. It's very common. There's probably some more agenda to it besides getting rid of progesterone in general, which you may or may not know about. But let's just leave it at the protecting of the fetal harvesting industry. Mifepristone works by blocking the progesterone. And it says that mifepristone is 97% effective, so it's not even 100% effective at less than 63 days, which is 9 weeks, and also effective up to 26 weeks. So up to 26 weeks, they would use this mifepristone to cause an unborn person to asphyxiate or starve. Fully formed, fully innervated, fully feeling, learning language, touch, light, all of it. But then you do that chemical and they asphyxiate or starve. So it has to be taken before the second pill, and they are quite clear about that it has to be taken before the second pill, and it has to be taken before 24 to 48 hours, and it is successful up to 68% of the time, and it has worked thousands of times. AAP, the American Association of Pro-Life OBGYNs, somewhere between 25 and 10,000 doctors, they support this high level of progesterone. So it's clear with the sponsors and their stakeholders, the sponsors and their stakeholders were clearly on one side of the ideological aisle. It does not sound like they talked to any of the pro-life organizations, even though they shouldn't be hard to find because they are at a rate of 5 to 2. Of course, that 5 to 2 is what threatens the fetal harvesting industry. And that's what it is. It's billions of dollars. They give money to all the campaigns, big donations.
Okay, that's a little off the amendment.
That's relevant, but okay. So the sponsor stakeholders were part of the fetal harvesting industry. The lawyers specifically crafted the wording.
Again, let's go to make the case for your amendment, and then when we're back to the bill,
save that for the bill?
That's a different conversation.
Okay. I was just going to say otherwise, that this is what devalues life in this community, not guns. But that's not, I will admit, that's not to the bill, so I'll just skip saying that. So all this is doing is saying the chemical feticide interruption, because that's what it is, it's a chemical. It's a chemical that blocks the progesterone that causes the baby to asphyxiate or starve and then detach prior to mispropitol, which induces contractions, cramping, and expulsion. Progesterone is introduced into the mother's body, so that is true. And this part that my lawyerly friend mentioned, potentially, yes, potentially. It's not a guarantee because you've introduced some chemicals and you've started a process. And that's why it also says it is potentially, and it's 68% of the time. So this amendment is accurate. If you want any level of accuracy in this bill, this is a place to start. So, can you speak on this? So I recommend a vote yes on this amendment. Let's at least have some level of accuracy in this bill.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to correct the record about exactly how mifepristone and progesterone and misoprostol, that whole interaction. I just really want people to understand the medicine here. Mifepristone is a hormonal antagonist, and that means that it has been designed, it's a medication that has been designed to seek out progesterone receptors. So we have a progesterone receptor here in the body, in the uterus, and it is designed to either fit progesterone in there, or in this case, with our ability of pharmaceutical companies to make medications, which is miraculous at times, mifepristone is also designed to fit into that same receptor. That is its purpose. The important thing to know about this interaction is that mifepristone binds incredibly strongly to that receptor. In fact, it binds so much stronger to the receptor than progesterone itself. It's like it's locked in and screwed in tight, and it's not going anywhere. And so, as a analogy, it's as if I were really, really strong, which physically maybe I'm not, but hopefully I'm strong in what I'm saying here. If I were like super, super strong, stronger than anybody in this room, and I went over to my colleague here and I gave them the biggest, strongest hug I possibly could give them, so tight that they could still breathe, but anyway, I'm hugging them so tight that nothing is, and I can hold that hug for 24, 36, 72 hours. I really could. And maybe there's 63 other people in this room, and you all say, we're going to bring in another 100 people, and let's pretend like you're all progesterone. But I am stronger than all of you, and maybe you all want to give them a hug too, but you can't undo the hug that I have on my progesterone receptor. That is why this makes no medical sense if mifepristone is in the body and is locked in to the progesterone receptors, it's locked in. No amount of progesterone swimming around that interaction is going to knock off the mifepristone. In other words, it cannot undo the effects of the mifepristone in the body. So that's the idea of what happens between mifepristone and progesterone. And so giving more progesterone doesn't displace the mifepristone from those receptors. It doesn't make it come off, and it doesn't make any medical sense that it could work. Now, if someone out there thinks that it can, then please do a large, appropriate, science-based study to prove that the understanding of how receptors and hormones work, that understanding that we've had for decades, that we use in medicine, that we use in veterinary medicine, when it comes to these two drug interactions, then let's see that actual study, because it has not occurred, it does not exist. And in fact, what's happening is putting this idea out there, and this is why the second part of the bill is so incredibly important. Putting this idea that there is something out there that's going to work is so misleading and harmful to people. It is delaying care. It is having them believe something that's not true, and it is dangerous to the people of Colorado. I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Winter, very patient Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we can all say that we look at different studies in this chamber. I've looked at some of the studies myself. I'm not going to get into the argument about the studies. I'm up here to talk about the choice, and for me it's to talk about the choice of life. Just like the good representative from Akron, I support this amendment. And the reason I support it is, if you'll give me just a second to weave this, is I come from rural Colorado also. And At the end of the day, I know we're not talking about livestock, but I have seen evidence based on some of this in the livestock world. A good colleague from Akron spoke to that, so I'm not going to reiterate the point. But one thing I will talk about is the choice of my daughters. And this is very important to me. So I don't know if I've told any of you, but we raise show goats. And one of the exciting times a year for us is after everything's bred, we do ultrasounds. And it's really neat to see my kids' reaction to that, because when they see life, it's exciting because they know in the spring life's coming, and it's going to be just, if you haven't been around a ton of baby goats, you'd see how excited I am myself. It's really the coolest thing on earth to see. They're really neat. So we do all of that, and then fast forward to my daughter. Say she gets herself in a situation, and she makes a choice to start this process. Whether it be me, our priest, a friend, somebody she knows, and after she's taken the first pill, she decides that, you want to know what? Maybe I'm going to go get an ultrasound. You know, I've talked to somebody. They've talked me into doing this. It's, you know, I've made the choice to start, but I should have the choice to take a look at this. And she hears the heartbeat, and she sees that life, and she changes her mind. I'm not saying she will, but she might. And she feels like she needs to do anything and everything possible to try to reverse this. Once again, I've stated before, I've seen how this has worked in the world that I've grown up in and lived in. And I've seen how all of these drugs, for the most part, are used in that world. And she decides that she wants to take progesterone because it might be one of the only things she has. It might be the only thing that she can throw at this and make it stick. And it's a drug that has been used for many years. It's about choice, folks. Since I've been involved in politics, I've heard pro-choice, pro-choice. We're not necessarily having the argument I think that people thought we were going to have on this. We're having the thought about choice of everything. In this chamber all the time, I hear with different situations that we talk about constantly, that we need to do something about issues. We've got to do something. Doing nothing isn't something. We've got to do everything. A lot of times, I will say this since I've been in here and since I've paid attention to politics, we throw solutions at problems and we don't even know if they're going to stick to the wall, but we've got to do something, anything. Well, why shouldn't we allow somebody to do that in this situation if they're that desperate? What's the different thinking of that? Where is that any different for any of the other solutions that we talk about in here? Why shouldn't my daughter have that choice to throw that at the wall and hope it sticks? I just ask you to think about that. If this bill is really about choice, let's make this bill really about choice, and this amendment does that. So I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to the, I'll start with the chemistry part. And again, I talked about with carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide has an affinity that is 300 times greater, 300 times stronger. And usually when somebody is overcome by carbon monoxide, they are out cold and it has taken over basically every cell, or enough cells, I should say, in their body that is no longer responding. Those, even though those receptors, those oxygen receptors, have been overwhelmed by carbon monoxide, which has essentially the same shape as O2, so COO2. They attach to the same points, even though we know that people are recovered, and it doesn't even have to be an overwhelming application of oxygen. Somebody can be out cold, and they just have to be taken out into the air, where the oxygen is at a normal level, and then they will recover, because that is always cycling. Just because something has blocked the receptor doesn't mean it's there forever. So that is disingenuous, and that is just an inapplication of chemistry. To my colleague's point, yes, life is exciting. The laws of nature and nature's God, which are the premise of our Declaration of Independence, if you look at life in general and the basis of our laws, nature protects and preserves life. But to my colleague's point, or one of the sponsors' point, because let's just say it's anecdotal, an eLife network and the thousands of cases that they cite have absolutely nothing to do with the progesterone. So they cite this progesterone in thousands of cases where the pregnancy was saved, and the thousands of pregnancies that have been saved without progesterone. So the assertion is that progesterone is being applied to, in general, it would be medical malpractice. If the progesterone does nothing, so when we cite 68% of the time that it's successful, and it depends on whether it's IM or intravenous or however else they would apply progesterone. If progesterone does nothing, then the chemical feticide failure rate is 68%. If the chemical feticide failure rate is 68%, and that is sold as Plan B, let alone all of the other problems with ectopic pregnancies and all that, it fails 68% of the time, because that's what they cite as the success rate. They cite the success rate as 68% of the time when progesterone is applied. And so what the sponsor is saying, that has absolutely nothing to do with the progesterone. That means the chemical feticide protocol fails 68% of the time. That is false advertising. That is deceptive practices. So which deceptive practices are we defending? That Plan B fails 68% of the time? That it hides ectopic pregnancies? That it induces contraction? There is obviously a lot of false advertising in the fetal harvesting industry. But progesterone is not it. The chemically induced feticide, that is the deceptive practice that is being foisted on the women of Colorado and on the United States. But we know this is an ideological driven issue. It protects the fetal harvesting industry. But if you want to have any level of scientific accuracy, I recommend an aye vote on this amendment.
We are on Amendment 23. Is there any further discussion? Representative Epps.
We would ask for a no vote. And thank you, Madam Chair.
The question before us is Amendment 23. All those in favor say aye. Aye. What? Yeehaw. Okay. All those opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the bill. Representative Vigil. No, you're back to this amendment. Oh, we got to go back to that. I'm sorry, we have to go back to Amendment 30. What was the underlying amendment that was substituted? Is there any discussion on Amendment 30?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before getting back to Amendment 30, I have a substitute amendment. I would like to move L024 and ask that it be displayed as a substitute amendment. We'll get back to 3-0. Trying to help my colleague clean up this bill.
Okay, so our substitute amendment is Amendment 24. It's properly displayed. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amended, re-engrossed bill, page 3, line 4, strike medication abortion. And it occurred to me that I had not yet indicated a definition for chemically induced feticide. So that's what this means. So on page 4, after line 12, chemically induced feticide means the two-step process in which the first pill, mifepristone, blocks a woman's progesterone, which is needed for a pregnancy to continue, softening the uterine lining so that the embryo detaches from the uterine wall, thereby ending the life of the unborn baby, after which a second pill, they should choose something that's a little easier to pronounce, misoprostol, taken 24 to 48 hours later, expels the baby. Re-letter the succeeding paragraphs accordingly, and on page 4, after line 17 as well, feticide means, so we have this all done, feticide means any procedure, instrument, or agent or drug used to terminate the life of an unborn person. And that's important for the reasons I discussed earlier, because abortion in and of itself is a natural procedure. It's something that happens naturally. Induced abortion or elective abortion is not a natural occurrence. So again, by leaving abortion in there as a definition is a misnomer, and it is medically inaccurate. Of course, that doesn't have anything that has no bearing on this bill, as it's medically inaccurate all the way around. So medically, abortion is the expulsion. This is the definition. Medically, an abortion is the expulsion of a fetus from the uterus by natural causes, before it is able to survive independently. So by natural causes means that that we are not talking about abortion. So far, accuracy hasn't been a prerequisite, so it would be nice if we are going to codify things into the Colorado Revised Statute, that they would have some level of accuracy. Some remote level of accuracy, because the lawyers all like accuracy. Oh no, they don't. They chose these words intentionally. So the term only refers to the period, it only refers to the period of non-viability, which is generally considered to be about 23 weeks, and is a natural process, not a surgical one, not a chemical one. It is a natural process. So, since elective abortion is apparently too much to say in general to be medically accurate, feticide, and it would only apply up to 23 weeks. Feticide is just the intentional destruction of an unborn child. So this is just a matter of accuracy. For the second part, feticide means any procedure, instrument, or agent or drug used to terminate the unborn baby. And that's important with HB 22-1279. The religious sacrament, fetal harvesting, declares that a fertilized embryo or fetus does not have independent or derivative laws under the state. So the fetus has no rights under the state. No, the state has deprived life, liberty, and property or pursuit of happiness from the fetus, which is a misnomer, because you can't do that, because they are also created in the image of God. So by removing the rights from the fetus for the right to life, you've also negated your own technically, and you have no legal basis to claim a right to life for yourself. That's an entirely different issue. Abortion, and abortion in the 22-1279, the fetal harvesting bill, means, is everybody listening? Everybody. There we go. Scott said he wasn't listening, so I needed to wake him up. He was falling asleep. All right. Abortion means, this is really barbaric. This is really barbaric. You probably want to hear this. Abortion means any medical procedure, instrument, agent, or drug used to terminate the pregnancy. So let's get into deceptive practices. If somebody goes into a fetal harvesting clinic, they can be used any medical procedure. They could be signing up for any medical procedure, any instrument. Basically a little mechanical shark attack inside the mother, ripping the limbs off, ripping the head off, crushing the skull. Any. And that's what it is, it's any. But we're talking about chemical feticide here. Instrument, agent, or drug used to terminate the pregnancy. Any is an excessively broad allowance. How safe does that sound to you? How safe does any sound? What's the limits on any? I'm hoping that the lawyers in the room maybe will put some definition, maybe put some bounds on the word any. Any. Mechanical dismemberment, ripping the arms and legs off, crushing the skull, that falls within any. That's what we're talking about. Chemically induced feticide means the two-step process by which the first pill, mifepristone, blocks a woman's progesterone, which is needed for the pregnancy to continue, softening the uterine lining so that the embryo detaches from the uterine wall, thereby ending the life of the unborn baby, after which a second pill, misoprostol, taken 24 to 48 hours, expels the dead baby. So that's what we're talking about. We're talking about any. Now, if anybody's concerned about their own right to life, you can make the constitutional argument that by these laws, by this codification, that you've negated your own, and you would be right. And again, feticide means any procedure, instrument, or agent, or drug used to terminate the life of a pregnancy. And that definition is to go to 1279. It's always amazing to me how casually people can listen. How casually people can listen to the fact that a baby can be rendered limb from limb inside of its mother, and that is considered acceptable. And then we wonder why society has no value for life. In order to have some definitional accuracy to this bill, in order to have some continuity with the previous 1279, the fetal harvesting bill, I recommend an aye vote on this amendment, on L024.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 24. All those in favor say aye. A division has been requested. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L24. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L24, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. Did you guys get Puglisi? You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L24 is lost. We are back to the bill. Oh, I'm sorry, that was a substitute? Okay, sorry, I took over in the chair a moment later. We're back to the underlying amendment, L30. Representative DeGraff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for helping me keep track of that. All right. This should be pretty easy. There's nothing divisive about the term medication, except in the application of this bill. Because the Webster's or the Oxford definition means a drug or other substance used to treat a disease or injury. So I really find this one fascinating on the ideological side. Because it is being used in the terms of medication abortion. So by the terms medication abortion, the left of this body is determining that pregnancy is a disease or industry. So this definition is the definition. It's not a substitute definition, it is the definition. It is a common definition. So what is inaccurate, what is a deceptive practice, what is a lie, is to say medication abortion. That is the lie. So the entire bill protecting the fetal harvesting industry and the billions of dollars that it represents is a lie. It's a lie designed to attack organizations. It's a lie designed to attack the organizations that are out there supporting mothers in crisis, and it's designed to put them out of business so they can no longer support mothers in crisis. The sponsors have told us that this is a very intentionally crafted and very intentionally worded bill. The definition of feticide was completely in keeping with the Fetal Harvesting Bill 1279. This definition is completely in keeping with that definition. So it'll be interesting when you strike this definition down for medication, what this body actually means medication to be, or what you mean pregnancy to be. Because what you're using medication for is what Hippocrates specifically forbade it to be used for. And I know you don't want to hear it, but it's true. It's true. The Hippocratic Oath specifically forbade this process, just like it's forbade euthanasia, because they all go together. Because once you go down one road and you've surrendered your value for life, and what we have in this culture right now is a lack of a value for life. But what happens is eventually we trade our values for something that we value more, or some of us do. That value is either convenience, that idol, you could say. That's idol, that convenience or money. But medication is a drug or other substance used to treat a disease or injury. So either pregnancy is a disease or injury according to this body, or medication is used to induce death. And those are just the facts. But if we could just save one life, that's all. I recommend an aye vote on what definitionally could be the last remaining vestige of hope for any level of scientific accuracy of this bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L30. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it and the amendment fails. Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is that the correct title right now? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members. I have a whole bunch of material I prepared here, and then I heard something. I heard something in some remarks before me that I think might have skipped over some folks, saying that anyone who denies a fetal life forfeits their own right to life. And I just want to refute that in the strongest possible terms. No grown person in this world deserves to be the second most important person in their own body, even if we're going to have a philosophical or medical debate about what counts when someone is pregnant. So, since we're talking so much about targeted legislation, though, around this bill, I'm happy to talk about some other targeted legislation. More than 20 states have regulations targeted specifically at clinics that provide abortion services, with 12 especially conservative states going to such extremes that virtually all abortion providers have been forced to close their doors. Legislation of this kind is meticulously designed to force closure, not to protect patient health, and includes medically unnecessary and onerous requirements, like admitting privileges to nearby hospitals, where frequently those hospitals are under no obligation to accept that request, and mandates on down-to-the-inch dimensions, not just for operating rooms, but also for hallways, HVAC systems, and even janitors' closets.
Representative Vigil, sorry to interrupt. If I missed something when someone else was in the chair, I apologize, but I do think we want to stick with this bill.
Abortion providers in anti-choice states have even been legally required to recite misinformation to patients, like the unsubstantiated claim of heightened breast cancer risk. But I want to talk a little bit about the relationship between the movement that's in question and the crisis pregnancy centers, according to the Ledge Deck, since that was called into question. I just want to invite everyone to just give this a try. I tried it on my own device just to see how it panned out. If you search your city plus abortion services, I just looked up Colorado Springs abortion services. The second hit was the Colorado Springs Crisis Pregnancy Center, with the word abortion in all caps in the subheading. That's some really strong SEO. Search engine optimization like that is not accidental, it's not free, it is a very meticulous design choice. So I've heard some opposition to this legislation that these centers are being unfairly categorized, thank you, as centers of an anti-choice movement. But the fact is, Colorado Springs Pregnancy Center is in fact owned and operated by an organization called Life Network that is explicitly religious and political in its aim to criminalize abortion, and is bankrolled by groups like Womack Ministries, Focus on the Family, and Charis Bible College. So I've heard from my colleague from El Paso County that only other members' positions are apparently associated with an ideology or an agenda. The reality is, there is most definitely a movement to criminalize abortion in this country, and these centers are, in fact, deeply integrated in it. It is a massive, well-funded, and very intentional movement, and we cannot have a dialogue about this issue if we pretend otherwise.
I don't have a preference. Which of you want to go? Representative DeGraff.
He's trying to make up his mind about something. I would dispute the well-funded. The pro-life organization does not have body parts to fund its operations. When in the course of human events, this is to my colleague's point on life, and I'm going to tell you why. Because it's very important to this argument, to this discussion. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to, and this is the basis for all of our laws. This is the basis for all of our laws. So this is germane to everything we do. I'm going to skip this. Well, no, I'm not going to skip it. To dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, to assume among the powers of earth that separate the equal station from which the laws of nature and nature's God entitle them. A decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel their separation. So, up until the imposition of moral relativism in the 40s, and then as it continued to spread, Our laws were based on the laws of nature and nature's God. We decided to liberate ourselves from the laws of nature and nature's God and go to moral relativity, and now we have school shootings. Those are not unrelated. This is relevant. That all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. So there's a lot else that's relevant in there. But to my colleague's point, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. It is important to recognize that the basis of our legal system, the premise, the foundation of our Constitution, never grants the right to life. The Constitution does not grant the right to life to anybody. The Declaration of Independence does not grant the right to life to anybody. It's worth a read. You took an oath to support it. My lawyerly colleague in the front row, Mike.
To the bill.
Yes. With certain unalienable rights. So where did those rights come from? Where did the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness come from? They are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. The thing about rights is they are endowed by a Creator. That's the laws of nature and nature's God. If you want to know, the laws of nature are the idea that the natural law is the physical manifestation of the moral law. So these rights are not granted by the Declaration of Independence. They are recognized by the Declaration of Independence, and they are only recognized, premised on being created in the image of God. And the only way that you have rights is if you recognize them to others. I cannot have the right to life if I deny it to somebody else. That's just the way rights work. Because what I'm denying, if I deny the right to life, liberty, or pursuit of happiness to anybody, what I'm denying is their created status. If I deny their created status, then I negate the rights to myself. So I disagree with my colleague about the right to life. These bills are especially dangerous because we are sliding down into a position where we are codifying that we have surrendered the right to life to a government. So no matter how Hegelian you feel, that is a very dangerous place to be. So my colleague said I was wrong. I wanted to explain that. The right to life is recognized as being Creator endowed. If you're not created, there is no right to life. And it is a privilege offered by the state. And that is a very, very dangerous place to be. This is the premise of our government. This is why we are sovereign over the government, despite everything that you're doing to put government sovereign to us. It is a reason. If you deny the right to life to somebody, you have no legal basis. You have no legal basis for the right to life for yourself. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are to the bill, right?
We are.
Okay. I've gotten lost recently. So, a couple of things I want to start with and kind of break into some other stuff. One of the things that, to me, is kind of, well, it's actually sadly ironic, is that a 52-year-old white man is up here trying to defend babies. Little black babies, little Hispanic babies, little white babies. I think there's something wrong with this picture. I think we should have mothers up here defending babies. We should have women that actually have the ability to give birth to be defending that amazing thing and that amazing privilege, that amazing gift that God has given us. As I said earlier, I presented the opposite of this legislation earlier in the session because to me it was kind of common sense. Shouldn't women be able to know the truth about all this? I know we've had, the double-blind study thing. I don't even know. I mean, I don't mind revisiting 6th grade, but I don't understand all of this. Where you can say that all of these tests and all these studies, 68% success rate with progesterone, that's just a lie. That there's no truth to that. There's no reality to that. And the idea that, well, I've just had too many people come to me over the years that have processed this. And women that have had taken this pill and then changed their mind. I've just had so many people. So when people say, oh, nobody ever does that, that was part of the testimony in the committee. Well, nobody ever really does this. Such a small percentage, nobody even knows about it. That's not true. It's just not true because I know people. Real people that have done this. So when people say things like that, I'm like, how do you even say that? How can you even with a straight face say that kind of stuff? How can you say with all the medical studies over and over and over, well, that's just not true. We can't even use the proper definition of medication in this bill. But we're going to say all these medical studies that were done. I've got one right here that talks about the efficacy of the medical study was the fact that it was done with multiple peer reviews, hundreds and hundreds of women in 45 hospitals around all over Europe, and progesterone helps up to 68% of the time. But we just reject that and say, well, that's not true. That's not true. And another interesting thing that happened in committee, and I mentioned this, was there were many women that came and testified in committee that had their child with them in the room. And a couple of them brought their child to the seats in the testimony process. And one child actually said some things. But then it was called gaslighting. It was called lies. A child is sitting right there in front of your face. And it's called lies. Well, that's just making up statistics. Well, that statistic had a name. That statistic was sitting there, alive, but it's a lie. These little lies are running around all over the place. And you know one of the things that they get, I love this, they get a birthday every single year. A day when they were actually born. Now, we've heard testimony already that this is made up. These are not real. These little kids are not real, but they have birthdays every year. In fact, I happen to have some of their names here. I actually have their names written down, but I don't want to say them out loud because there's too much in this room that I'm not okay with hearing their names. But let's say baby A. Baby A, he was born on 8th September 2020. He's alive today. In just a few months, on 8th of September, he's going to have his 3rd birthday. That's a little lying gaslight running around. That's a little lying statistic running around that doesn't really exist. That's what we've been told. This is all made up stuff. But on September 8th, he's going to turn 3. This non-thing is going to turn 3. There's another baby that she was also born on 8 September 2020. And she is also going to have a birthday. In just a few months, this little person that's real, has a name, I have it right here in front of me, it's going to have a birthday, their 3rd birthday. Now, we've been told that this progesterone doesn't work, and we don't, both sides of the story. I think one of the representatives already said this, but in one sentence you're saying progesterone doesn't work, so this is a big lie, and then the other, we're saying don't tell them about progesterone because it'll actually help the baby live longer, and it could be not whole somehow. Which is it, right? Just which is it? But this falsehood that I have created, I was told that in committee, this falsehood that I've created, here's another falsehood I've created. She was born November the 30th, 2020. So in about 6 months, she's going to turn 3. And she's a real person. And she deserves a birthday. She deserves a birthday party on the 3rd of November. Because why? All 3 of these children, why? Why do they get a birthday this year? Because their mother changed her mind and someone directed her to truth. Someone told her, that baby doesn't have to die, you can fix this. These are real kids. All that gaslighting, this is real people. These are real children that are alive right now that deserve a birthday party this year. Although we were told they don't exist. Another baby. He was born the 6th of September, 2021. And by the way, every one of these children that I'm talking about right now were part of the committee testimony. They were there. They were being tested. Their mothers were there. We took this straight from the transcripts. This 4th baby is going to have a birthday this September. And this little guy is going to be 2 years old. I was told this was made up and these were not true statistics. But that boy was sitting in that room. And he's going to be 2 this year. Why? Because mom changed her mind, which happens all the time. Mom changed her mind. And let me tell you a little bit about the changing the mind thing. I'll get back to baby number 4. Let me tell you a little bit about the changing their mind thing. I've had mothers come to me. Usually it's mothers and fathers, but sometimes just the mother. They come to me and say, I took the abortion pill this morning, I don't want to go through with this. Took the abortion pill last night, I don't want to go through with this. So we do something quick, because there is actually scientifically proven process that you can go through. And how do we know that? Because when I go down to the hospital and I say, this is what they've done, the procedure is already in place at the hospital because it is the scientifically approved procedure. I don't go down there and tell them, now here's what I want you to do. I want you to go get some progesterone, because I heard this crazy rumor that this helps. They already have the procedure in place. In fact, go to a hospital and ask them. And so then what happens, the mother comes in and says, I've changed my mind. And you know what happens in every single circumstance of that? They are completely broken. For whatever reason, and sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes I have the opportunity to follow up with them. Sometimes these are random people that come in, but they know a church can help. And we do. But sometimes when they come in, I don't know who they are. Sometimes I get to follow up with them, and I get to ask them the questions. Why did you do this in the first place? What was the goal? What was the drive behind this? Or what was the motivation? And every single time, not some of the time, every single time it's because they're very broken, they're very damaged, they've been through a lot, they have a lot of history. And I recognize that and we also have abortion recovery support groups in our church. And I interact with these women. And the thing that is consistent is they were broken and bruised and hurting long before they got an abortion. The abortion was a result of a lot of this baggage and how even family is approaching what they're going through and all this kind of stuff. But every single time I've ever dealt with any of these women, either abortion or the abortion pill, it was a cry for help because they had nobody in the world that would help them. So the first thing we would do is try to help their baby be born, because that is the number one biggest help to helping them get whole. If they can just have that baby, it's amazing how quickly they can be whole. But if they abort it, they have to deal with that the rest of their life, and that's why we have support groups, because they're still dealing with it. Some of them 20, 30 years later, they're still dealing with it. They compounded the pain, they compounded the baggage, they compounded the brokenness. But there's actually help with this. It doesn't matter when somebody made this decision or when they did this, there's always potential for help. There's always potential for being made whole. There's always potential for not just pretending like it didn't exist or celebrating it or something like that. There's always the potential you can get whole with this. Baby number 5. It's a little girl. She was born on 20th of April, 2021. She deserves a birthday. She's got a birthday coming up here in just a few weeks, and she's going to be 2. I'm so glad her mother changed her mind, because now mom gets to celebrate that 2-year-old birthday with her, and that baby gets to celebrate 2-year-old birthday, and that family gets to celebrate 2-year-old birthday. Why? Because mom changed her mind, and there was somebody there that would not lie to her and tell her there was no option except abortion, but they actually told her the truth. And how do we know they told her the truth? Because she's alive. That's how we know that they told her the truth. If they would have told her the truth, or if this would have been a lie, then the baby wouldn't be having a 2-year-old birthday here in a few weeks. Baby number 6 here. Born 10th December 2022. This baby girl deserves a birthday. She deserves a birthday. Why would we not give her a birthday? This next baby is going to be born. Mother went in to get took the first pill, but somebody told her the truth about the scientific evidence that this helps, that the hospitals already have in place, and they took her to the place that she needed to get this, and her baby is going to be born this December. These are real children. These aren't gaslights. These aren't make-believe. These aren't made up. These aren't lies. These aren't statistical deceptions. These are people. These are little babies. Now let me give you some moms' names, and I'll actually read the names on this. Alondra, in 2015, she changed her mind, and she came and testified. These were all in the committee. Alondra changed her mind on 2015. Now, she was told later that she was lying, that this didn't happen, didn't get fixed, nothing, that this was gaslighting. I can't understand that. She's sitting there saying, I did this, I changed my mind, and my baby's was born. And we say, no, that's not true. Amy, in 2015, she took the first pill, and then she changed her mind. Why? Have you ever processed why? I mean, I know it's easy because we're hearing this so much now. That, well, these people don't really exist. Nobody really ever changes their mind. The chances of that are so slim, and then nothing ever actually happens good or whatever. But have you ever processed why these real people that I'm mentioning, I'm not going to slide them off to the side and pretend like they're imaginary. I talked to them personally. Have you ever considered why they change their mind? Has that concept ever been processed by any of us in here? Well, I know because many of them told me. And the story is almost identical every time. They go in there and they take the pill. They go in there and they take the pill, and they're driving home with the other pills, the other pill. And supposed to take that, within 36, 72 hours. The number's a little different, but that's usually about the window. And somewhere in that few hours after that, they realized what they just did. They realized that they have been given this amazing gift that many people struggle and strive for, and it never happens. Some couples try to have a baby for years and years, and finally they just give up. And this person, almost every story is the same. They're on their way home, get home, on the way, right in that time frame, and then all of a sudden it clicks in their head, I'm about to take my own baby's life. This isn't a massive tissue. This isn't some kind of double-blind science experiment. This is their baby. This is their child. And they say it overwhelms them, and they can't do it. But now they're really worried because why? Because Planned Parenthood intentionally hides this, and I know because I've talked to them, and I've been to their website, and I've been to their location. They intentionally hide this reality. They intentionally hide the fact that right now, to this day, 4,000 babies have been saved by the abortion pill reversal. 4,000. Nobody tells them that because that's, how dare we do that? That might actually make them think, wait a second, am I doing something that's going to harm me and my baby? Yes, you're killing your baby. And they realize that. They have this epiphany, which I believe most of the time is spiritual. But they have this breakthrough. They have this epiphany that this is my baby. And now they need the right information, not this lie that this stuff doesn't exist or it's not effective. Because 68% of the time it is effective. So let's use the analogy. You've got a receptor, and this chemical that wants to kill the baby is locked into this receptor. And no amount of strength can separate this from the receptor, except it does 68% of the time. Except it does 68% of the time. That's a pretty strong bond. Amy changed her mind in 2015, had her baby. Dana changed her mind in 2015 and had her baby. Chelsea changed her mind in 2015 and had her baby. These are all the lies and gaslighting that I'm doing. Inga changed her mind and had her baby in 2017. These are all recorded on the day this went to committee. If you want to get this up and see if I'm making this up, I could be making it up. Rhea changed her mind and had her baby in 2018. Sahar changed her mind and had her baby in 2018. Colleen changed her mind and had her baby in 2019. You know, all these babies deserve birthdays. They deserve birthdays. That 1-year birthday, I did it just like every parent. We celebrated my kid's first birthday, but I always thought it was goofy because the kid has no idea. It's for the parents. But they deserve that first birthday, second birthday, third birthday. Some of these children on this list are on their 8th and 9th birthday. Caitlin changed her mind and had her baby in 2019. These are real people. Okay, for you listening out there, I'm not saying in this room. For you guys listening out there, these are real people. We saw them in committee. Some of you are probably listening. But we saw these people. I talked to them myself in committee. These are not made-up people. You can prove this by going back and looking at listening to the recording or looking at the transcript. Fallon, she changed her mind and had her baby in 2019. Jen, she changed her mind. She had her baby in 2019. Annie, she changed her mind. These are all after the first pill. Every one of them testified to this. Changed her mind, and she had her baby in 2019. Kira, she changed her mind in 2020 and had twins. 2 little babies that are celebrating birthdays. This year is going to be their 3rd birthday, twins. Katie, she changed her mind, and she had her baby in 2020. Amber, she changed her mind and had her baby in 2020. You know why? Because the reason she had the baby, not the reason she changed her mind, but the reason she had her baby is because somebody steered her toward truth that is scientifically proven, and hospitals already have the procedure in place. She changed her mind, had a baby in 2020. Michaela, changed her mind, and she had a baby in 2020. Amanda, she changed her mind, and she had her baby in 2020. Jay, she changed her mind, and she had her baby in 2020. Nicole, she changed her mind, had her baby in 2020. Sandra, changed her mind, had her baby in 2020. Now these children that I talked about, I actually got to meet a couple of them. I heard described. You can go to abortionpillreversal.com and you can get success stories that are these. There are these success stories. I'd like to give you a few more of these success stories. Angela and Arrington. After taking the abortion pill, she immediately regretted her decision. Through the grace of God, she found Heartbeat's Abortion Pill Rescue Network. These are one of the places that they're trying to get the truth out of and trying to shut down. Heartbeat's Abortion Pill Rescue Network, where they tell you the truth about the abortion pill reversal, and they have amazing success. Remember, there's over 4,000 babies to date that have been born because of the truth of being told the truth about abortion pill reversal. Angela confided in her ex-husband, who promised that if the reversal worked, he would help support the baby. We picked up the progesterone, and the rest is history. It was the best decision ever. Not only did the reversal pill save Barry Arrington's life, but this moment also saved the relationship of Angela and her ex-husband, which I also find, I know it may appear anecdotal, but I also find that quite often. That mom and dad actually, their chances of staying together are much better if they don't go through these kind of things, abortion and all this. 1 year later, I can reflect on how much my life has changed, but I do not regret any bit of it. I got my baby, and the ex-husband and I are planning to get married again. Happy times all around. Sarah and Isaiah. Sarah and Isaiah. 5 weeks into her pregnancy, a heartbeat was detected on ultrasound. Do you know that women that see the ultrasound of their baby, they are, of the women that see their baby on ultrasound, 90% of them, 90% plus, end up keeping their baby? That's not just a physical thing. I believe that's a spiritual thing. 5 weeks into her pregnancy, a heartbeat was detected on ultrasound, but all Sarah could hear was the father's urge to take care of this. She took the first drug in the chemical abortion regimen, then returned home and cried. I couldn't look at my other 3 children in the face without breaking down and telling myself, this baby deserves love just as much as the 3 in front of me. Sarah searched the internet for ways to undo the effects of the pills she had taken. Why? Because that information is hidden. And actually, the opposite is given. The lie is given that this is not successful if you go to Planned Parenthood. So she had to go to the internet, and she found Heartbeat's Abortion Pill Rescue Network, and she called them and found a doctor nearby who could begin the reversal treatment. Now, the doctor already had the reversal treatment process. He already knew what it was. Why? Because it's been scientifically proven. I wanted to try whatever I could to reverse the worst decision I had made, Sarah said. By the next week, her baby had a strong heartbeat, and her doctor was confident in the process. Why do we not care about this stuff? Why? I just don't get it. Sarah gave birth to a healthy son named Isaiah and said, I have never been more grounded in my faith nor blessed. This is the, I just don't understand why we can fight to kill babies. I really don't get it. It hurts my soul. Why we will fight to kill our little babies. And again, like I said, my youngest kid's 24 years old, but I'm up here the one fighting for all the little babies. All of the skin colors, both genders. I'm the one up here fighting for this. Why are there not young moms up here fighting for this? It's probably harder for them to get elected, but I get that. Rebecca and Zechariah. And you know all these names that I just read earlier, and these little babies, you know they live right here in Colorado? These little babies are here. I just talked to Life Network recently, and they, just since the first of the year, this is one place, just since the first of this year, they have had over a dozen babies that have been born because the mom changed her mind and said, I can't kill my baby. That is rational thinking. I cannot kill my baby. That is rational thinking. I want to murder my baby. I don't understand that. There's something wrong there. And like I said earlier, I know I've counseled with so many people over the years. It's because of their background. I get this. I'm not overly trying to pick on the moms with this. In fact, that's one of the things that we state regularly in our church with with people that we interact with and counsel with abortion. We actually just did a little service thing for moms with this. But what we try to make sure they know is we don't hate the mom. Yeah, mom, you're doing something that's horrible. You're going to regret this the rest of your life. You are truly taking your own baby's life. But we also know there's a path to redemption there, and there's a path to forgiveness, and there's a path to mental health and rehabilitation through that. Rebecca and Zechariah. I was about halfway through my freshman year of college, and my relationship was physically and verbally abusive, and my young son was seeing it unfold. I needed to leave, Rebecca said. But right as I did, I found out I was pregnant again. This news was the culmination of Rebecca's fears. I was living with my parents, Rebecca said. My dad had always said, we've done a lot for you with your first pregnancy, so don't ever let there be a second under my roof, otherwise I will kick you out. I don't understand that philosophy. And I'm not trying to pick on somebody that's their family dynamic. Maybe they can explain that or whatever. But while I don't think it's good, healthy, moral living for a woman to have a baby out of wedlock. That's my personal belief. But I would never kick my daughter out for that. I don't understand that. For the sake of her son, Eli, Rebecca began to consider her options. In her mind, there was only one: abortion. I believe that having another baby would hurt my son's life. I'd be losing my family support, Rebecca said. There goes our home, finishing college, and all of our financial, emotional, and practical support. Though she was a Christian, it was mind over matter. There was no way out, and that God would just have to forgive me. After all, my Heavenly Father was forgiving, and my earthly father was not. And that's actually a pretty consistent story. I'm not picking on her for that. After searching online, Rebecca learned about chemical medication abortion and visited a clinic in Sacramento, California. I really struggle, even the definition, we talked about this, just call it chemical abortion. Don't call it medical. Medicine is used for good and to help and to heal. It's not used for murder. Call it what it is, chemical murder. And visited a clinic in Sacramento, California. Abortion via pills is increasingly common and marketed as safe, convenient, less expensive, and easier to hide. I was about 6 weeks pregnant and determined to start the chemical abortion that day, Rebecca said. I'm on the table and the tech comes in. I'd had a baby before, and my OBGYN showed me the ultrasound. This time, however, I waited for her to flip the screen. She never did. It was so strange to me that she wouldn't let me see the monitor. Why? Because in places like Planned Parenthood, they don't want you to see the ultrasound. Because why? 90% of the time, that mother's going to keep that baby. 90% of the time. Because why? They can see. They can actually see. And they didn't let her see the monitor. Rebecca caught a glimpse of the ultrasound printout and asked if she could keep it, but was informed she would have to write a letter to the clinic's director and pay a $35 fee. This is advertised as free. After becoming increasingly frustrated, she visited a different Planned Parenthood facility in Sacramento. At this point, Planned Parenthood staff told Rebecca that although she was now 7 weeks pregnant, they weren't seeing a heartbeat and didn't know whether it was a viable pregnancy. Because they were unable to draw blood, Rebecca was forced to return a week later, and her abortion was, again, put on hold. The day was March 13, 2013. She walked into her final abortion appointment, and by this time she was nearly 8 weeks pregnant. I'm holding the abortion pill in a cup, and we're talking about how simple it would be. I keep thinking chemical abortions are supposed to be less invasive and less painful. My concern was that it would be easy to hide since I was living with my parents. The clinic assured her it would be. Deciding she had no other option, Rebecca took the first abortion pill and was sent on her way. The clinic worker explained that the first pill would end her pregnancy, which is not true. It can, but it doesn't necessarily. That's why 68%, once they do the abortion pill reversal, 68% live. Looking back, I regret not asking how all this worked out and not advocating for myself and my unborn baby more, but fear consumed me. I wish I had known that the first pill deprived my baby of progesterone, thus ending his life, and the second pills were to induce labor in full-term pregnant women. It was a decision she instantly regretted, which is very consistent. By the way, there's many women that immediately regret this, but they still go through with it. And then they live with that regret the rest of their life. I got into my car and I thought, oh Lord, what did I just do? I started thinking about my son at home that I adored. I started thinking about the baby I was carrying and what that pill was doing to that baby. I started crying and praying. Rebecca said, it also hit me that the next day, March 14th, was the day I was to finish the abortion, was Eli's first birthday. It would forever be a day I brought into this world and took another one out. Bring one in, take another one out, because it doesn't matter. While sitting in the parking lot of Planned Parenthood, this is the norm. Within minutes to hours at the latest, they regret this. Rebecca Googled options for reversing the abortion pill. After a seemingly fruitless search, she stumbled across abortionpillreversal.com. On the site was a phone number for women having second thoughts about taking the abortion pill. Although she felt ashamed to speak to anyone pro-life, because that's what society does to these women. They're ashamed, they're scared to go talk to somebody that actually believes in babies having birthdays. Rebecca summoned the courage to dial the number. A nurse explained to me that a new reversal protocol had been recently released, which called for progesterone injections being put back into your body. She then told me I still had a chance of saving the baby. Rebecca was referred to a doctor 2 hours away who was willing to give the injections a try. The doctor was hopeful, but it wasn't 100%, Rebecca said. He immediately started progesterone until I hit about 13 or 14 weeks. Meanwhile, Rebecca's family eventually found out. It's because they get bigger. And offered support she never imagined she received. Her father told her, "When I threatened to kick you out, I was hoping it would scare you into not getting pregnant again," which should be an alert to all fathers in how you handle these kind of things. "I never thought it would scare you into aborting my grandchild." Through this experience, her mother also revealed to her that she had been forced into abortion as a teenager, and that she wished she had talked to her about it when she was younger. Meanwhile, Rebecca was receiving multiple phone calls from Planned Parenthood, wondering why she had not returned to her follow-up. This is disgusting. Why she had not returned to her follow-up appointment to ensure the abortion had been completed. Eventually, she returned to Planned Parenthood's call. She returned their call to inform them of her decision to keep her child. She was told not only was her attempt to save her child likely impossible, but that if it lived, he would likely have severe fetal anomalies and she would put her own life at risk in the process. We've already heard that argument here, and it's a lie. This baby lived and was just fine. But Planned Parenthood does this over and over. They do not want you to know truth because they sell these baby parts. I also think there's another just evil reason. But that's the main reason in the natural realm, is they sell these baby parts. It wasn't like I owed them any money, and yet they were so angry, Rebecca said. I don't know if they were so misinformed or they were just lying. I know. 7 months later, Rebecca gave birth to a perfectly healthy baby boy named Zachariah, which means the Lord remembers, a name she thinks is perfect for the little boy who was saved mid-abortion. He's now 7 years old. Now, I was told this is gaslighting, but he was now 7 years old, healthy and very smart. She also stayed in school and graduated from university in 2017. Soon after, she married her husband, added 2 more children to their family. Rebecca now works for the Heartbeat International, where she helps women in similar situations and shares her story at events across the nation. Having a baby doesn't ruin your life. I've told so many mothers that over years. Having a baby doesn't ruin your life. It may stall it a little bit in some ways. It may help change direction. But this is the thing that I've never found. I've never found somebody that comes up to me and says, with like an 8 or 9 year old kid standing there beside him. I've never had anybody come up to me and say, "Man, I wish I would have aborted this one. Man, I wish I would have taken this one out before it was born." I've never heard anybody say that. Now, I have had them say, "I kind of want to take him out right now," but that's a different subject for a different day. But I've never had anybody say, "I wish I would have aborted my kids." Why? Because the moment you look at that child, it changes everything. The moment you hold that baby in your hands, it changes everything. And that's the guilt and the condemnation that piles up in the hearts and lives of so many women that have made these decisions. But again, I'll say it over and over, that you don't have to feel that way. You don't have to feel that baggage. You don't have to feel that condemnation. You don't have to feel that brokenness And that the biggest thing is just the condemnation that piles up. Okay, we have to make sure that everybody's doing what I'm doing. You know, the misery loves company mentality? Well, this is magnitudes higher and higher on a spiritual level. But you don't have to. You don't have to feel that condemnation. Having a baby doesn't ruin your life. It just changes it, Rebecca said. I've met so many women who regret their abortions, but never met a woman who regretted having her child. Abortion is so permanent. It's forever, and it's going to change your life. She went on to express, I never imagined my life being as normal and amazing as it is now. I recently talked to one of the people that help minister to people in our church about abortion. She had abortion years ago. She's a teenager. And I said, how does that process, you talk about it, it comes up in your mind every now and then. Now, she says she doesn't feel guilt anymore, but she did for years. But that's a spiritual thing. But I said, how does that happen? When you say it comes back to your mind, how does that happen? She said, I'll be sitting there holding, she's got another child. She said, I'll be sitting there holding my child. She said, all of a sudden I think to myself, I could be holding 2 kids right now. I said, do you feel guilty? Or she said, yeah, sometimes I feel guilty. But she said, I know that baby's with Jesus, so I'm not necessarily worried about the baby, but I'm thinking, look at all that I'm going to miss on this earth without that child. That's what goes through their head after they take that first pill. Those are the conversations I've had by the hundreds over the years. All this was waiting on my yes to choosing life and yes to following God's plan. I am so grateful for the second chance at choice that abortion pill reversal gave me. Choice. It's just choice. Let the moms choose. Stop trying to hide the information, calling it a lie, doing all this stuff. Just let these women have choice. Reproductive choice. I have some pictures here. I won't show them to you. I don't think we're allowed to do that. So I won't show them to you. I'm just going to read them and read the information to you. So the first one is Isaiah, born January 11, 2019, saved by the Abortion Pill Rescue Network. The information
Representative Bottoms,
says,
you were correct about the rules about display, so if you wouldn't mind. Oh, I see, you're just reading the back of it. I apologize. You may proceed. Oh, are you showing a picture to the audience? Yeah, please make sure. Would you set it on the desk, please, as you're reading the memo?
I'll put this down because it hurts our souls so much.
No, it's because it's a violation of the rules of the House of Representatives. Please proceed.
I was reading it, but I didn't realize that. Single mother of 3, Sarah was 26 when she discovered she was pregnant with her 4th. When she told the baby's father she was pregnant, he was adamant that she have an abortion, and she surrendered to the pressure of the moment. 5 weeks into her pregnancy, a heartbeat was detected on ultrasound. But all Sarah could hear was the father's urge to take care of this. She took the first drug in the chemical abortion regimen, then returned home and cried. I couldn't look at my other 3 children in the face without breaking down and telling them this baby deserves love just as much as these 3 in front of me. Sarah searched the internet and found the ways. Do you realize this is a very consistent story? They had to go to the internet to find this. Why? Because this is hidden, purposefully hidden. The truth is purposely hidden by places like Planned Parenthood. I wanted to try whatever I could do to reverse the worst decision I had made, Sarah said. By the next week, her baby had a strong heartbeat, and her doctor was confident in the process. Sarah gave birth to a healthy son. She said, I've never been more grounded. This is another mother that went to Abortion Pill Rescue Network, and she had twins. I already read another one of when somebody had twins. About 6 weeks pregnant, we'll call her mom, was undergoing an ultrasound at an abortion facility when the ultrasound technician nonchalantly uttered a word that would change her entire course, twins. Alexa had always wanted twins. She was given the first drug, in the chemical abortion regimen and handed the second to take place within 48 hours at home. Still in the days she left, something broke through into her mind. The words of a sidewalk counselor: "It may not be too late for you." Abortionpillreversal.com. I know sometimes these people get painted out to be, horrible people, but these people care deeply for babies, and they care deeply for these moms. They can still help you save your baby, she said. Alexis pulled into the nearest parking lot and searched on her phone. She found Heartbeat's Abortion Pill Rescue Network and called the number. She was about to start the reversal protocol, and within hours of taking the first pill. At her appointment, she had the chance to view her twins on the ultrasound. They were tiny little babies, and they had beautiful little heartbeats. I remember the first time I saw my first. All three were unique, but the second one, my second child, I didn't get to see because my wife had an abruption, and so it was an emergency. But I remember my first child on sonogram. Sticks with you the rest of your life. She had a chance to view her twins on ultrasound. They were tiny little babies, and they had beautiful little heartbeats. Alexa delivered her twins in the spring of 2019. If I would have known what I know now, and I had seen how the Lord has provided for these babies, I would never even walked into that clinic. This is another little baby girl rescued. Now, I know I was told this is all made up and gaslighting, but here's another little baby girl. I have a picture of her that was saved by the Abortion Pill Rescue Network. Why? Because her mom changed my. All of these, their moms change their mind, which happens often. Her mom changed her mind, and she decided she wanted to have this baby. And she had to go online to figure this out. Because why? The truth of this stuff is hidden from these mothers intentionally. This little baby was born on June 25th, 2018, and her name is Arrington. Angela is a highly educated woman and mother of two. With her marriage ending and her divorce in the works, she developed a relationship with a new man and became pregnant. Upon sharing the news with her boyfriend, he became angry and disappeared. While perceived by many as a strong, successful woman, Angela felt very alone and scared. Angela chose abortion for her child. After taking the abortion pill, she immediately regretted her decision. Through the grace of God, she found Heartbeat's Abortion Pill Rescue Network. I've always been amazed at how God works in these moments. He can guide somebody straight to these places. Angela confided in her ex-husband, who promised that if the reversal worked, he would help support the baby. We picked up the progesterone, and the rest is history. It was the best decision ever. Not only did the reversal protocol save baby Arrington's life, this moment saved the relationship of Angela and her ex-husband. I think, pretty sure I said this earlier, but I've seen that happen too many times. Where a marriage actually a marriage happens or a marriage is fixed when they decide to keep the baby. 1 year later, I can reflect on how much my life has changed, but I do not regret any bit of it. I got my baby, and the ex-husband and I are planning to get married again. Happy endings all around. It is I think, important to note that. So like I've said before, I've dealt with this for years and years, decades. And some of these kids that were going to be aborted are married, have children of their own now. Do you understand how important that is to our society? How important it is to life? How important it is to other children? That they chose to have you? That should be a foundation. What used to be, but we've lost it. It should be a foundation of our country. That we believe in life. We believe in old people's life, young people, middle people, babies. We believe in all life, not just some. This baby was born in fall of 2016 and was saved by the Abortion Pill Rescue Network. Why? Because mom changed her mind and she decided she wanted to have her baby, which happens all the time. It's actually pretty common. His name is Tig. Mitzi found herself in a situation where the only practical solution pointed to an abortion. She had 6 kids, a troubled marriage, and just started a new job to help make ends meet. The news of a pregnancy was overwhelming, and she justified taking the abortion pill. As soon as Mitzi took the first dose of the abortion pill regimen, she knew she had made a horrible mistake. Again, that is the consistent statements that we hear. Thankfully, she found Heartbeat's Abortion Pill Rescue Network and was able to make a second choice to save her pregnancy. And yet the fight was not over. Then at 19 weeks, her baby was diagnosed with trisomy 21 Down syndrome, the most common chromosomal condition in the U.S. When Mitzi's doctor suggested an abortion, she broke down and cried. You know, I haven't said this, but since the house is mostly empty, I will, because this is actually kind of personal to me. I have an extremely close relative, of which I won't tell you, but I have an extremely close relative that has disabilities, mental, social, physical disabilities. He's the greatest thing that's ever happened in my life. He is the greatest thing that's ever happened in my life. I didn't understand that as a child. The most amazing, loving, caring person, and we're encouraged to just kill these babies. How barbaric are we? My first thought was, you don't know how hard it is how hard it's been to stay pregnant, she wrote. How could I even think of doing it now? He has a baby with hands and feet and a heartbeat that I got to see once a week on ultrasound. Rejecting the doctor's recommendation, Mitzi chose life again. At 31 weeks, Mitzi went into preterm labor and gave birth to her baby boy, Tig. I know that Tig has sent me here for a reason, she said. He is the light and the best baby ever. He puts a smile on my face every single day. Now, I have to end my testimony, although I have a lot more, because we have been so limited on time that all of our people are not going to be allowed to speak if I go a legitimate amount of time.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to get up a little bit and, I really appreciate the opportunity to have this debate today because I think it's an opportunity for us to really talk about, maybe this is better, I don't know. Yep, is that better? Great. I think it's an opportunity for us to have a real discussion about sort of what an appropriate scientific study is and how we evaluate that. And I know I spoke a little bit earlier about that, and I wanted to just talk a little bit about some of the information that has been displayed and talked about earlier today. The study, this whole concept of abortion pill reversal seems to come out of one particular study. And I'll talk a little bit about some of the challenges with that particular study again. But I also want to point out the standard of care when you're talking about medication abortion is a 2-pill regimen. And so if a person decides not to take the second pill, then the efficacy of that particular treatment is going to be reduced. And it doesn't mean that anything that the person did after taking only one pill was necessarily the thing that changed the outcome. Any more than a person taking a sugar pill or an aspirin or standing on their head. So in order to really understand whether a treatment is effective, you need to have a rigorously designed scientific study with appropriate controls. And the study that has been cited on numerous occasions today is not that. I think it's important to talk about, first of all, that the study is not without bias. One of the authors, Dr. George Delgado, was a family medicine specialist, a medical director of the Culture of Life Family Services Pregnancy Center, which appears to be a crisis pregnancy center based in California. In July of 2017, the New York Times reported that abortion reversal is considered to be Delgado's brainchild. And in the paper, Delgado claims to be a voluntary associate clinical professor at the University of California, San Diego, but reached for comment, the University of California, San Diego, their School of Medicine, said that he didn't have an affiliation with that organization. The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists disagrees with the author's conclusion in this study, and their information on reversing medical abortion states that so-called abortion reversal procedures are unproven and unethical, and that the procedures are not supported by science. The conclusions of the case series studies, like this research and similar paper published by Delgado in 2012, are considered to be weaker than those drawn from experiments with other designs. In particular, the case study excluded hundreds of cases, and I think my colleague from Longmont has talked about this to some degree, but including ones that had no detectable heartbeat. The case series can't really lead to strong conclusions on their own. You know, in medicine, you do use case series to help inform good research, but you can't really call that research. It's what leads to the better design of better studies. And there are other technical issues with this specific paper. The researchers compared their studies to older studies' findings about what happened to a pregnancy after a woman took mifepristone to show that progesterone increased the number of pregnancies that continued. But the study also used a wide variety of injected progesterone protocols, ranging from 1 to more than 10 injections, and that's just not a standardized scientific study. So I think it's also interesting that in the paper itself, Delgado and his co-authors suggest that further research using a randomized controlled trial would be needed to confirm which dose and mode of delivery might be most effective. And as we heard from the representative from Longmont, the only attempted study of that kind was aborted, excuse the expression, for safety concerns. So it brings some significant questions, concerns about the rigor of that particular study. I really appreciate the comments that my colleague from Akron had earlier tonight. I know he speaks with a lot of experience in the agricultural realm, and I appreciate his expertise and bringing that to this debate. But I think it's also worth mentioning that there are different standards for human care over animal care. I also want to talk a little bit about where the study was published. The name of the journal for this particular study, which was founded in 1985, is Issues in Law and Medicine. It publishes about twice a year, and they publish medical and legal articles about controversial medical procedures. The journal heavily features papers on abortions, but they don't really contain original research in the same way, but sort of authors' opinions and analyses of other medical studies and legal issues. And they do it through an anti-choice lens. Legal articles from this particular journal often focus on strategies to criminalize abortion. And a legal analysis that was published by attorney David L. Rosenthal in the spring of 2016 focuses on how states should evaluate proposed regulations in order to ensure they will survive constitutional challenges, particularly in regards to FDA protocol legislation. So I know we've heard a lot about bias and problems with studies, but I think it's important to recognize that the supposed cornerstone study of this particular idea about abortion pill reversal is a deeply flawed, perhaps preliminary, but I would call deeply flawed study that doesn't prove anything and leaves me with a lot more questions than answers. So I appreciate the opportunity to have this discussion today, and I hope that today we will stand with the scientific community, with the Food and Drug Administration, in making sure that standards of care for patients are of the highest are based on the highest scientific evidence. Thank you very much.
Representative Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is super quiet. Okay. I am going to change the focus of the conversation for a little bit. The bill sponsor spoke earlier today about the fallacy that abortion is a traumatic event. She spoke to the fact that legally sanctioned abortion is safe. She is, of course, correct. I would like to speak about the trauma and danger that women experience when they do not have access to abortion in a timely fashion, when they are seeking it. What this bill is doing is ensuring that people seeking abortion care can access it in a timely fashion. The trauma of not being able to access abortion is well-researched and it is measurable. My colleague, Representative Dr. Brown, talked about randomly controlled design studies. As a legislator with a doctorate in psychology, I too look for research that meets the criteria to be included in peer-reviewed journals. When randomly controlled studies are impossible, you need to find a control group that is comparable. A researcher found that control group over a decade ago. Before this study, there was a dearth of research on the consequences of unwanted pregnancy for women. The researchers found a natural cohort in women who were denied an abortion because of gestational limits, women who were turned away at the clinics they came to for care. This research aptly became known as the Turnaway Study, and it shows a well-documented pattern of negative emotional, social, health, and financial outcomes for women who were denied abortions as well for their children. The Turnaway Study is a longitudinal, peer-reviewed study from researchers who conducted over 8,000 interviews with 1,000 women over 10 years. It has produced 50 peer-reviewed papers in top medical and social science journals. In short, what I'm sharing with you this evening is a rigorously researched and scientifically proven research. When women are denied access to reproductive health care, they not only experience trauma at a higher rate than their counterparts who receive care, but they are also more likely to experience serious health complications that put their safety at risk. For context, there are 0.43 deaths for every 100,000 legally induced abortions. These procedures are safe and have few complications. In the Turnaway study, no woman died from an abortion. For women who were denied abortions, however, the risks of childbirth increased, and women were more likely to experience life-threatening complications such as postpartum hemorrhages and preeclampsia. In the Turnaway study, 2 women who were denied abortions unfortunately died following delivery. Over 5 years, women who were denied abortions reported worse health than those who received abortions, including chronic pain, migraines, and gestational hypertension. Women who are denied abortions are more likely to stay tethered to abusive partners, further exposing them to potentially dangerous and traumatic situations. Women who are denied abortions and give birth are at an increased risk of exposure to violence from the father, while women who were able to access abortion were likely to describe their relationship positively for years to come. By 5 years, women denied abortions were more likely to be raising children alone without family members or male partners compared to women who received an abortion. The Turnaway study gives us an insight into the physical and psychological consequences of being denied an abortion. But this denial of care goes beyond the physical or emotional. Women who are denied abortion care also experience financial hardship and economic insecurity that lasted at least 4 years compared to those who received an abortion. Women who were turned away and went on to give birth experienced an increase in household poverty lasting at least 4 years relative to those who received an abortion. Years after an abortion denial, women were more likely not to have enough money to cover basic living expenses like food, housing, and transportation. Being denied an abortion lowered a woman's credit score, increased a woman's amount of debt, and increased the number of their negative public financial records, such as bankruptcies and evictions. Furthermore, the children born as a result of an abortion denial are more likely to experience poor maternal bonding and to live below the federal poverty level. Abortion denials also negatively impacted the existing children of women in the Turnaway study. The children that women already had when they are denied abortion had worse development compared to the children of women who received an abortion. As a school psychologist, I will be the first to tell you the devastating physical and behavioral health impacts for children who do not have access to basic needs. Food and economic insecurity have been linked to adverse child development, chronic stress, and long-term health issues in children. For the children who are denied an abortion, the trauma becomes intergenerational. For everything the Turnaway study has taught us about women who are not able to access abortions, it also teaches us important lessons about women who did. For women in the control cohort, those who received the abortions they wanted, researchers found that 95% of them reported their abortion being the right decision for them 5 years post-procedure. This statistic held true for groups of women who were later in pregnancy or who had a difficult time deciding whether or not to terminate their pregnancy. For the women who were not turned away, This study does not paint a picture of guilt, regret, or trauma. The Turnaway study found that in the short term, women who were denied abortions had worse mental health, including higher anxiety and lower self-esteem, than women who accessed abortions. Interestingly, though, there were no noticeable long-term differences in mental health between these cohorts of women. Both women who received abortions and those who were denied went on to experience steady improvements in mental health over time. Women are resilient. And claims that women who have abortions are more likely to have depression, anxiety, PTSD, or suicidal ideation are unequivocally false. This bill is critically important to prevent deceptive trade practices by clinics that do not provide women the information they are asking for and need. As we know from the Turnaway study, the results of not being able to access abortion when you are seeking that care is devastating for the well-being of women and their children. I urge a yes vote on this bill.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor and privilege to serve with you.
It's an honor and a privilege to serve with you as well.
I would like to move Amendment 49 to SB 23-190 and would ask that it could be displayed.
You may proceed.
Not a lot of words on this particular amendment, but a very, very important concept, and it has to do with Section 3, which starts off as unprofessional conduct. My colleagues before me come from academia, and I'm recently from academia. But there are some things that are wrong in 2A in the way it's written. And I would hope my academic colleagues would appreciate that. We talk about in business and we talk about in academics a simple term like don't get the cart before the horse. In legal terms, we're innocent until proven guilty. The way 2A is written at this particular junction, and the amendment corrects that, is to say the experts are the Colorado Medical Board, the State Board of Pharmacy, and the State Board of Nursing. We are not. Yes, I'm an expert at market research and have done it for a very long time. There's a couple of things that I'm very careful when I teach market research. And the very first concept is don't inject a bias into the research. Now somebody please tell me, when we tell the legislators or when we tell these boards by way of us as legislators, when we are not medical experts, that this is unprofessional conduct, tell me how that isn't a bias. That is about as biased a statement as I've ever run into. That is not scientific under any circumstances, and one of the things that I have constantly been taught and now teach is get the facts from the experts, but do not put a bias in it, and make your decisions accordingly. And all I'm asking for in this amendment is let those folks take a position on this particular Section 3 before we throw a dramatic bias into it. And I would hope that those of us that come from, and I don't come from academia, but I've spent my last 10 years, could all agree that right now this clause has a tremendous bias. And all I'm asking is to reverse it. Let those medical boards come to their own conclusion, read the research, make a decision, and then tell us whether this is unprofessional or not, rather than us start by saying this is an unprofessional practice. Thank you.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is this on? Okay. It does sound different. Thank you to my colleague, and I do appreciate the prior conversation that we had regarding this section in the bill, and we had a very respectful conversation about how we had come at this part of the bill and why, and how it was important to shine a light on this practice and put it in this particular section of statute under unprofessional conduct, as has been done before with other things here in the state of Colorado. So this is not unprecedented, and that after discussion with folks in this space over the last several weeks, we made the decision to put in what you see in the bill on page 5, the double underlined section, to add in the voice of those 3 boards for that very reason. I understand we have a difference of opinion of how we're coming about this, but adding in the ability of those 3 boards to consult with each other, to do what they needed to do, and gave them a date of October 1st to get that job done. But until and unless that happens, what's written above that stands. And so I respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In light of the time limitations, I just simply say that I rise in support.
Representative Epps.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, colleagues, for hanging in there to do this good work. As is, the existing language, as amended by our colleagues in the Senate, and that we now have before us to consider, it allows our medical boards to do this rulemaking if there are generally accepted standards of practice. If there aren't generally accepted standards of practice, then the practice should remain unprofessional conduct. You'll remember some hours ago, the representative from Longmont reminded us that there were 2 components to this bill: component related to deceptive trade practices, component related to unprofessional conduct. Removing this would gut that second portion, makes it unacceptable, and we're not going to be in a position, we can't allow ourselves to be in a position where such unprofessional conduct would not be subject to discipline. So if folks are as confident as they've expressed that what they're calling abortion pill reversal is safe and effective, then you would want the medical boards to decide on it, prove it. So we ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I still have a very difficult time understanding how we call something unprofessional without the experts weighing in that are in very important positions as a board. And with all due respect from my colleague, if in the legal profession, one of an attorney is accused of being unprofessional, who rules on that? Either a court of law or the Bar Association, the experts. I don't get to do that as a business executive under any circumstance. I don't get to do that as a legislator. So how in heaven's name can we all of a sudden step in here and say, we're the experts? We're the experts before the medical board takes a position. And if we take a position, we don't think that we're going to put a bias into the position that they take. We don't think we're going to make it a political decision as compared to a medical decision. Folks, we need to get realistic. I ask you for a yes vote. And is it okay to ask also for a division now
Sure.
or later?
We'll conclude debate, and then that would be fine. A division has been requested, but we'll continue debate. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to let the body know, the medical boards already have the authority to make these determinations. That's already well within their scope of authority. The fact that they haven't, the fact that they have been silent on this question, that they haven't deemed it to be unprofessional conduct, should indeed speak volumes to those of us in this chamber.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L49. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please sit. I wasn't looking at the script there. All those entitled to vote, excuse me. All those in favor of Amendment L49, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L49 is lost. We are back to the bill. Representative Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So obviously this has been a lot of discussion today. There have been a lot of different points made. Some of them more broad than others. Some people discussing whether people with a uterus should have certain rights, should be able to control our bodies, really a ton of broad conversations. But I'm here to tell a very specific story of something that happened to me about 10 years ago. As many of you know, I grew up in Colorado in a family that really struggled sometimes, and we were on and off of Medicaid. So I have a really strong understanding of what it means to constantly live in fear that the care that I need might not be covered just based on my family's socioeconomic status. And my first boyfriend, I really, really loved him. He was my first love, and really we had a great time together. And we tried our hardest to be responsible and to have safe sex, because I was really fortunate enough to go to Colorado public schools and to have really high quality sex education, and I knew what we needed to do. But that said, there was a time when we had a pregnancy scare, and some people want to have babies at a young age, and that's great for them. I don't want to say that somebody shouldn't want that, but that was not me. I missed my period, and I was absolutely terrified. I was 100% certain, with absolutely no uncertainty at all, that I did not want to be pregnant. And I do want to speak briefly to a point made by one of the representatives from El Paso County. I was then, and I am now, a whole person. I was not broken, and I did not at any point need a baby to complete me. I had my own reasons, which are private and individual to each person in this situation, and I was really scared. So I missed my period, and I didn't know how to get a pregnancy test. I went to Centaurus High School, which I know I'm not the only representative in this chamber who went to Centaurus. And across from Centaurus, just across South Boulder Road, there was a crisis pregnancy center. They had a huge banner directly facing the school, and it said, "Pregnant, we can help." Now, I was a high schooler. I had never heard of a crisis pregnancy center, and it was quite clear to me that a place that had such a giant banner would definitely provide a full range of reproductive services. But even though I didn't really have any skepticism on this point, I called them beforehand, just wanted to make sure I could get an appointment, get everything I needed, and I was assured on the phone that they would help me if I needed an abortion. Again, I didn't know if I was pregnant. So I made an appointment. I crossed the street from my school one day, and I took a test. And while we waited for that test to develop, as many people in this room know, it can take about 20 minutes, depending on what brand of test you get. While that test developed, I could have just sat in a waiting room or something. They could have even, called me and told me the results, but instead I was locked in a small room. And I was locked in this tiny room that was filled with tons of different types of pamphlets, filled with misinformation. And several women came into this room dressed in scrubs. I have no idea whether they were actual medical professionals or not. And they sat very close to me, and they told me with great intensity about the horrible things that were to happen if I were to choose to end a pregnancy. They told me that I would become infertile. They told me that I would die. They told me that I had a very high likelihood of becoming horribly depressed, and many, many other things they told me would happen to me. And not only did they tell me this, but they gave me a lot of materials attesting to that misinformation. This happened to me, and I was not allowed to leave that room and couldn't leave the room because I needed the results of my test. And there were no choices presented at this clinic. I want to be very clear, they never brought up the word abortion to me. They told me all about the great future that I had ahead of me as a mother if I were to have a positive pregnancy test. And the representative from Denver is absolutely right about the experience that there are many crisis pregnancy centers that do not offer a full range of choices to women and do not even tell them some of the choices that are available even at other locations. I was also told that I actually wanted a baby the whole time, that it would complete me, that it would actually make me happy no matter what I told them. And I told them many times, no, I'm here for a pregnancy test, but if it's positive, I definitely want an abortion. Can you give me that? And they put me off. They didn't answer my question. And it had to become clear to me eventually that they were never going to give me that option. And eventually, those 20 minutes were up, and I was really lucky. I got the result that I wanted. But if I hadn't, I know that I would have been kept in that tiny room and browbeaten until those women were sure that I would make the choice that they wanted me to make. Now, I'd like to contrast that to an experience that I actually had today, going to a real clinic for reproductive care. I just happened to have an appointment today. And now that I am an adult woman, I have great insurance and I have access to every kind of care that I need. And it was a really positive experience. At every point, my medical providers made sure I was comfortable, consented to everything, had the information, the correct information that I needed. I'm confident that in a clinic like that, I would have access to every possible choice, no matter what kind of choice I wanted to make as an individual woman. I think it's important to note that people are coming to Colorado from all over the country to get necessary reproductive care. And I'm really proud that Colorado is one of the places that they can come to get the care that they so desperately need. We heard that a recent federal court decision in Texas has made it so that healthcare plans in many states are going to not have to cover a lot of different types of reproductive care, which means that very likely even more people are going to be coming to Colorado to require these kinds of reproductive treatments. And again, I'm proud that they'll be able to do this, but we need to make sure that Colorado can accommodate them and that they are not being deceived when they get here. People do not cross state lines to receive counseling and browbeating. They cross state lines to receive care that is not legal in many other places. That is not offered at these crisis pregnancy centers. That's why I am so excited to vote yes on a bill that will make it illegal for these centers to lie to girls like me about the care that they so desperately need. So please vote yes. Thank you.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to share, I think this might be my last time to speak, so I wanted to share some information that we got from a faith-based perspective that was shared with us in a letter. And we know that many of these crisis pregnancy centers are religiously affiliated, and again, I said, I think at the very beginning, that's fine. Faith-based counseling is absolutely fine. The issue becomes, and this is the voice of this particular faith, that many times the religious mentoring and counseling programs that are offered are riddled with guilt-inducing anti-abortion messages, and this particular faith feels compelled to speak out that weaponizing their particular faith as justification for dubious and deceptive advertising tactics is against a sacred principle that they have at the very heart of their faith. Our deep faith has a respect for the primacy of individual conscience. And that faith confirms that in all that we say and do, the human person is obliged to follow faithfully what they know to be just and right, what you in your own self know to be just and right, and that a human being must always obey the certain judgment of their own conscience. If they were to deliberately act against your own conscience, then that would be harmful to yourself. So that's back to us being able to make decisions for ourselves. This faith voice goes on to say that we believe we must use all the resources available to us to form our conscious decisions so that we can make the best possible decisions for ourselves. This means that all people deserve access to comprehensive, accurate medical information based in sound science when making choices about sexual and reproductive health, ensuring that we can follow our own consciences and honor the rights of others to do the same. Many of these crisis pregnancy centers are doing just the opposite, pushing deception, and pushing treatments that are not science-based at the expense of jeopardizing a patient's health, their well-being, and the safety and basically trampling on their conscience-based decisions about abortion. And we know, too, that many times these centers are targeting marginalized people that are already encountering obstacles to health care. In Colorado, these crisis pregnancy centers advertise in places where people that may not have access to a comprehensive health clinic. They're posting in languages that people in those neighborhoods may be familiar with. They're using mobile vans to target students on campuses. And the limited medical services that they do offer, such as STI testing and ultrasounds, are often designed to entice those folks in a very targeted manner. This, again, this faith-based, I don't want to name the religion because I think that this can apply to many compassionate faith-based services. Our faith values demand that we dismantle the structures that some of these practices rely on so that people can freely choose how best to build and care for their families. Our faith, we believe deeply in the values of dignity, compassion, and justice, and want all of our neighbors to be able to access the medically accurate and compassionate care that they decide is right for them. Again, back to the individual, back to your own conscience, back to your own beliefs, back to your own support system, no matter who they are, no matter who you are, what identities you hold, where you live, how much money you make. The reason this bill is important at this point in time is largely due to on what happened last summer. It's the fact that we've had a half a century of what we consider a fundamental right in our country to access safe, complete, comprehensive reproductive care, which includes abortion care. Something we never thought we'd see go away. I have 3 kids, each of whom happens to have a uterus. And I'm partly here in this position. I ran for office because of my kids. And to think that the 3 of them are all in their mid to late 20s right now, don't have the same rights that I had growing up, at times dumbfounds me in the United States of America, but at other times just upsets me greatly. I'm sad that Colorado is becoming an island here for accessible, legal abortion care. I'm sad that it's becoming more and more difficult for people to access this care. I'm sad and I'm mad. This bill is important right now because the proliferation of the deception and the luring of people in for care that they're looking for and they're not finding is becoming a problem in a big hurry. It is a problem in a big hurry. And we in Colorado are seeing it at a greater degree because we have put in statute these protections. Thank goodness. But now we are becoming this island for people that, in their states, these rights are being taken away. And they're ending up at these clinics, unbeknownst to them at the time, they're getting, and this is where it's harmful, there is a delay in the care that they're seeking. That delay, when you're dealing with a medical condition, pregnancy is a medical condition, when you're getting a delay in care that you are seeking, there are all kinds of ramifications that can follow from that. And that's just the physical stuff. Not even talking about the psychological and mental and the time you took off from work and the child care you had to take care of at home, the travel here, like where are you going to stay? I mean, compound all that stuff on top, and we're just putting people in just an awful situation. That's why this bill is needed now. Because we lost the protections under Roe. And I'm here, and I ran for office to do, and I kind of saw this coming years ago, honestly. I ran for office to do everything I could to protect that right for my kids. I want them to have the ability to make decisions for their life, to choose when and if they want to have kids, to access accurate medical information whenever they go looking for it. And that's what this bill will help us do right here, right now. We all have a reason to be here, and I do appreciate that we've been able to hear each other today. It feels good that we can listen to each other. I do appreciate that. I just want to come back to this is so important for individuals to make sure that we are protecting their ability to access the care they need, to not be tricked, to not be fooled. We want pregnancy centers to say what they mean, to mean what they say, keep doing what you're doing, to counsel people through the early parts of their pregnancy, to get them what they need, to support them. I hope that even that support will extend to those folks after they give birth. Help them with childcare, help them with all the things that they need after they give birth. That would be great. Do more in that space. But please don't deceive people. Please don't trick them into coming to see you. Just be honest and be transparent. And I just urge a yes vote on this bill. Colleagues.
Representative Epps.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There may come a day when in this role or another role, there may come a day where I'm going to be grown enough and healed enough and whole enough to not say anything back when somebody stands in the well of the House of Representatives of the 74th General Assembly's first session and talks about black babies, and I don't say anything. There's a possibility that there may come a day where I will sit here and listen as someone uses violent rhetoric, I'm condemning the language, not the person, that is harmful to my trans neighbors, and that I listen and I don't say anything back, There may come a day where I'm going to be able to sit still and listen as someone misappropriates my faith, my experiences, my womanhood, my blackness, where someone speaks about the fate of my soul and that of Coloradans. A day when I listen to that and I say nothing. That day is most definitely not today. Tomorrow is not looking real good either. It occurs to me we heard the representative from Arapahoe County tell us their story. And as much as we all, I'm sure, appreciate hearing from everybody in this body, if you're anything like me, sometimes you might perk up a little bit when we hear from someone who we don't hear from every day. We love hearing from folks who speak every day as well. But it feels to me just inevitable that we listen a little more closely, or at least I do, when I get to hear from someone who doesn't gift us with that every day. And I heard her. She's telling the truth. And while I wish she were, she's not an outlier. There wasn't a network of crisis pregnancy centers, anti-abortion clinics that were created to charm and deceive and complicate life for a future state representative from Arapahoe County, Colorado. That didn't happen. They didn't practice those tactics on her for the first time. She wasn't the test case. What's different about the representative from Arapahoe County and many of the Coloradans we love is that she gets to be here to tell her story. It feels like a long time ago, but some hours ago, in thinking about 190, and you all know what's going to happen. In a few minutes, we're going to ask you to vote yes at some point. But some hours ago, I spoke about that violence that is often framed in religious language that itself imparts trauma on pregnant people, that lead folks to need those years of therapy. Imagine being a Coloradan, imagine y'all being a Coloradan who is the child of a parent who tells you, you can't bring that pregnancy in this house. Single mother or not, imagine, because this is the experience of our neighbors. This is the experience of those who are most vulnerable and marginalized and whose access we are fighting to protect. Imagine being the child of a parent who says you can't bring that pregnancy or that single motherhood in this house. If you are that child, adult child or otherwise, you are the reason why this bill is necessary. Because if you can't get full and accurate and honest information at home, God forbid you can't get it at a local health care clinic. Rhetoric that tells you you are less or incomplete or broken because of the status of your uterus. Imagine being pregnant and strangers thinking it's their business. The child of parents who says you can't bring that single motherhood here. Those are the children I went to school with at Charlotte Christian School, who were sent to Iowa and to Colorado to deal with it. We've heard it said in this chamber this week, and it connects directly to 190 that hate is hate, but there's a corollary, a complement to that. That hate endangers us in a precise way. Some folks who have had unfettered access to certain weapons have become fixated on lies. I don't get to make the rules about when a gavel comes down or not, but y'all, it is a lie that clinics are selling body parts. That is not a thing. I would oppose it. We all would oppose it. We oppose it hypothetically. That is not a thing. It's not a thing. The echo chamber of this chamber, just know that Coloradans know better than that. Coloradans in every corner of this state know better than that and reject that. We spoke earlier about the physical dangers of pregnancy, of an unwanted pregnancy, of a pregnancy that you can't tell your daddy about because he says don't bring that home. But the dangers of our healthcare workers and clinic assisters who are working in a world where Coloradans are being told that babies, I told you 12 minutes ago or something like that, that like the day where I can just not check that, it just hasn't come yet. I like to pick up the special orders paper, as does a representative from El Paso County. And when I come down many days to pick up the paperwork, I force myself to look at the dolls of little black fetuses on desks. Some of the faces I'm seeing suggest you don't know that they're there, but I look at them almost every day to remind myself I'm not quitting today, and I'm not quitting tomorrow. Now, I'll assess that every day. The rhetoric is violence. Coloradans, our guests, our neighbors, deserve honest, accurate information about abortion, but also about if your healthcare center, your clinic, your prayer room offers it. Deserve honest and accurate information about if the center offers emergency contraception. Deserve to know there is a 2-pill combination to have a medication abortion, and you take the first one, or a pregnant person takes the first pill, and change your mind, and continue a pregnancy that you want to have. The pregnancy continues because you didn't take the second pill, not because you took a Tylenol or a Viagra or a jujubine or progesterone. It continues because you didn't take the second pill. It is surreal that we should have to legislate clarifying that if you are a licensed medical professional and you say otherwise, and our medical boards haven't assessed that you were in the right, then that is unprofessional conduct. It is a representative from Arapahoe County told us what they experienced. If what they experienced was like what I and others experienced, then there were some common visuals in the space where you go to get the free pregnancy test and the other things you need. And one of the common visuals are photos of babies. I happen to know that 27 years ago, in Charlotte, North Carolina, if you had an induced abortion, you were getting that done on the maternity ward, and you were hearing babies being born. And when you go and visit one of these clinics, there are photos of babies. And so when a representative holds up and flashes at us photos of babies while they're speaking about abortion, that is an example of the emotional violence inflicted upon pregnant people who are going to terminate a pregnancy. And perhaps the most important point about that, Colorado, is that that is already protected health care in this state. We didn't make that call. Well, some of you may have been here to make that call, actually. I wasn't here yet. That is already protected health care. And it's going to stay that way.
Representative Epps, you have about 1 minute remaining until the end of this debate.
That matches my timing as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As hard as it is, because we all understand that today's not my day to sit quiet when we say transphobic things against my neighbors, and tomorrow's not looking at either, but as hard as it is to sit and relive that, I'm not the daughter of somebody who said I can't bring a pregnancy home. I'm grown and can take care of my own. Ooh, that was not intended to be a poem. There's an invitation that is offered to those of us who were raised in a certain tradition. And all these years later, from Joshua, just a reminder, y'all, 24:15, that if serving goodness, if it seems undesirable to you, then you are to choose for yourself in whose land you are living, and I choose Colorado. Because as for me and my household, and more specifically, as for me in this house, we're going to choose to follow science.
Representative
And we're going to
Epps.
ask you to vote yes.
The time allocated for this debate has expired. The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 190. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. The ayes have it, and the bill passes. Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move that the committee rise and report.
Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it is under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 190 passed on second reading in order to revise and place on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Speaker Pro Tem Degree Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House now adopt the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Members, you have heard the motion. There are amendments at the desk. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first DeGraff amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative DeGraff moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following DeGraff Amendment L23 to Senate Bill 190 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 190 as amended passed.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Elmo, Speaker. I move the adoption of the first DeGraff amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All right. I move to amend the Committee of the Whole and reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following L023 to SB 23-190 and show that said amendment passed and that SB 23-190 as amended passed. And this is the line to strike the term medication, because medication is used to treat an illness or injury. Medication in our common parlance has an effect of healing. And what it's being used here is for death. So I'd like to substitute chemical feticide interruption, which is what it is, by which, through the mother's choice, progesterone is reintroduced into the mother's body to potentially stop the chemically induced feticide by reversing the effects of mifepristone, which process is successful up to 68% of the time. And the irony of this is that if it has no effect, that means the chemical feticide protocol is failing at 68%, which in fact makes it a deceptive practice. So in an attempt to have some scientific accuracy, some honesty to this bill, I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative McCormick.
I would ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you, members.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first DeGraff amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Representative Titone, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Titone votes no. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Please close the machine. With 17 aye, 43 no, and 5 excused, the first DeGraff amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the second DeGraff amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative DeGraff moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following DeGraff Amendment L24 to Senate Bill 190 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 190 as amended passed.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the adoption of the second DeGraff amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following DeGraff amendment L024 to SB 23-190 and show that said amendment passed and that SB 23-190 as amended passed. And again, this amendment, amend the re-engrossed bill, page 3, line 4, strike medication abortion, because again, medication is for preserving life or healing, not destroying, and substitute chemically induced feticide, which would be the accurate descriptor. Chemically induced feticide means a two-step process in which the first pill, mifepristone, blocks a woman's progesterone, which is needed for a pregnancy to continue. Which is necessary for a pregnancy to continue. And I spoke with my wife earlier, and that progesterone for the pregnancy to continue was something that was required for all 3 of our children. So had that not been available, which I think this puts at risk, my 3 children would not be here. Softening the uterine lining so that the embryo detaches from the uterine wall, thereby ending the life of the unborn baby, after which a second pill, misoprostol, is taken 24 to 48 hours to expel the dead baby. Then it should be relettered, renumbered and relettered accordingly, and after line 17, have an accurate definition, because the term abortion is a natural procedure, natural process, and women who have suffered that should not be lumped in with something that's elective, just out of compassion. Feticide means any procedure, instrument, or agent, drug used to terminate the life of an unborn person. And that is in keeping with 1279, the fetal harvesting bill, in that any procedure, any agent, any method is considered acceptable. And then I would like to re-letter, then of course the paragraphs would need to be re-lettered. But mainly, again, just to introduce some level of accuracy and counter some of the lies. Thank you.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I would also urge a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second DeGraff amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Representative Tatone, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Tatone votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Please close the machine. With 17 aye, 43 no, and 5 excused, the second DeGraff amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the third DeGraff amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative DeGraff moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following DeGraff amendment, L30, to Senate Bill 190, to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 190 as amended passed.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the adoption of the third DeGraff amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. I move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following DeGraff amendment, L030 to SB 23-190, and show that said amendment passed and that SB 23-190 as amended passed. See, it's properly displayed. Thank you. Medication. This amendment is to give a proper definition of medication. It means a drug or other substance that's used to treat disease or injury. And the irony is that the proper definition of medication was rejected by the sponsors because it conflicted with the bill. This bill, ironically, is in direct contradiction to the original Hippocratic Oath. So to pretend that's not a slippery slope is, I think I think you mistake. But this definition, medication, means a drug or other substance used to treat disease or injury, is the accurate definition. And there's a reason that the sponsors cannot have an accurate definition in their bill. And that should chill everyone. I recommend a yes on this amendment.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a doctor, I urge all of you to vote no on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the third DeGraff amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Representative Tatone, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Tatone votes no. Please close the machine. With 17 aye, 43 no, and 5 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Frizzell amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Frizzell moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Frizzell amendment, L35 to Senate Bill 190, to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 190 is amended passed.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You have before you the Frizzell amendment. Do I need to move that?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm afraid I'm a little. Madam Chair, I move the Frizzell amendment. I move for the adoption of the Frizzell amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be displayed, and it is, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. I introduced this amendment because this amendment aligns with the bill title. And again, I'd like to put my glasses on and read the bill title. Concerning policies to make punishable deceptive actions regarding pregnancy-related services. In the bill, and what I have asked to be amended, it is only referring to abortion and emergency contraceptives as pregnancy-related services. However, in statute, pregnancy-related services is much more broadly defined and includes, but not limited to, family planning, contraceptive care, abortion care, prenatal, postnatal, and delivery care, fertility care, sterilization services, and treatments for sexually transmitted infections and reproductive cancers. I believe, it is my opinion, that all of these items should be included in this bill. We talked about, and we've heard about, how important it is, and I don't disagree. It is really important to provide honest and accurate information. That information also needs to be complete, not just a few pieces of the puzzle. And so I ask for your aye vote on this amendment.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do believe we addressed this earlier today. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first Frizzell amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Tatone, how do you vote?
Nope.
Representative Tatone votes no. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Please close the machine. With 17 aye, 43 no, and 5 excused, the Frizzell amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Puglisi amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Puglisi moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Puglisi amendment, L36, to Senate Bill 190 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 190 is amended passed.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the adoption of the Puglisi amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really want to hone in on the point that choice also includes the freedom to choose life. And I do agree that we need to have honest and accurate information and that words matter. And so I believe the wording of anti-choice movement is a very strong statement and should really be changed to movement for choice. And I would ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Puglisi amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Representative Titone, how do you vote?
Nope.
Representative Titone votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Please close the machine. With 18 aye, 42 no, and 5 excused, the Puglisi amendment is lost. There are no further amendments at the desk. The question before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Doherty votes yes. Representative Titone, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Titone votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 ayes, 17 no, and 5 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow. Members, I need to read business across the desk at this time, and then we will be concluding our business this evening. You are free to go. Mr. Schiebel, reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Finance, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following Senate Bill 156 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs. House Bills 1056 and 1251 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Mr. Schiebel, message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the
Message
Senate has
from the
passed.
Senate will be printed in the Journal. Message from the Reviser.
We herewith transmit without comment.
Message from the Reviser will be printed in the Journal. Madam Majority Leader, I believe you have an announcement.
I do. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, if you have any food or drinks on your desk, please clear them off so nonpartisan staff doesn't have to do it. And also, I move the House adjourn until 8 a.m.
Don't
adjourn. Read all these.
All right, then I will just announce that we will be starting tomorrow at 8 a.m.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've received permission from the Minority Leader and the Majority Leader to be excused on Saturday to attend a special district board meeting of the Delta County Memorial Hospital District.
So approved. Thank you. Introduction of bills, Mr. Schiebel.
House Bill 1270 by Representatives Garcia and Lindsay concerning the creation of the Urgent Incident Response Fund.
House Bill 1270 will be assigned to the Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs.
House Bill 1271 by Representatives Gonzalez, Gutierrez, and Soper concerning the establishment of Lunar New Year Day as an observed state holiday.
House Bill 1271 will be assigned to the Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs.
House Bill 1272 by Representatives Weissman and Joseph, also Senator Fenberg, concerning tax policy that advances decarbonization and in connection therewith, extending tax credits for the purchase or lease of electric vehicles, creating tax credits for industrial facilities to implement greenhouse gas emissions reduction improvements for expenditures made in connection with geothermal energy products for production of geothermal electricity generation, for the deployment of heat pump technology, for retail sales of electric bicycles, and for construction of sustainable aviation fuel production facilities, creating a temporary specific ownership tax rate reduction and a temporary sales and use tax exemption on a portion of the sales on electric, medium, and heavy-duty trucks, creating a sales and use tax exemption for the sale of heat pump technology and equipment necessary for proper functioning of a thermal energy network, and decreasing the severance tax credit for oil and gas production, and temporarily requiring the revenue that is attributable to the decrease to the deposited in the state general fund. Jeez.
You have to read that all with one breath next time. House Bill 1272 will be assigned to the Committee on Energy and Environment.
House Bill 1273 by Representatives Snyder and Joseph concerning the creation of the Wildfire Resilient Homes Grant Program.
House Bill 1273 will be assigned to the Committee on Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources.
House Bill 1274 by Representatives McCormick and Catlin concerning an appropriation for Species Conservation Trust Fund projects.
House Bill 1274 will be assigned to the Committee on Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources.
House Bill 1275 by Representative Lindstedt, also Senator Roberts, concerning modifications to the performance-based incentive for film production in Colorado and in connection therewith, clarifying the definition of qualified local expenditure for payments to personal service corporations, requiring production companies to file information income tax returns regarding such payments, and eliminating the withholding exemption for payments to non-residents who perform service in connection with a film production for less than 120 days in a year.
House Bill 1275 will be assigned to the Committee on Finance.
House Bill 1276 by Representatives Lindstedt and Vigil, also Senator Zenzinger, concerning the bridge and tunnel enterprise and in connection therewith, expanding the scope of the enterprise's powers to include the completion of prevention maintenance bridge projects and allowing the enterprise to repair, reconstruct, replace, and maintain a fair-rated bridge under certain circumstances.
House Bill 1276 will be assigned to the Committee on Transportation, Housing, and Local Government.
House Bill 1277 by Representative Marshall and Taggart, concerning the filing of income tax returns by business entities.
House Bill 1277 will be assigned to the Committee on Finance.
House Bill 1278 by Representatives Brown and Parenti, concerning measures permitting parties to certain legal relationships to satisfy certain requirements without having to appear in person.
House Bill 1278 will be assigned to the Committee on State Affairs, State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs.
House Bill 1279 by Representatives Lindstedt and Sherbini, also Senator Rodriguez, concerning the ability of a licensed retail marijuana store to sell retail marijuana to a person who is not physically present on the store's licensed premises.
House Bill 1279 will be assigned to the Committee on Finance.
Senate Bill 197 by Senators Moreno and Fenberg, also Representatives Duran and Lynch, concerning the payment of the expenses of the Legislative Department.
Senate Bill 197 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 214 by Senator Zenzinger, also Representative Byrd, concerning the provision for the payment of the expenses of the executive, legislative, and judicial departments of the state of Colorado and of its agencies and institutions for and during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023, except as otherwise noted.
Senate Bill 214 is assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 215 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Sirota and Bockenfeld, concerning the transfer of money from the State Employee Reserve Fund to the General Fund to fund monthly housing stipends for Department of Corrections staff.
Senate Bill 215 is assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 216 by Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, also Representatives Sirota and Bockenfeld, concerning funding to the Department of Early Childhood for the Colorado Universal Preschool Program.
Senate Bill 216 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 217 by Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning no longer requiring the fee collected for the background checks for children abuse or neglect to support the costs associated with the appeals process for a person who is found responsible in a confirmed report of child abuse or neglect.
Senate Bill 217 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 218 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Burton Bockenfeld, concerning the repeal of the cap on the amount of money the Department of Education may expend on costs incurred in implementing the School Transformation Grant Program and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 218 has been assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 219 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Burton Sirota, concerning services to support students eligible to enroll in facility schools and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Senate Bill 219 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 220 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Burton Sirota, concerning the use of money previously allocated for public schools and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 220 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 221 by Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, also Representatives Burton Sirota, concerning the funding of the Healthy School Meals for All program and in connection therewith creating the Healthy School Meals for All program general fund exempt account, allowing expenditures in excess of appropriations for the program, clarifying how the program should be accounted for in the annual general appropriations bill and making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 221 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 222 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Burton Sirota, concerning removing co-payment requirements for certain Medicaid services and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 222 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 223 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Burton Bockenfeld, concerning the annual report the Department of Health Care Policy and Financing submits to the Joint Budget Committee concerning the Medicaid provider rate review process.
Senate Bill 223 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 224 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Sirota and Bockenfeld, concerning policies to be established by the Colorado Commission on Higher Education related to postgraduate student exchange programs.
Senate Bill 224 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 225 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Burton Sirota, concerning the use of higher education specialty education services funding for the School of Medicine partnership operating on the campus of Colorado State University.
Senate Bill 225 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 226 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Sirota and Bockenfeld, concerning extending the Transitional Jobs Program.
Senate Bill 226 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 227 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Burton Sirota, concerning the hourly rate compensation for attorneys who contract with state agencies to provide legal representation.
Senate Bill 227 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 228 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Burton Bockenfeld, concerning the creation of the Office for Administrative Services for Independent Agencies in the Judicial Department and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Senate Bill 228 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 229 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Sirota and Bockenfeld, concerning the Office of the Statewide Behavioral Health Court Liaison and in connection therewith making and reducing appropriations.
Senate Bill 229 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 230 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Sirota and Bockenfeld, concerning state assistance to counties affected by the 23rd Judicial District and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 230 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 231 by Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, also Representatives Sirota and Bockenfeld, concerning the liability of the Division of Labor Standards and Statistics in the Department of Labor and Employment to disperse money in the Wage Theft Enforcement Fund to employees after an employee fails to make payments determined to be owned to the employees and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 231 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 233 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Sirota and Bockenfeld, concerning a merit system for county employees who provide employment services that are paid for the federal fund pursuant to the federal Wagner-Piecer Act.
Senate Bill 233 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 234 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Burton Sirota, concerning the cessation of advance payment of premiums for state employee family and medical leave insurance coverage and in connection therewith, transferring money from the Family and Medical Leave Insurance Fund back to the Revenue Loss Restoration Cash Fund.
Senate Bill 234 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 235 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Burton Bockenfeld, concerning the authority of the Department of Law to use litigation management funds for unanticipated state legal needs.
Senate Bill 235 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 236 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Sirota and Balkenfeld, concerning the creation of the Electric Vehicle Service Equipment Fund and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 236 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 237 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Bridges, also Representatives Balkenfeld and Byrd, concerning a transfer from the Severance Tax Operational Fund to the Water Plan Implementation Cash Fund.
Senate Bill 237 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 238 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Sirota and Balkenfeld, concerning authorization to use money in the Small Communities Water and Wastewater Grant Fund to provide the state funds for water projects for which a state match is required to qualify for federal funds for the project.
Senate Bill 238 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 239 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Balkenfeld, concerning the transfer of money from the Hazardous Substance Site Response Fund to the Hazardous Substance Response Fund.
Senate Bill 239 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 240 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Balkenfeld, concerning fees a dairy plant is required to pay to the Department of Public Health and Environment.
Senate Bill 240 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 241 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Balkenfeld, concerning the creation of the Office of School Safety and in connection therewith requiring the Director of the Office of School Safety to appoint a grants manager, creating a crisis response unit within the Office of School Safety, specifying that the Office of School Safety has oversight over the School Safety Resource Center, specifying that the School Access for Emergency Response Grant Program is administered by the Office of School Safety, and making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 241 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 242 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Sirota and Balkenfeld, concerning financial audits of the Community Corrections Program in the state and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 242 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 243 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Balkenfeld, concerning transfers from the General Fund to the Capital Construction Fund.
Senate Bill 243 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 244 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning updates to language in relevant Colorado statutes related to ensuring technology accessibility to persons with disabilities.
Senate Bill 244 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 245 by Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning a transfer to the Revenue Loss Restoration Cash Fund.
Senate Bill 245 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 246 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Sirota and Byrd, concerning transfers to the State Emergency Reserve for the 2023-24 state fiscal year.
Senate Bill 246 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House adjourn until 8 a.m. Friday, March 31st.
Seeing no objection, the House is adjourned until 8 a.m. Friday, March 31st.